Hi everybody, my name is Alex from River North, and this is my wife Susan.
Hi.
And our recipe for change is gochujang jjigae. That just means pepper paste soup. For the ingredients, we have gochujang, doenjang. For the vegetables, we have zucchini, 2 onions, some potatoes, an oyster mushroom, and then for the meat, we have pork belly.
Tell us about the recipe. Why is it meaningful?
The reason why it's so meaningful is that it kind of combines all the things that I love about Korean food. It kind of reminds me of home without having my mom having to make something. Water, veggies, meat, and then put the green paste. This stuff is pretty big. Looks like poo-poo. And here we have some red poo-poo. Susan likes the meat cut kind of small so that you get as many pieces with every bite. Boiling water. Just the way it is. Just the way it is. It's just the way it is for now. Just the way it is. Now we just let this boil and simmer. Alright, we're just gonna check on our gochujang jjigae. Yeah.
Oh, I wish you can smell this.
We are finally done with our gochujang jjigae.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay, alright. For me, one of the most proudest moments of my life, I guess, as an Asian American was getting our band to play on Jimmy Kimmel Live. To see ourselves go on, late night TV to perform an original song and not do, K-pop, but do something that really did feel it felt Asian American. That was a really proud moment of, I think, my career as Run River North. Let me get some of the red sauce.
The soup?
Soup. The red soup.
It's so hot.
What do you want to make noise about today?
Today I want to make noise about Korean food. There are ways to make noise that actually bring people to the table, and food is the best way to make noise. I don't know how you can offend somebody by making a delicious meal. Alright, that's our recipe for change. My name once again was Alex from Run River North. This is my wife Susan, and our recipe for change was gochujang jjigae.
Bye.
Bye.
So this dish is called peanut butter noodles. It's a traditional dish, and it's really important to me because it was one of the first dishes I learned from my grandmother, my ma. My grandmother on my mom's side, we call her ma. And it's just special because not only is it the first dish, but it's also one of the dishes that my ma would make for me like every day when I got home from school, and it's just a flavor that's become really close to my heart. And all it is like some thick, flat noodles with peanut butter, a little bit of lachya, like basically spicy stuff, a little bit of oil, sesame oil, and maybe some garlic if you want that strong taste. It's just a traditional dish that is really important to me for a multitude of reasons. And it's just a flavor that has really held close to my heart because of how much love she put into it. If you want to, you can add different meats and vegetables just to kind of give it a little more variety. But it's also really great plain. My grandmother was a really special person in so many ways. She was really tough, right? She grew up poor and she worked in a restaurant all her life. And she was an immigrant and she didn't speak any English. And so one of the main ways of communicating between us, I could speak a little bit of Chinese with her, but like not enough to hold like a steady conversation. So instead, she can tell me how much she cared about me and loved me through food. And I just kind of was there alongside helping her out. And I don't know, I think this dish really, every time I eat it, reminds me of my grandmother because just the flavor that she helped me build on that dish is just always there. My grandma is no longer with me, but I'm still thinking a lot about her today. Not only because I miss her, but also because I realize that there's a lot of other Asian American immigrants who are like older people who can't speak English who are at risk right now because of COVID-19, and because America's getting a lot more scared of people who look like us. For my grandmother, who couldn't speak any English, the main way she expressed her voice was through food. She couldn't talk to us, but she could always talk to our stomach. She can cook for us. Luckily, I can talk. I was born in America, I grew up here, and English is my first language. And I also had a chance to be on TV, so I have a platform for my voice. And so I felt it was important for me to be a platform for her voice, to speak up for her, and also all the other Asians who are out there being bullied, and speak up for those who don't have a voice, like I was lucky enough to have. Because I think people are blaming us wrongly for this thing that's killing so many people. I hope that I won't be the only person to speak up. We need to stop this pandemic of not only disease, but also of hate. And we all need to make some noise to stop this together.
How's it going, everybody? It's Jason.
Hi, this is Lucia.
Wishing you all a happy APAM. Shout out to Make Noise today for celebrating Asian Pacific Americans this month.
So today we'll be making mapo tofu in English, which will be...
Mapo tofu.
Okay, let's get started.
Mapo tofu is a traditional Sichuan dish. So here are the ingredients. We have tofu, we have ground beef, we have doubanjiang, which is black bean paste, as well as a spicy stir-fry sauce. And optional ingredients we're using today are minced garlic and chopped onions. So I'm eating it the traditional way on rice, and Lucia is eating it on naan.
Yeah. Good.
Thanks for following along in our journey to make mapo tofu. Hope you guys enjoyed it, and how are you going to make noise today?
Let us know.
Hi everyone, I'm AJ Raphael.
And I'm Alyssa Navarro.
Happy Asian Pacific American Heritage Month. Today we are making Spam Salog. Salog is a Filipino breakfast dish that contains sinangag, which is fried rice, and itlog, which is egg.
Here we have our egg, our spam of course, salt and pepper, and here we have our white rice. Day-old rice is best for fried rice. We have oil and then soy sauce. Well, liquid aminos, but we're using it as soy sauce. Oh, and garlic.
Filipinos love fried rice. Filipinos love Spam. I know all Asians across the spectrum love Spam, but Filipinos especially love Spam. Growing up, I would just eat Spam every single day.
Yeah, me too.
That's unhealthy. We also want to shout out Make Noise today for featuring Asian Pacific Americans this month. This is my first attempt of an egg. Crack it on the pan. Okay, not bad, not bad. So yeah, that was us making spam salad. Hope you enjoyed it. How will you make noise today?
Welcome to Unexpected Connection 2020 on Ether. My name is Julia Huang, and I'm the CEO of Intertrend, co-founder of Unexpected Connections. After a 2018 conference, we immediately looked forward into the future for our part two. It made the observation that running an engaging event is not necessarily tied to a specific structure, logistics, or organizational items. We were excited about the flexibility in format when it comes to planning and producing Unexpected Connection 2020. We just didn't know how flexible we had to be, but here we are. This year's theme, It All Adds Up, was determined almost a year ago when we were still focused on wanting to learn how culture can be built through human connections with the speakers and the audiences in physical presence. We wanted to explore the knowledge of scale in culture, or business for that matter, that takes on different shapes, and that all effort, actions, passion, enthusiasm, experience, success, and even failure, it all adds up. Obviously, the platform of having such discussions changed as I am talking to you right now in my living room to so many of you out there. The intention of having thoughtful conversation has not changed, but our goal for the conference has changed. As we are witnessing and personally experiencing the negative impact of the pandemic and racial injustice, our aim is to support those around us by doing our part. Therefore, Unexpected Connections 2020 is taking the form of virtual fundraiser for COVID-19 relief efforts in the Black, Lives Matter movement. As you're listening and engaging virtually with our esteemed speakers from around the world, please do consider making a donation. Our speakers have selected the following organizations to be the recipient of your generosity. They are World Central Kitchen, Artist Relief, the Loveland Foundation, Black Lives Matter, Inner City Arts, MBK Alliance, Doctors Without Borders, House of Ruth, Black Visions Collective. If you want to hear more about, or if you want to learn more about these organizations, please go to our website and you will see the links, and the donations button are just right there. Please donate any amount that you can, because it really does add up. I can't wrap up without thanking all the people that were involved in making this virtual conference possible. When our participants and team members are located remotely all over the world, the effort required, let's say, was colossal. Our speakers, most of whom are remotely standing by in virtual green rooms around the world, are in different time zones. To be specific, they will be speaking to us from Los Angeles, Long Beach, San Francisco, Portland, New York, Hong Kong, Kamakura, Japan, London, and Paris. Thank you for your generosity in your time and willingness to share your thoughts and experience. And thank you to all our sponsors for believing in and supporting us. All of this would not have been possible without the Intertrend and Mayden team, who are still working tirelessly even as we speak. They work with MSavvy Pro, our technical partner that has prepared us what I hope is a seamless live broadcast. It's definitely, really, believe me, it's a lot harder than it looks, and a lot of things can go wrong. To all of you who are out there participating and willing to engage in making this Unexpected Connection 2020 virtually successful, we see you and appreciate you. With that, I'm going to hand it over to Cherise and Eugene, who are in Hong Kong, who will be stewarding us through the sessions. Please be prepared for your thoughts to be provoked in a good way, I hope, and to be inspired.
Hi everyone, thank you for tuning in today to Unexpected Connections 2020. It all adds up. We have a program that we're really looking forward to diving into, and we believe that you will really get something out of these honest conversations and segments that are coming up. Just a quick introduction of ourselves. I'm Cherise Sood, and this is my co-host Eugene Can. We're going to be your hosts and moderators throughout the day.
Cherise and I are from Mayden, which is guided by curiosity. We're constantly looking to uncover the unexpected connections in creativity and the people that embody them. For us, Mayden is an original storytelling platform at its purest through captivating audio, engaging words, and beautiful visuals. Please visit our website, uc-2020.com for the full program and for more information about all our speakers. You can also follow us at Unexpected Connections on Instagram, where you can ask us questions that will then share to our speakers. Today's event is a virtual fundraiser in support of those deeply impacted by COVID-19, as well as in support of the Black Lives Matter movement.
And just to reiterate what Julia said, you can donate wherever you're watching from on YouTube. You can donate on our website, uc-2020.com. We chose our theme this year to reflect our belief that individual contributions and incremental actions really matter, and it's true. Every choice we make, big or small, it all adds up. So thank you in advance for your donation. Thank you as well to our sponsor, Yet Another Studio, an independent research practice that helps people bring more rigor to their curiosity. The first segment we have coming up in just a moment is a conversation between John C.J. and Sarah Andelman.
John C.J. serves as the president of Global Creative for Fast Retailing, the parent company of Uniqlo and other apparel brands in the U.S., Europe, and Asia. Previously, he was with the award-winning creative agency Mayden Kennedy for 21 years, where he served as the global creative director and partner of the firm. Sarah Andelman was the buyer and creative director of Colette from 1997 to 2017. She's famed for discerning fashion edits and curating unique collaborations. She now runs Just an Idea, a consulting company building bridges between disciplines. John is calling in from Portland, Oregon, and Sarah is calling in from Paris, France. We're excited to have them today talking about evolving as creatives and collaborations. Let's head over to John and Sarah.
Hello, everyone. This is John Jay in Portland, Oregon, and I have a very special guest here from Paris. I have Sarah Andelman, who has been my longtime friend, and she has been so gracious to give us her time today from Paris. So welcome, Sarah. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you, John.
You know, this title, Unexpected Connections, we are certainly facing a future full of unexpected things. We have, there's one thing that is certain is that there is a future. After all of this, you know, all of the disasters and all of the challenges that we're facing, there is a future, and what we do with that future is very, very important. And the reason why I invited Sarah to be our guest today is that she exemplifies this idea of taking risks, of evolving and changing yourself in order to be more creative and in order to be relevant for the future. So Sarah, of course, everyone knows your background about Colette. We know that you're a co-founder, and today you're the founder of Just an Idea. So we're going to spend a little bit of time on Colette, and I want to start with a very. I hope this is not too difficult, but what was the original concept of Colette?
Colette started with a location in Paris, 1997. So you have to really travel back in the time and to imagine the situation in 1997. Internet was not what it is today. And we couldn't find in Paris many brands we like. So that was the original idea from this location to bring together brands we love from fashion, design, culture, and to bring them together, to have a cafe where we could have lunch all day long, to have a gallery space where we could introduce new artists, and to bring together all this community.
Well, obviously you were very successful, and obviously the concept of closing it at the height of your popularity, it was just an extraordinary bold move to create yet another bold concept called Just an Idea. But let me just stay on Colette just for a little bit longer, just before we move on. Any thoughts, any favorite moments in your history of those 20 years? And I know it's like picking your favorite child, but favorite moments in 20 years of Colette?
It has been a fantastic adventure with new things happening every day, every week, every month. We would transform ourselves. So it's difficult to pick just a few moments, but come to my mind the anniversaries, how we celebrate our 5th anniversary, the 10th, the 15th. And the last one was the 20th anniversary, where we organized this big event with an architecture. We brought to Paris the beach in the Musée des Arts Décoratifs. And especially now when I think of this huge space filled with these little balls and kids, older people, all these different people jumping and having so much fun, it's a great memory. And we, at Colette, we had lots of unique, special collaborations, which was a good way to end this 20 years of...
Was that installation, Sarah, was that the beach?
Yes.
Was that the beach? So could we pull up visual number 12 and also visual 13? And there's a series of visuals that shows this, because the installation is extraordinary.
No, we try to find a way to celebrate outside from Colette, and even if we did lots of things in the gallery, in the windows, but yes, I was really happy. In March, we didn't announce it was going to be, we were going to close. We announced in July, so it was just a few months before to announce, and it was a great challenge to bring this. I don't remember how many, maybe more than 300,000 balls, but it brought so much happiness. It was open for 1 week, and we had lots of friends. It was
so the image, Sarah, on the screen. Tell me what are we looking at there? That huge image of the white pathway there. What is that?
I think it's an architecture. So it's Daniel Archam and Alex are doing a lot of art installation, design installation. They maybe did. I saw images from the installation they did previously, I think in Washington, I'm not 100% sure. And I thought we need to bring this to Paris. And often that was my philosophy with Colette. We need to bring this to Paris. And I started to think of location. This is an extension of the Louvre. This is a Musée des Arts Décoratifs. It's 5 minutes walking from Colette. And we asked them, can we organize this? Usually this space is used for exhibitions. They do some, there was a few fashion shows, and we managed to find the right week we could get the space and bring the ball together. And it was logistics, something to find, of course, to recycle them after, to find sponsors to help us. But at the end, I just, to prepare, went through images and to see, I invited the kids from the school where is going my son. And it was such a great mix of people, which reflects the clients, customers we had at Colette. It was so many different people, and it was really an happy celebration, happy moment.
So could we go to image number 5, which is shows 2 very famous blue circles, 2 blue spheres that become very iconic in the world. And I want Sarah to ask you, because of my background in graphic design, I just had to ask you about the origins of that logo, which then you later, as you opened Just an Idea, you turned it into a 3-dimensional shape as a gift to some special friends. So tell me a little bit about the origins of the Colette logo.
So you have 1997, we found the location, we found the concept, we still have to find the name and visual identity. Nobody knows us, and we don't want anybody to know us. My mom, myself, the team was very, very small, and we need something simple for the shopping bags, for the business cards, and I remember the discussion about the name, and my mom is at the origin of the concept. And when someone said, why not Colette? And she's very discreet, but she accepted because it was this old French name with a new space, very modern. And the logo, my friend Guillaume Wolf, I think you know him, came with this concept of these 2 simple circles without dates, of course. And when we started, it was orange, and there was a baseline. Nobody knew us. So in addition to these 2 dots, we had style, design, art, food. And it was very important, these 4 words, to introduce ourselves, to explain what you could find in this space. And for many years, we changed the color of the logo from orange to green to red to gray twice a year. And at some point, we did a little, all the possible colors, and we decided to stop on blue. And originally, it was really the sign for the shopping bags, and that's it. I didn't want to use this logo on a T-shirt or on a product. Colette was a space to welcome all kinds of brands, and we were not a brand. And it's interesting how after 20 years, maybe 10, 12, 15 years, we decided to use a little more the logo as a signature.
Fantastic. So, Sarah, you mentioned the beach is one of the highlights among your favorite projects in your 20 years. Any others that come to mind?
I mean, so many. It was a great experience to work with Chanel, to work with Hermes, to work with very prestigious brands who were not working with multi-brands, to meet artists from the gallery space. We had so many. And we have a little surprise with a documentary, which will come out at the end of the year, which I would have never commissioned, but when we announced we were going to close, there was Hugues and Eliane Lawson Body contacted me and asked, can we come to shoot Colette regularly for the last weeks? And they were friends, we didn't expect anything, but they spontaneously came a lot, and they filmed the shop atmosphere, the clients, the designer we work with, the team. And there will be this souvenirs, this testimony, which will give an idea to many people who maybe heard about Colette and don't know what it is. And there is this little movie where, if you want, we can see a trailer, which will maybe bring a little of the Colette energies.
Well, Sarah, thank you. Such a treat for you to talk us through that. So can we show the teaser of this documentary that will be out sometime this year? Let's go to image 1.
You going to Paris, we going to Colette.
When an idea like this starts, 20 years ago, it must blow everyone's mind.
Every time you walk in there, there's an expectation that you're going to get blown away by something new.
Ça a été le magasin le plus influent du monde pendant de très nombreuses années. Il y avait tout pour tout le monde.
When I heard about the closing, I was in disbelief. I'm still in disbelief.
Pourquoi maintenant? Pourquoi comme ça? Et surtout, pourquoi tout court?
C'est une histoire d'amour au cœur de Paris.
Wonderful. Thank you for sharing that with us. Go ahead, please.
You mentioned Chanel, if you want to.
Yes, could I pull up image 7 and then 8? I'd love for Sarah to chat about this a little bit, because I love this logo and I love how it was used, and it was one of my favorite projects of recent years.
I mean, we worked with, of course, Monsieur Lagerfeld, who we miss a lot. Was a fantastic man. He used to come a lot to Colette to shop so many different things, fashion, but books and music. And of course, it was a dream for a long time to work with Chanel. We did a pop-up in what used to be a gas station across the street. And it was a fantastic experience with Kevin Lyons painting the shop, with artists painting on Chanel bags. And it was just maybe 10 days. And before we close, we had to invite again Chanel for a last partnership. And they took the space at the second floor. We had these windows with our names together. And it was a symbol of what Colette could achieve with the power of Monsieur Lagerfeld, and to bring, before we did project with them, around their sneakers, around their backpacks. So I think they realized, they knowledge that at Colette they could touch different people than in the Chanel shops. And I think for both of us it was, of course, we had the sneakers, Chanel, Pharrell, Adidas launch, which was one of these special moments in Colette's history to try to keep everybody happy. And it's a great souvenir.
Well, Sarah, you obviously have had a great partnership with some of the most famous designers and great brands and fashion and so forth. But I think what is so interesting is your relationship to artists, young artists, unknown designers, and how you have spent 20 years of discovering new talent, and you continue to do that. And I'd be remiss if I didn't just mention our mutual friend, Kevin Lyons, who you have a very, very special relationship with, amongst many artists, but Kevin in particular comes to mind. And I have to share a story with the audience a little bit. I was very blessed and honored many years ago when Sarah said, would you write an article in our magazine at Colette and talk, give me your impression about Kevin's art and so forth? And I said, yes, of course, I'd love to. And typical me, I took too long. I wrote too much. And Sarah probably was so frustrated. I sent in probably 10 times more copy than what she needed. But what happened was that I started, in order to write about Kevin, I had to research the history of Colette and how it started and so forth. And I got so interested in the history of what Sarah and her mother did that I kept writing. And finally I said, oh my God, I have to write about Kevin too. So I sent it in at the last minute, right, probably 2 days after deadline. And I got an email back from Sarah. Said, John, we couldn't, she didn't say it this way. She was much nicer. She said, I don't think we could deal with this. We're just going to run the whole article. We're not going to cut anything. And we'll just run the whole article. So that's one of my prized possessions. I have that long piece I wrote for you in your magazine. Can we pull up image number 11, please? And this is, Kevin, talk about a little bit about what this is, Sarah.
No, but Kevin Lyons is one of these incredible encounters through the history of Colette. So we have the gallery space where we would organize monthly exhibitions. And Kevin, because I have such a bad memory, but keep telling, I think it is for the 2007 exhibition, I asked many artists, can you draw one image for the year, what you expect, what you hope. And Kevin used to draw monsters only for his family, friends. And I don't remember how I saw them through a magazine or something. And after this exhibition, I invited him for a show in the gallery space where he drew these monsters. And then they really became part of our life. I kept asking Kevin to different projects through collaboration with brands. We did socks with stones. We did, I can't remember how many, but it was, Kevin would always, he's one of these artists to draw by hand and always do new monsters, and not that you can't really vectorize. So it was not always easy. It would not be a copy. He would want to do each project something custom for the project. Until the end of Colette, he was here. He did the last paintings on the garage door on the side, and we, of course.
Let's go to image. While Sarah's speaking of this art, let's go to image 10.
Is it for? We invited him for this project with the Hello Kitty anniversary, and of course, he would really with these simple monsters. It's a good way to represent, maybe that's too much to say the values of Colette, but it is to be light, to be fun, to be hop, and we are all different, and we all appreciate that. And I don't know, it has always been very, very positive energy only through Kevin.
Always made you smile. Every time you saw his work in the store, it always made you smile. Well, let's move on, because of the really, really interesting stage that of your life now has begun a couple of years ago now. But just an idea. I'm going to have to ask you, what is the concept of Just an Idea?
Of course, it's a continuation from Colette without the retail. It's to help brands to develop collaboration, to develop pop-up, lots of curating, but I kept it very open. It's ideas for lots of different projects, and that's what is inspiring for me, to help artists, brands, and it's to create connection, to build bridges between different talents. So that's a concept.
And what is in your mind, since the name of your company, your service, your consultancy is Just an Idea, what is an idea?
It's a vast question, and I'm sure you will reply better than me after. In my mind, there is two kinds of ideas. I would say, and I speak in general, and there is an illumination idea, the one you have suddenly under the shower, or you wake up in the middle of the night and you think this is a new obsession, and you are absolutely convinced that's the right thing to do. And there is a one more progression, a brainstorming, and suddenly you manage to verbalize something you had in your mind for a few days. And it's fast, I think. And but I picked it again to be able. The name came for my company through working with Chitose from Sakai on her pop-up at the second floor of Colette, and we were in this meeting, and I kept adding new ideas on why don't we do this and this and this, and that's just an idea, and it just came to my mind that I kept repeating this, so that's how.
Let's go to image 18, since you mentioned Sakai. And one of the things that is unusual and is pure you, when you normally in vernacular, when you say, oh, it's just an idea, it means it's something that you haven't made happen yet. It means something in the future. It's something that you're thinking about. But you made it happen immediately. You made just an idea happen immediately. We have on the screen some images. I'd love for you to talk about what this very important client of yours, what you did together. So let's start with 18 and we can go through 19 and 20 as Sarah speaks about this.
But Craig Darcel, this character, is like Kevin Lyons, has been part of Colette family for many years. We have done many work projects together. And this project with IKEA started before we announced we were going to close. And with IKEA, any project will take minimum 3 years, I think, to happen. I didn't know that back in the days, and actually I contacted them for our 20th anniversary to try to do something together. So at Colette, we had some IKEA basic furniture, and we had artists who came in the gallery space to paint them, and it was a really, really fun project. But then the discussion continued, and I didn't want to do just Colette against this Blue Dot, so suggested to Craig Darcel, because we both could immediately imagine his character as a doll, and then we worked through the basic of IKEA and to give them this twist, which would be Colette Touch, and it came out last year. And we jumped to Sakai pop-up shop because in Paris, we had this great relationship with Chitose. I will always remember the first time I went to Sakai showroom and to see there is something new. This brand is really, really strong. Is different and will go far. And for many years, Colette was the only shop in Paris to sell Sakai. She didn't need to do a fashion show. She didn't have a PR. And we sold it very well because it was the right clothes. You try it, you want to, and we did. I was very touched that she asked me to help for this pop-up in Paris. We did collaboration with French brands like APC, Petit Bateau, Hervé Chapelier, and she had this collaboration with Gel Shop for the design of the space, and it was a very nice project.
Fantastic. So, Sarah, what's so interesting is that while major brands are calling upon you for help and for your creative thinking and your ideas, of course, you are rather anonymous in this process. You have made a very obvious choice to stay in the background and not be upfront in it. Can you talk a little bit about why that is?
No, it's super important. I never like to be on the front, and especially now with this new company where I help project. It's not about me, it's about the brands I will work with. And that's I'm here to give a perspective from outside, to give some inputs. And I think many brands are too busy with all the content they need to do all the time. And I think they appreciate to have fresh ideas from me, but after they will adapt these ideas with their own process, their own way of working. And I'm here just to pass, and not like I used to do with Colette, a project from the beginning to the end and participate to everything. With the brands I work now, I'm from outside, and I'm very happy to stay in the shadow, even if I help to create some connection to have these things move on.
Well, Sarah, in the world, all businesses are feeling a great sense of challenge today to be relevant and so forth. And you've been such a great collaborator for major fashion brands and discovering new fashion brands and new creators. I have to ask this question because I'm involved in it too, but is fashion still relevant?
No, I think right now everybody asks themselves lots of questions. But yes, for me, fashion will still be relevant. It's a way, first, it's a form of art for me. Like there is creativity in fashion, like you can find in art, in music, in photography. And yes, there is lots of lessons to learn. It started, I think, already in the last years to question the way fashion works, the fashion weeks, the fashion system. But at the end of the day, we still need to get dressed every morning, and the way what you wear express a lot. So yes, for me, fashion is still relevant. It will have some things are changing and will continue to change, hopefully. But I think so. And I would be, can I ask you the same question? What do you think?
Yes, and I think that I am fortunate to have entered a new phase in my creative career. You know Mr. Yanai, and you know the organization. I didn't realize what a change my mindset. I have this phrase I use a lot. You have to unlearn to learn again. And so for me, as a creative director, having to look at fashion and look at aesthetics and look at design and look at business through a completely different lens. I worked a lot on exclusivity, and that was fun. But now when people ask me, and I'm trying to answer your question as short as possible, Sarah, so forgive me. What do you do now, John? What's your job now? And I say my job is to bring the highest possible quality of experience to the greatest number of people in the world. And that means value, and values are very important, but value. So my lens towards style or fashion starts with respect everyone from the beginning. Made for all is our philosophy. So we have to bring quality and bring that sense of style and quality together, but for everyone. So that makes me have to look at the world in a slightly different way. But culture, style, concept, all adds to fashion, and it is an art form. And I do think it's an important art form that happens to drive a lot of business as well. So my view has changed towards fashion a lot, but I enjoy it immensely, and I enjoy being inspired by all the typical people that we look at in the world, but my entry point into it is now very, very different. This made for all has been a very liberating thing. It has forced me to look at the world in a very different way, which I'm so happy to be going through this experience. Sarah, of course, everyone used to, I hope they stop asking you this now, but everyone was asking you, do you miss it? Do you miss it? Do you miss it? Do you miss the store? And of course, your office is on top of what was the store, right? So it's very close for you. You know, you walk down the same street and you go up the, so forth. But your answer was really interesting. I saw somewhere you said, I don't miss it at all. I don't miss the store, but I miss the gallery. I miss the art gallery. Tell me why. Why is it that part that you miss so much?
If you think about it, for 20 years, we had a new exhibition in the gallery space every month. I loved the process to look for the artist, to meet the artist, to invite him in the space, and to see what he would do within this space and how each exhibition would be different. We would take off the previous show on the Saturday night, paint white or other color if the artist would pick something else on the Saturday night, meet on the Sunday morning at 10 a.m., have one day to install, on Monday morning, open the shop with a new exhibition. And I love the interaction with the artists, to work on the exhibition, and sometimes to try to have publish a little fanzine, catalog, postcards, some little souvenir. And I think art is so important in our life for the emotion. And our little gallery space, it was not like an art gallery, it was in the middle of this shop. But with time, more and more, I started to ask the artist, start from the gallery space, but you can use this wall here, and you can use this wall here. And if you want to do a window, you can. Slowly but surely, they had more and more space to work, to take inside Colette. And no, that's true. There was a great gratification to introduce an artist, to have some people who would come at Colette and discover an artist, fall in love with, and follow his work after. And no, it's true. I miss this part, and I will try in my project in the future to find again this process.
You would often send me an email and say, John, I don't know if this artist is relevant for you or not, but you should know who this is. And you would send me these names, and then I'd, of course, obviously immediately go look up this artist and try to meet this artist and so forth. And, for me, we forget the power of art sometimes because we confuse it with commerce. And there is commerce, of course, in it. But for me, the role of the artist, and then when I think about the young ones that you discover and give them an opportunity, it's so important. And I think about the power of the artist. I mean, an artist to me, their skill, their ability is to see things that we don't see, that we normal people just don't see. Artists have a way of creating emotions and helping us find emotions that we don't even know we have until we are forced to react to something. And art has that very special role. And I think sometimes people can be very cynical about it and say it's all about commerce, but it's really the purest source of inspiration for me, that to really see something, see the world in a way that I just didn't know that was the way, that someone could see it. So I agree with you. I mean, I miss your gallery too, by the way. So Sarah, both of us, you stopped at the height of the popularity of this iconic brand in Paris to do this extraordinary consultancy, to follow up, on your dreams and everything. And I think that many young creative people or people who may be listening in don't really maybe understand how they can evolve. What is the importance of evolving? Because within the 20 years of Colette, you kept evolving Colette, but now you've taken even a bigger step. So what is this? What are your thoughts about evolving as a person, as a creator, as a business person?
Difficult, but for me it has to be organic. We evolved without thinking about we have to evolve, and it's a little contradictory. I would say we need to have goals, we need to have some values, you need to create your own path, but then life is stronger and there is some accidents and they can be positive, and you have to first believe in yourself and you have to do what you want. I think that's very important, and you will evolve naturally. My philosophy, it has to be very organic, to not think too much about it, to not be too impatient. It will take the time it takes, but for me, that's my way of thinking.
Several key thoughts in what you just said. It will take the time that it takes. And I'm sure when you interview young people, many of them will say to you, when you say, what do you want to do in your life? Or what do you want to do in your career? They'll say, oh, Sarah, I just want to do what you do. You know, and then they may be 23, 25 years old. So that idea that it will take the time that it takes. Can you talk a little bit about that?
No, I think it's very important to find yourself, to build, to do things, to not wait or whatever. But when you say young people, I always, I'm a little scared also when it's they think like their life or their career will change with one post on social media. And I have a little of this. Can you share? And I'm happy to do it because that's transmission, information, that's how it works. But they should, most important, maybe it's, I'm not sure if I'm right, but to not look for the approval of other people, but they just have to create, find people to share with, but it has to be real. It's not in our world, everything goes so fast with social media, and I think it's more the human to try to find a space, even if it's in the street, to explore and to find what makes what you believe in not necessarily different, but even if I think it's important to bring something a little unique, like you say, a new way. Art is a way to escape from reality and through your anything, through fashion, through to find what makes it your vision unique. And
you said, of course, the magic words for eternity is you must find a way to do what you want to do. Now, of course, that holds true for probably all of us, right? But how do you know what you want to do?
It's I'm not, because I've been very lucky, and I've been always free to do what I want to do. And I know it's not as easy. I know it's not as simple. But I think even if you have inspiration, even if you have to learn a lot, you have to educate yourself, and I believe in this magic star, which tells you what you should pursue, and maybe you will realize at some point it's something else, and that's okay. What is important is to express, to try, and I think it will naturally, your path will be in front of you. But I know it's maybe not as simple. But I want to believe in. I think of a certain karma.
Well, Sarah, it's one of the things that's so interesting in my career is that I live in Tokyo, New York, and Portland. So I live in different cultures and different societies, and I live and work in all those cities. And sometimes we take things for granted. So as an American, I'll use words like inspire, which actually doesn't exist in Japanese. I remember when I opened the office in Wieden Kennedy in Tokyo back in '98, I talked a lot about dreams. Well, my filter, my thought, my definition of a dream was, oh, it's something that I don't have today, but if I really work hard, if I really work at it, it might happen. It might become reality. In some cultures, that's not true. Their definition might be, I don't have it today, and I'm sorry, John, I will never have it. So I think that understanding cultures is really one of the great things about what you did. It was a store, but quite frankly, it was much more than that. It was a cultural exchange. And what you're doing now with your ideas, just an idea, is like you are traveling the world, creating these cultural exchanges, creating empathy and sympathy for different ideas. Have you looked at it this way? Have you considered it this way? And so forth. I'm sure there's for the lack of a better words, a high and low culture, which almost doesn't even exist today. But that ability for what you created. So Sarah, this has been incredible for me to listen to some of these ideas, for me to put you on the spot and say, is fashion relevant anymore? Or what is an idea? This has been great fun for me. I hope it's been fun for you as well. I wanted to share with the audience that Sarah and I will be happy to answer questions if you send them by text. And you should go to uc-2020.com and ask your questions, and they'll be posted. And Sarah and I will put some extra time in this. We didn't want to interrupt our discussion and try to take away from the other speakers today. So we thought we'd give it much more care if we could answer the questions via social media for you. And so, Sarah, this has been an amazing treat for me. Thank you so much. Thank you for helping out Unexpected Connections.
Thank you so much, John. It has been a great pleasure, and I can't wait to meet again in person. And of course, I can't wait to reply all the questions you may.
So thank you to our audience. Thank you so much for listening in this morning, and we look forward to your questions. And thank you to Unexpected Connections for this opportunity.
Thank you very much.
We hope that you got as much out of that conversation as we did. I know that Eugene and I are sitting here just sort of reflecting on everything that John and Sarah have said and really feeling like that's something we're going to have to go back through for a rewatch. We'd like to just remind you that you can donate at uc2020.com. Donations right now are at over 3,600. So thank you to everyone who has donated already. And we would like to remind you that we are supporting charities providing COVID-19 relief efforts and supporting the Black Lives Matter movement. They are Inner City Arts, Black Lives Matter, Artist Relief, the Loveland Foundation, Doctors Without Borders, MBK Alliance, World Central Kitchen, House of Ruth, and Black Visions Collective. You can check the @Unexpected Connections Instagram for more content and also ask upcoming speakers questions on our website, uc-2020.com. Our next segment coming up shortly features chef and author Kristen Kish and entrepreneur and retailer James Whitner.
So for those of you unfamiliar, Kristen Kish was born in South Korea and adopted into a family in Kentwood, Michigan. From an early age, she showed an affinity for cooking. It was her mother who encouraged her to head to culinary school, and after attending Le Cordon Bleu in Chicago, she quickly made inroads in the world of food and beverage, including a stint at Michelin star chef Guy Martin's Sensing and Barbara Lynch's Stir Chef de Cuisine. Kristen would later compete on Bravo's Top Chef Season 10, where she won the coveted title, becoming the second female chef to win the prestigious competition. Currently, Kristen is working with the Seidel Group on Arlo Grey, which reflects on her playful yet refined cuisine, pulling inspiration from French and Italian cooking with the nostalgia of dishes from her upbringing.
Kristen is also sharing today's segment with James Whitner, who was born and raised in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. James ventured into real estate shortly after graduation, and in 2005 launched his first streetwear boutique in Charlotte, North Carolina. Since then, his retail business has grown to 17 locations. along with multiple retail concept spaces that include a boutique hotel, restaurant, and cafe. James also owns and operates the Whitner Group, which acts as the consulting, creative, and design arm for the retail business and other entrepreneurial endeavors. He is responsible for design, building, social media, and marketing for all retail and retail experience concepts, including Alma Manier, Social Status, APB, Prosper, Social Works, the list goes on. We're really excited to have James and Kristen with us now to talk about the importance of supporting your local spot. So let's go over to them.
How's it going, guys? I'm very excited to get this going. I think this, for me, was very much a representation of sort of the essence of the original Unexpected Connections of 2018, where it was really bringing together people from different walks of life. And I think you guys are, in many ways, a representation of that. And today's topic is really about supporting your local spot. And I know we've seen a lot of things happen in the last 3, 4, 6 months. And for us, it's looking to see what comes out of this. And for both you guys, you run businesses that really reflect on the local community. And I really want people to kind of understand what's it like in your shoes right now, and also the importance and the value of that face-to-face interaction. So the thing I want to start off with is, for you guys, what were some of the earliest moments you had with going to like a local spot or interacting with someone at a restaurant or at a retailer? Maybe we're gonna start with you, Kristen.
Yeah, I mean, I've had different iterations. You know, I've been part of smaller city communities of restaurant groups and everything. And I think for me, obviously, now that we see restaurants pulling the kitchen into the dining room and making it one cohesive experience, the cooks and the people in the kitchen are no longer hidden people, right? We get to see our guests, the guests get to see us, and it brings a vulnerability and an honesty. And for me, that's something that I love to be a part of, and I also like to be a consumer of. You know, when I moved to Texas, never have ever been there, and then here I am opening a restaurant in Austin, is the best thing about it was the second it was kind of this made public information, the amount of like the small urban farms that would start to reach out, and these experiences that I knew existed, but I didn't know that were going to kind of engulf me into this community. It all of a sudden started to happen. And for me, that was probably that feeling of having a sense of belonging in a place that maybe you never really even recognized yourself as feeling like you could belong. And those people just kind of wrapping their arms around you, that moment and like that instant of second is, I mean, I'm getting the goosebumps thinking about it all over again. It's humbling, it's heartwarming, it is encouraging, and it's something that I continue to try to pay forward as well.
Yeah, what about you, James? Especially since a lot of the retail concepts you guys run is really dependent on that face-to-face interaction.
No, I think early on, I think coming from a small town, it was one of those things where I was trying to get the ideas that I had in my mind out, and I needed to go around different places in the world, to kind of get confidence that the ideas that I had in my head would make sense to other people, and they just weren't things in my head, right? And the thing that I learned in getting those ideas out was the value of the face-to-face interaction, and then bringing those things home. You understand that how important they mean to the community, because coming from small places, people don't have a lot of things to grab onto. So when you bring something unique and different back to small places and then even bigger places, it seems they cherish them even more. And to Kristen's point, that's the thing that gets us excited, gets me excited. When you have something in your head and you think it can work, and then you present it to the world, and they're as equally as excited as you are about that.
Yeah. But there's one thing that, Kristen, you mentioned that I actually think is relevant to both you. It's when you announced something in Austin, you had a lot of people kind of reach out from the local community. And this is one thing, you know, James and I kind of share a background in streetwear. And one thing I'm curious is that how important is it to have that local synergy, to have a jumping off point? And, you know, to look at James's examples, like having a local store to support a local brand before it goes, you know, to the, to a bigger audience, maybe nationwide or worldwide. How do you guys look at that sort of connection with others and like creating that sort of small economy with whether it's a local farm or a local brand?
I mean, it's absolutely necessary for survival, really. I mean, there's no way you can sit on this island by yourself. You can be the greatest chef, you can be the greatest entrepreneur, you can be the greatest anything, but without community backing, without feeling like you are part of something as a whole, as a bigger entity than whatever, a restaurant or a retail store is, without that, we are nothing. And you can scale it all the way down without the cooks in my kitchen, without our team, without our low grade family, I am nothing. And so all these things kind of continuously feed one another in order to make us all kind of hopefully grow up together and figure it all out as a team. But alone, it makes no sense. We are nothing without it.
Yeah. Do you have anything you want to add to that, James?
No, I could echo without team. The biggest thing I think I heard, the biggest message I think I heard her say is, as you scale anything or as you start to bring anything together, you need the community. But as much as you need the community, your team is as equally important. As we've grown, I used to say to myself, forever it was a team of three. Eugene, you remember when I was small and I used to come to Hong Kong and spend time with you guys. It was just me just trying to figure it out. And now my team is 200. So without those guys caring as much as I care, then there is no me. So I share that thought process.
Yeah. And how do you guys look at the value of these sort of face-to-face interactions? I think that there's this belief that perhaps, things are just going to go touchless, contactless. And I think that for me personally, I kind of want to push against it because I do believe that, especially in Hong Kong, where we have had the opportunity to kind of go out and interact face-to-face kind of pre-COVID, you realize what you were missing. And for you guys, have you looked at this time and reflected on the types of businesses you want to run coming out of this whole pandemic?
Absolutely. For me, I think it's impossible to have a touchless world. As much as digital is important, the interaction and the balance between digital and physical is very important because I think long before COVID, retail, restaurant, lifestyle experiences were all merging into one. And how we enjoyed those minutes and engaged within all those different things, from like food to retail to like socializing, all those things were starting to melt into one, at least in our world. Hence is why we operate Amaminier Eats, which is restauranting or cafe eating and retail, and then Amaminier Living with boutique hotel and retail. Like all those things in my mind begin to be one big experience to me. So I think coming out of COVID, those things will be more important for the people who like we all yearn for interaction. It's just the right interaction.
What about you, Kristen?
I mean, yeah, the restaurants in general are, many industries, but restaurants are going to change. They're going to look different. There's going to be a completely different model. However, that interaction is still going to have to exist. It not only, if there's anything that it's reminding me of is that, obviously I got into cooking because I wanted to cook. I've stayed in cooking because I love to cook for other people. And that moment of you don't have to watch someone eat in like a weird way, but like to be able to know that food is going to hit that table and you can go out and talk to somebody for 2 seconds. That's all it takes. That is the reason why I cook. At home, like I'm literally cooking every day and I'm not nearly as thrilled about it as I am cooking for other people. So it's going to change, but I 100% agree. And I am confident that interaction, we will find new ways to encourage it and envelop it and develop it and grow it into whatever it needs to look like as we move forward.
What have you guys learned the most about yourself, whether it's personal or professional, in the last, 3 months, 6 months, since everything sort of kicked off?
I think for me personally, it's always been about pushing yourself, continuing to push yourself and knowing that you can't settle for where you are. Like I live in the thought process of either you need to evolve or things will evolve you or you'll get left behind. So I've always tried to be intentional about looking forward and looking for different ways to change and push the boundaries of next. So I think that's always been a part of who I am and who I've been. But I think over the last 3 months, I've begun to understand how important it is and how blessed I am to have this way of thinking.
You know, I think for me, the biggest thing that I've learned is that for so long, for a very long time, I've kind of struggled with this idea of self-worth and who am I to have and have not the things that I have and have not, and like all this stuff and the opportunities. And for me is that my worth was always placed on being busy. My worth was always placed on like doing this job and giving and giving and giving and doing and moving so fast that my head can't keep up. And the biggest thing that I learned is that in this moment where everything is kind of forced to be slightly more still, the important things are rising to the surface. So when all those things rise to the surface, you can give those 100% of your time as opposed to giving 100% of your time to a bunch of other things that perhaps don't even deserve it. So in this time, the important things have shown themselves and made me realize where my focus needs to be in order to concentrate the work that has to be done.
Yeah. And then as we see I mean, the one thing that I've looked a lot at is just this notion that Amazon started eating the world. And as they sort of get this touch point on everything, what do you guys think you offer in terms of what you guys do that is in some ways a protection against, you know, just going the very impersonal route of just going online?
I think it's what you've heard so far, right? I think understanding who we both are, it was kind of genius that you guys partnered us together, because I think we both have a unique way of approaching the things that we love and approaching our passion. Passion can't bleed through online transactions. I think the value that you get with both of us is we offer experiences, and I'm sure a personal energy that's contagious. I think one thing about face-to-face experiences is you get a chance to bring all of someone's senses to life. You can't do that with online transactions, and you can't have the level of you don't get the level of community and camaraderie. It's just so many interpersonal things that you get when space and experience is curated the right way. And I think for both of us, I think it sounds like we're both committed to those things, and I think that's the big thing that separates us between a lot of the companies that are being eaten up by Amazon.
You know, it's one of those, I mean, just today, so we live in New York City, and going to the grocery store has been this thing that has carried a lot of fear for a long time. And so we're just now starting to get to the grocery store and go to the Whole Foods around the corner and all that stuff. And the thing that I was most excited about is like even just small little interactions that normally we maybe would have pushed aside during another time. But we were in the grocery store, and this girl was like kind of standing next to the pomegranates, holding the pomegranates, kind of just being like, and she was asking the guy at Whole Foods, you know, how do I know which one's the best one? And I'm standing there and I'm like, okay, normally I probably would have just kept on going, and, you know, people are busy and whatever. But I stopped for a second, and there was about a 1 minute interaction about talking about how we know our pomegranates are ripe. And so it was me, the Whole Foods guy, and then the woman buying the pomegranates. And it was just this it felt good. It was calm. It carried a lot of positivity. It just felt good because we've all been missing it. And I think now we, even more so recognize how important those face-to-face interactions are, whether it be business or personal.
Yeah. No, very good point. Very good point.
Yeah. I mean, I will never look at a pomegranate the same way. Like, I love them.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a lot of value to what you guys bring in terms of being that educational layer, because, you go to a shop, retailer, hotel, you go to a hotel and you ask the locals, like, where's the best spot? And they're not going to give you any BS. It's kind of like they live and work in the area, right? I think there's definitely a lot of value in terms of that. And for you guys coming, in terms of this, do you think that those that will kind of see their way through these challenges will actually come out stronger because they've kind of honed in on their product and made it made it much clearer what their value is. And I think this is sort of what I've looked at a lot is this is sort of in many ways kind of coming into the pit, and it's a very challenging time for a lot of people, but people like yourself seem to have an ability to kind of hone in on what you guys do well and trim the fat, as they say. Like, I mean, there's a lot of kind of psychological trauma that comes with all the stuff that's happened, and what are your guys' perspectives on kind of needing to make difficult decisions at this point in time?
I think as go ahead.
No, go, please.
Okay. As we're talking about how Arlo Gray needs to look during this time, and like the different waves of how we're supposed to figure this out, is that the biggest thing that I'm gathering from all of this time and the difficult and hard decisions that need to be made is that I am now seeing things in a more, I guess, willingness to open my mind a little bit more to see how perhaps a business can be run. And so now we're being educated every single day just by being like, okay, well, option A is no longer an option. So what is your B, C, D, E, F, and G, and all the way down to Z, and understanding what that all looks like. And what we're learning is that, or particularly what I'm learning is that I'm seeing what it feels like to look at business and opportunity in a different way. It's fascinating. It's hard because now you're admitting like, okay, I was a stubborn ass before. And now I'm admitting like, okay, yes, Kristen, like take a step back, see what it's like, and also learn from other people.
What about you, James?
No, I think for me, it's I've always approached our business through the mentality of bootstrapping. Like I've never had investors or I never had any outside money or any like outside help. So it was always in the beginning coming up and figuring out how to conserve and what is the most efficient and effective way to do things. And then obviously once we got into years later and had budgets to be able to do things, we were able to get more creative and do more things out of like just more wanting than needing, right? So the idea of needing to make the hard decisions, it's almost just about remembering the days where we didn't have as much budget as we have now, and we didn't have as much resources, and figuring out how to get as savvy as we were kind of then until we understand what the new normal is, if that makes sense.
Yeah. This is a question that's I think been weighing on my mind for a while, especially looking at both the world of streetwear, retail, as well as food, is that obviously there's a very strong segment of people of color, Black people, brown people that work in your guys' industries. How important is it to make sure that they're taken care of in these times, and making sure that they're supported in hopes that when things kind of pick back up, then you guys will be able to hit the ground running with your teams and whatnot?
Yeah, Kristen, you want to go first?
Yeah, I mean, kind of. I will fully admit I'm learning a whole hell of a lot of what it means to be an ally and what it means to support and how best to do that. And I mean, there are so many various ways that everyone is kind of reteaching and kind of reinvigorating what it looks like to them. For me now going back into Austin, and for so long that in my brain, it was like, okay, well, we don't see color, we don't see gender, we don't see sexuality, we don't see all this stuff. But there is this other extra layer that is now a responsible thing to say, is to say, yes, I see all those things. It is not in a bad way. And now it's recognizing and noticing it and paying attention. So I have an obligation to pay attention more to our team members that are part of the Black community, to the farmers that are part of the Black community within Austin and beyond. And it's now a responsibility and a more focused train of thought, I guess, if that makes sense. Because before it was like you felt wrong for noticing, but now it's like you should notice so you are able to do better.
No, and good point. And I can add on that for us, it's really always been about, like, as a Black entrepreneur walking in rooms is the only Black guy in a room, especially in an industry full of, I guess, from a consumer perspective, tons of Black people, right? But when you start walking in a lot of corporate rooms, there isn't a lot of us. So I've always tried to go back and build our company in a way that where we kind of offer people an opportunity to learn and grow and be better, right? So I think that's always been a part of who we are now. But to Kristen's point, I had to say to myself, I need to be a little more intentional around checking where everyone on our team is in their individual personal growth, because I'm so far along. I've been in this journey for 15 years now, so I kind of understand what's happening. But I sometimes take for granted that some people on our team has only been in this. Some are very new, some is a year, some 2, 3, 4, 5, and regardless of time, people process things different emotionally. So I've had to learn that I need to be there for different people in different ways, if that makes sense, and kind of meet them where they are.
Yeah, no, those are great answers. I think that for me, I mean, I might be a little bit more similar to Kristen, is that there's so many things to learn, you know, and especially we're kind of half a world away in Hong Kong and Asia. It's like there's a lot of things that we're trying to pick up, because we see these, everyone sort of has different experiences, and being very sensitive to that and understanding how to best work with people, I think it's going to be really critical moving forward. And you know, I appreciate.
I think we're all just gonna pay attention to one another just a little bit more, which at the end of the day is probably is something that should have already been happening. But people are more focused and I guess more in tune and more intentional, like James was saying.
Yeah.
Well, and to your point though too, Kristen, I think you said something very interesting when you said, I think there's something to be said for being open-minded enough to not see gender, color, because when you get to that place, I think at some point, I want to believe that you understand your privilege, right? But it usually takes people who've gotten that far, who really function that way. I think have probably been through things personally in their life to help get them there. I don't think it's very easy for people to get there where they don't see those things, if that makes sense. A lot of people say it, but not a lot of people are really there.
Yeah, I mean, because for so long in our industry, you know, obviously women in the kitchen and being part of the LGBTQ community, especially women in the kitchen, it's like, okay, now you are taught, like, one, you have to be intentional about the women coming to apply for you and showing up for them. And it's about, I mean, whoever you are, whatever you are, at the end of the day, I was looking at a skill level and the right person for the right job, which, yes, is one thing, but now there's another layer that's going to get added onto it. And I think it's been an eye-opening kind of experience for me, because I thought, oh, you know, like, it's cool. Like, I accept and I love and whatever everyone for who they are. But it's been a journey. And I think the greatest thing that has come out of it for me personally is the willingness and openness, I guess, and the realization of how much more I have to learn.
I'm curious for you guys, what value do you guys see in having this movement around owner-operators? For example, people that you can directly interface with the person that owns the brand or the restaurant or the company. And do you think that there's a movement around that becoming the types of businesses we want to support as a culture and society?
I damn sure hope so. I mean, I think the value is there because the integrity is there, the passion is there. I mean, listen, take me out of it. I'm a passionate person, right? And this is, I've obviously had the previous interactions with Kristen, but it bleeds. Like, you can hear her passion when she talks about it. You don't get that all the time from people in big companies. Very rarely do people bleed the ethos of a big brand. When you have owner operators, you get to see it all. Most of us lay it all out there. So I hope the consumer understands and takes pride in our passion.
I mean, going out to the dining room is one of those things that is just as exciting for me 5 years ago as it is now. Like being able to go just talk to someone. We don't have to talk about food. We don't have to do anything. And then also getting my team to go out there, to step outside of the kitchen and just push them and encourage them to go out there and feed the people that they're feeding. It is just as educational and beneficial for us as it is, hopefully, probably it's more beneficial for us than it is for the guests to see us. And it reminds us why we do what we do.
I have a handful of user submitted questions that we're gonna go to. Just give me a second. Just give me one second.
James, is your Houston shop back up? Open?
It should be back up Monday. I'm so excited to get it back going with everything that's been happening. I've been trying to be sensitive to all the protests and movements that are happening and give everyone enough time to kind of breathe. And I'm going to take the temperature of our team again tomorrow, but the overall plan is to be. How's everything been with you guys in New York?
I mean, New York is definitely a powerful place that you can just feel right now. I mean, we live in an area where a lot of the protests either start or begin. So we were walking home and there was another march happening, and just like, again, goosebumps, just like seeing it and like feeling that thing we were talking about, feeling what's happening is so important and necessary to understand the enormity and, severity of what's happening and why things are happening. And, I think when I go back to Arlo Gray in Austin, I'm getting in my car. I'm going to go get it washed. It's been sitting there for a very long time, and I'm going to drive to Houston because I was reading all about your shop in Houston, and I'm super excited.
Oh no, please! I mean, I would love to do something in try to figure out how to infuse what we do together and create a moment. I think obviously I think we have an opportunity to create something special if you have time and when you have time.
100%, absolutely.
Eugene, you see what you're putting together here? We thank you for this in advance.
I'll have to fly out for that, but things are cool. But Kristen, the first question from Will in New York, he's asking, how is your personal story and the experience represented in your restaurants and your dishes?
Oh God, that's a big question, Will. So Will from New York, everything about Arlo Gray, from the name, which is what I've named my first child, to the water glass and the coffee mugs that kind of remind me of my dad. Corrugated, he was a packaging engineer and corrugated materials growing up, and all the little things of the Korean Cinderella being told in the restrooms, as my mom would always read me when I was young. My personal notebooks, the food pulling from my childhood and upbringing in Michigan, but being a Korean adoptee and sort of loving and kind of not understanding Asian food and what that all came out to be. I mean, it is everything. Every ounce of who I am is pushed into that restaurant, which hopefully makes it great, but it's also a really scary thing when someone says they don't get it and they're like, oh shit, well, maybe they don't just get me, but that's okay. But there's everything about who I am that shines through, from the bathrooms to the food to the water glasses.
Nice. This next question is for you, James. How have you been able to identify and harness culture to incept your business concepts? If I understand the question,
you know what?
Yeah. I think it's along the lines.
I think
we keep talking over each
other.
Go ahead.
Sorry. No, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, I think the question from Chloe from California is, how do you kind of identify culture and then turn like movements within culture into businesses, viable businesses?
Good question, Chloe. I think it's one of those things just about being. My favorite word is intent, and I got a couple other buzzwords that I use constantly, but intention is one of them. I'm always intentional about taking in what I'm experiencing, when and why, and then trying to recreate those experiences for others if I feel strongly enough about them. So the thing that I've always been really mindful of doing is trying to live as much as I can and understand the things that I get excited about, and figure out how that works within the rhythm of what I'm doing and what we're doing for our brands, and then infuse those things in. So it's an easy answer. It's just getting out there, and I think it was one of the comments I made early on. It's just having the confidence to actually take the leap once you feel something, to see if others will love it.
Got it. Thanks for that. Next question is to you, Kristen. You mentioned wanting to travel to Korea after winning Top Chef. Did you take that trip? If so, what was the largest takeaway personally and professionally as a chef?
That's a question that I've probably asked more than what my name is. It is a question that carries a short answer for in the big picture of things, but a emotional answer. So the answer is no, I have not gone. The journey of being, I guess, an adoptee and recognizing what that carries and what it actually means has been this thing that has been a roller coaster for me. At 16, I got my papers of of all the stuff and the records, I guess, that they hold back from you when you're adopted. And then at 18, I was like, yes, I'm going to go. And then, I started working. I wasn't making a lot of money. I didn't have time to go. And then Top Chef happened. And it was like, okay, now I have this moment to actually go. And I said it out loud. And in that moment, I was still ready for it. And then I don't know, I know what happened, but I don't know what happened at the same time, is that the reasons of why I was going to go started to change. And now is this me making excuses as to why I don't want to go? And I keep continuously allowing myself to accept the excuses. I don't know. But right now, I don't feel that it would provide me any fullness or a sense of feeling more whole than I already do right now. So I will go eventually, but not right now. Yeah. There's a lot of things and a lot of opening of cans of worms that I don't know if I'm quite ready yet for.
The last question is for you, James. What needs to happen in this country to realize systemic change? How optimistic are you that this week represents progress?
Ooh, that's a really good question. There's so many different places. I think accountability is a big one, right? But that's just one part of it. It's a mixture of accountability, and also people have to show when they're not getting accountability. People have to be willing to protest. I think the biggest thing that I've seen, not just in the U.S., but in Hong Kong and around the world, when people aren't satisfied with their treatment by institutions, the only thing you can do is use your voice. And if you don't use your voice, then things will never change. So peaceful protest is probably the best way to go. I think we're a long way away from change, but I think if you take the energy of youth culture and you infuse it with the wisdom of people who've been around and had experience engaging within the systems the right way, then you could get change. But we all have to be willing to go the long haul with protesting until we get to a place where we're comfortable, and we can't tire or become weary when things don't. We got to stay at it. We got to keep pushing, because this is going to be a marathon in the U.S. and outside of the U.S. It's never as easy as we would like it to be. So we just got to keep pushing.
Thanks for that. That was Sean from Long Beach. That's all I have for questions. I wanted to end it off on this. Did you guys have any questions that you wanted to ask each other that may have popped up?
When's the collab happening?
Yes. It seems like the collab is sooner than later. Now you're in Austin, I'm in Houston, so we owe each other a visit. So I guess you guys could you could look out for the collab, and Mayden will have all the information.
Yeah.
And
I look forward to it.
That's it.
And actually,
we'll do a team trip from Arlo Gray to you, and then you do a team trip to us, and that would be an amazing moment.
That's a deal.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, I appreciate
Thank
you guys'
you.
time. Yeah.
Well, I was going to say the same thing. I appreciate you guys.
No, you're on. Like, trying to catch that quick transition right there. It looks like we set a business deal in motion.
Yes.
Now, didn't we? Yeah. That was great. Thank you, Eugene. Thank you again to Kristen and James. That was really insightful. We would just like to remind you again that you can donate at uc-2020.com. We are supporting charities providing COVID-19 relief efforts and
No problem.
one technical difficulty here. I'm sorry if people can't hear us right now. I'm just gonna press on, hoping that you can hear me. We're supporting charities providing COVID-19 relief efforts and supporting the Black Lives Matter movement. They are Intercity Arts, Black Lives Matter, Artists Relief, the Loveland Foundation, Doctors Without Borders, MBK Alliance, World Center of Teachers, Cosmic Group, and Black Visions Collective. We have a code for the digital care package for the speaker upcoming with Rosenkranz, and it is City Quitters. CITYQUITTERS, and you can get that on our website by clicking on her bio.
So in our next segment,
Now, just wanted to remind you all that you can donate at uc-2020.com. We are supporting charities providing COVID-19 relief efforts and supporting the Black Lives Matter movement. They include Intercity Arts, Black Lives Matter, Artists Relief, the Loveland Foundation, Doctors Without Borders, MBK Alliance, World Central Kitchen, House of Ruth, and Black Visions Collective. We have a code for the digital care package for the upcoming segment with Karen Rosenkranz. You can find that by clicking on her bio on our website, and the password is City Quitters, CITYQUITTERS.
Eugene's going to give us a little bit more about Karen's background.
Yeah, so I'm really excited for this. I did an interview with Karen a few months ago, and it was honestly one of the most enlightening interviews that I've done in recent times, because she really provided insight.
Trevor. Sorry, more technical difficulties.
Yeah, so she provided a lot of insight into sort of the movement of people moving away from cities into small towns, and sort of the output and the psychological impact that has when you just have less financial pressure on you. So Karen's based in London. She's a trend forecaster, ethnographer, and author specializing in uncovering cultural changes to help clients design for the future. She spots shifts in behaviors, attitudes, and aesthetics. Her work ranges from big picture social trends to detailed color and material forecasts. And in her book, City Quitters, which Charisse just had up, it talks about what life is in sort of a rural setting and what it's like today with all the joys and challenges. And she provides a fresh look at the people and scenes thriving outside urban spaces, as the book gives insight into the lives of 22 people from 12 countries and 5 continents, all based in places with fewer than 10,000 inhabitants. Karen continues to explore how people create and work today, looking at changing definitions of success and new values emerging out of the current crisis. So we're excited to have Karen talking with us today about city quitting, and let's go over to Karen.
Hello. Hello from London. It's 1:30.
Don't have.
Sorry, go ahead.
Wait, sorry, I don't actually have audio for you right now. I can't hear you, but I'm going to let you go ahead and get started with your presentation while I troubleshoot audio on my side. So sorry, Karen. Please go ahead.
Okay, no worries. Well, it's 1:30 in the morning, but I'm very excited to be part of this event. I'm going to talk today about my book, City Quitters, which portrays creatives who move from the city to the countryside. And I'm going to share a couple of stories from the book with you, and also how the idea came about and the process of making it. I will also then afterwards, in conversation with Charisse, reflect on what this idea of post-urban life might mean in the context of the current pandemic, and how I think this trend will develop. Eugene already gave a great introduction, but just a bit more about myself. My background is in product design, and I'm a trend forecaster and ethnographer. And so I research cultural trends and design trends, and I help clients to understand new tendencies in people's behaviors and attitudes and in culture, and how to translate that into design or brand strategy. So I work either with consumer insight teams directly with companies, or design agencies, and also in trend forecasting services. And the observation of an emerging trend or an emerging new attitude was also what inspired me to make this book. It started a couple of years ago when a friend of mine, an amazing photographer called Stephen Gill, suddenly moved from East London to rural Sweden. And I was really surprised because his work to me was so inspired by urban life and the kind of really gritty sides of London. And I was just curious how his work is going to develop once he is in this new environment. And then I started slowly to see more friends doing the same thing. And they all left with the idea to protect their work or their creativity. It wasn't so much like, until then, I thought people move out of the city when they have a family and want a bit more quiet life, or they might move to the suburbs. But this was something new, that people were doing it for their work and for their creative kind of output. And another thing was that I was a bit frustrated with the portrayal of rural life in the media, which was overly romanticized and very nostalgic, and always had this very idealized concept of nature, especially on social media as well. And I thought there's an opportunity to challenge that, and not only visually, but also in terms of the narrative, kind of what are the challenges that people come up against, and what is life really like once you take that step. So I began to interview people with a focus on people in creative fields, and entrepreneurs, so people who set up a small business in rural locations. And I ended up with a collection of 22 stories across 12 countries, spread across 5 continents. And all of these people were based in places with fewer than 10,000 inhabitants, and they all have lived in big cities before. So the first story that I want to share with you today is from Hannah and Carla. They're 2 chefs and artists, and they moved from New York City to Hudson in upstate New York. And they didn't move because of the beautiful landscape that you can find in that area, but because of the community. And this quote from Hannah is really telling. The community in Hudson is all doers, whereas my community in New York was full of planners or talkers. And Hannah said that in New York City, people had to work 3 jobs to pay the rent. They had never had any free time to collaborate on other projects or to experiment on projects. And they found the community in Hudson to be very collaborative because people just had a little less financial pressure and more time to kind of help each other out. So they were also able to fulfill their dream and open a restaurant, which is called Little Deb's Oasis. And they did that from signing the lease to on the place to opening the restaurant. They did that within 4 months and opened the restaurant without any debt or investors, just with help from the community. So they had this kind of bartering deals going on where they would cook for people and they would come in for a day and help out. So they said this would have never been possible in New York City. And I also really love the aesthetic of their restaurant, which has this really fresh tropical vibe. So also something you wouldn't necessarily expect in a rural location. So they were really able to combine also their 2 practices or their 2 passions of food and art into this restaurant, because the restaurant is also a platform for performances. They do a lot of events in there and exhibitions. They're really active in the LGBTQ scene in Hudson, and lots of their staff are also artists. So they provide a platform for them to share all that in one space. The next story is quite a different one. If you go to the next slide. Thank you. It's about living in, back. Sorry. Living in nature in more harmonious way and in a mutually beneficial way. So this is Lynn, and she went through quite a radical transformation. She had this kind of typical agency party life, working 200%, deadline after deadline, and she gradually started to change that and was frustrated with that lifestyle. So she started to research more about food production, things like permaculture or the circular economy, and she was more and more rejecting the consumerist culture she was also part of. So she decided if she wants to do things properly and to be true to her values, she really needs to do it by herself. So she sold up her apartment in Amsterdam and set off alone in a van just with her dog, not quite sure where she ended up. And she settled in central Portugal in a very deep populated area where she built a simple house and where she lived off the grid. And she only found out after she had bought a piece of land there that there's already a really big eco-minded community in that area. And they've all been very supportive of her vision as well. So her idea is to build a test and demo ground for the topics of food, shelter, and well-being, and all within a circular economy. And she has also, with that group of people, set up a massive rewilding project in the area to bring back more biodiversity to the place. And she's holding workshops there so people can experience also this life for themselves. And she's really keen to kind of redefine what luxury means. I mean, in her case, it's also, of course, having access to beautiful nature and landscape, clean air and clean water, but also this sense of freedom and independence and being able to detach yourself from societal expectations. So also the way she works is very free and very intuitively guided. and not guided by deadlines as it was previously. The last story is based on the Mediterranean island of Sardinia. This is Kyra and Ivano. Kyra grew up in California, and she worked as a fashion and set designer, in fashion, not as a fashion designer, and set designer in New York. Ivano was born in Milan, and he comes from the world of graffiti and contemporary art. And they're two very metropolitan-minded people, and their friends were really shocked when they decided to quit the city and said, oh, you're never going to survive there, you're going to be so bored. But they said they really needed a break and have more space and time to calm their minds. And they have dedicated themselves to bringing the wealth of ancient crafts that still exist on the island of Sardinia to a contemporary audience. So they work with a lot of local artisans like shoemakers, people in pottery, carpentry, textiles. And there's a lot of amazing old techniques still present that are typical for the area. And they work and reinterpret them in a modern way. Their studio's called Preziada, and they really found a way to blend their urban experiences with the rural and mix the old with the modern and create something new and fresh out of this. On the next page, there's a great quote by Ivano, who says, cities are contemporary ghettos. I don't think you can grow as a human being if you're not talking to people that are different to you. And this is a really important sentiment that all of the people I spoke to mentioned, this idea of getting out of your bubble, because we always, of course, cities are very diverse, but we usually operate in this in these bubbles of just like-minded people, and we all have the same taste, we share the same views, same opinions. So this might seem scary when you move out of the city to a smaller town, but all of the people said it's actually quite refreshing and grounding to just speak to people with different backgrounds, different views. It's not always easy. It can be challenging and confronting, but it's actually a very healthy thing to be doing. And for those two, being in this new environment also really enabled them to find their own voice. They've been able to develop their own aesthetic without being constantly distracted by what everybody else is doing. And it also gave them an opportunity to balance their creative work, which happens mostly on laptops, with physical work like planting olive trees or building a dry stone wall, which they've been working on for a while. So I think this gives you a little insight into the book. And if you go to the next slide, I think the last one. Thank you, yeah. So you see, these are three very different stories. And just to summarize, to give you a bit of an overview of the other stories that are in the book, what are the main themes or the main motivations for people to leave the city? And they can be summarized under four kind of overarching topics, which are space, time, nature, and community. And apart from the last one, all these are very scarce and expensive commodities in big cities, but are abundant in the countryside. So space is obviously about, having more affordable space, maybe having a studio space. Depending on what your practice is, you might need a bigger physical space to produce work, to experiment. Also have access to less crowded landscapes, and also a little bit escape the monoculture and this kind of sameness that we see a bit in cities. There's a certain level of cultural saturation. So if you get out of that, you just get more headspace to think of new and more original ideas maybe. Time, so with less financial pressure, you hopefully have also a better work-life balance. You can slow down a bit, decelerate, and have more time for reflection and critical thinking, and also maybe be bored a little bit. It's, I think, something we're fighting so hard not to be, but it's actually essential for creative work. And nature is kind of an obvious one. People have always moved out of the city to be closer to nature, But I think especially now there's a growing desire to reconnect with nature, and maybe also during lockdown, people have engaged with nature in the new world and appreciate also the benefits that it brings for mental health, for example. And some of the people in my book also work directly with nature in natural resources. So with food, there's a couple in Oregon who work with forage ingredients, or other people who use the plants as ingredients in a skincare product. So it could also be a literal ingredient. And nature can also be a kind of guidance in terms of establishing a more healthy work rhythm. So you're more guided by the seasons and times of days, which we often forget completely in cities. And last one, community, maybe the most important one. People are able to organize themselves in smaller structures, collaborate more. There's a greater sense of autonomy and self-sufficiency, and people can really try out like different models of working and living together. There's currently, I see a lot of communal living concepts emerge in the countryside, which is super exciting. And it's also an opportunity to engage with the local community, with what is already there, and build bridges with these two different worlds, and make cultural work more accessible and bring it maybe to new audiences. So I hope this gives you a little bit of an overview of the book.
Thank you.
As Cherie said, these pages are also part of the digital care package, so you can also read the interviews at your leisure.
Thank you so much for going through these three very different stories, and also highlighting the main concepts in your book. And one thing interesting is that the book was published in 2018, so 2 years ago, and your job as a trend forecaster is to identify emerging trends and people's attitudes like before they become mainstream, right? But since the publication has been out for, and I was wondering if you've been continuing to observe city quitting and where you've seen it going.
I think the rural has definitely become part of the wider cultural conversation, and not just city quitting, but also just rural areas in general. And I want to stress that there are amazing projects in the initiatives in the countryside from people who never lived in the cities. I'm not suggesting that culture needs to be imported from cities, not at all. But it's definitely becoming a bigger theme now. And there's, for example, a big exhibition at the moment at the Guggenheim in New York, which is called Countryside, the Future, by Rem Koolhaas and AMO, his research practice. So I think there's a growing interest in the rural. And I think there's also a shift away from this binary idea that urban is progressive and the rural is conservative. I think that's no longer true. And I think increasingly we'll see the countryside as the place also where culture is created, and a very dynamic space as well. Maybe also to experiment with more radical ideas. And I think also we see more hybrid models where people combine cultural creative work and physical agricultural work. So for example, working on their laptops on a creative brief, but then also working on the land and growing food and kind of combining these two things in new ways.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting what you said about the definition of our terms and concepts. So it's just like the associations that we've always made with these words are kind of breaking down and rethinking themselves. And then I want to ask you, even more specifically, not just in the 2 years, but then in light of the last couple months with the COVID-19 pandemic, have you seen more people discussing it as like this very kind of pressing, important thing for them? One thing I told you when I was reading these stories is that, I think my response now is so different from 6 months ago.
Yeah, while it's been a growing trend for a while, the pandemic has definitely amplified the desire to leave the cities. For a lot of people. And I know, I read reports that searches for properties outside of cities are going up massively. I also anecdotally know of some people I'm in touch with that there have been a lot of requests. And it just had, I think the crisis has brought many problems to the fore that we have in cities, that they're overcrowded. Like density is, of course, a major problem in a virus situation. They're overpriced, they're polluted. The healthcare system is more easily overwhelmed. But it has also made us more aware of the things that enable a life away from the city. Things like remote working. I mean, this has been a huge test for so many more people that have not worked remotely before. It's become more mainstream. More employers can now imagine to allow this, at least partially. And of course, social media and the internet, we can feel connected and be part of something like this event, for example, also when we're physically apart. And yes, that was there before, but I think now it's become clearer to people that we can engage with culture wherever we are. And so, yeah, I think as tragic and as terrible as this pandemic is for so many people around the world, it also has created this opportunity, like a window for ideas that have been waiting to happen, to emerge more fully and maybe be embraced by a broader public. So in terms of city quitting, I think for people that have already entertained the thought, I think this might just give them the final nudge to actually do it.
Yeah, I mean, I think what is maybe a way to talk about it is that the pandemic, as you've said, just exposed things that were pre-existing. So whether those things were negative, things within our system that are broken, or positive, things such as like being able to do remote work, it's just that those things have been kind of brought to light over the past months. In general, a little bit away from city quitting specifically, but because it is, you are well versed in ethnography and just like observing how people are emotionally responding and then how that translates into decision making. What do you kind of expect people to be doing as a result of like their new emotions from these last couple of months? Like, how do you sort of look at the year ahead?
Well, I think a major point is that people have now really had the chance to reassess their priority. I think this enforced pause has enabled, if it was a pause, I'm totally aware that many people didn't have a pause at all, but if you were lucky enough to have a break now, I think people could really take stock of what is important. And I think many people do like their decelerated lives, realize actually what I had planned was a bit crazy. What I was trying to do was a bit too much. And many people enjoy a better work-life balance, maybe seeing their family more. They enjoy a more simpler, the simple pleasures, the simple interactions, and also consuming less. So I think it's been a really humbling experience that made people more grateful for what they have. So maybe they also realize what I have is enough. Maybe I don't need to chase this next level, next big thing. Maybe where I am is actually fine. And I think it will also make people look at what success is in a new way, especially in creative industries where we tend to glorify this hustle culture and working constantly. And I think more people will now come to question that.
Yeah, I mean, just personally, that really resonates with my own conversations I've had with peers. I think it's something I just want to acknowledge, which I think is kind of funny, is that, you're calling in from London and I'm calling in from Hong Kong, which are two of the largest global cities. And yet we're talking about your book titled City Quitters and this idea of city quitting. And I think I wanted to talk more about, what people are moving towards, not just what they're leaving behind. And you said one of the things is this adjustment to nature and rural areas. So do you think you could expand on that a little bit more?
I think we just crave nature more, also because of our digitally saturated lifestyle. If you spend the whole day in front of Zoom calls, you can really do with being outdoors for a while to kind of balance that out a little bit. And there's been a huge surge in interest in nature topics, like people listening to more podcasts about, astronomy, the plants that grow locally, bird watching. And it's probably the first time people engage with nature more deeply. And I think the benefits it has for mental health are just so huge. And I think it's really, I don't know, it can alleviate so much anxiety. So I think it's something that people really crave. And I think so. People are also in a kind of anticipation of maybe further lockdowns or even future pandemics, are now looking for places where they feel a bit less confined and less anxious.
Yeah. One thing, just what you were saying reminded me, as I think in the interview with Ivano and Kyer, they say how, if it's 45 degrees Celsius, you just physically can't do any work, and so it's this idea of when you're really in touch with nature and rural, your rhythm also changes. And it just was making me think about like the artificiality of the rhythm we have when we sit indoors in air-conditioned rooms. So last question for you before we move to Q&A from the audience. And this is a kind of broad, open question and is very personal, I think, but I was wondering, besides like observing external trends, personally, what hopes do you have for the future? And is there a direction that you want to see people move in?
Yeah, that's a big question. But I think if this pandemic has taught us anything, is that we need each other. The relationships we have, the communities we build are the most important thing. And in terms of quitting the city, I just hope to see more community-minded projects where people find new ways to, also work together, live together with people of different ages, different backgrounds, and kind of build a bridge between these two worlds. So that also means, like I said, this kind of idea of stepping out of your bubble of like-mindedness and out of your comfort zone. And one thing that might hold people back is the perception that provincial areas are less diverse and also maybe rife with right-wing ideology. But, I don't want to generalize. Many communities aren't like that at all. But I realize it can present a problem. So it does take courage. But I think we really, we have to reach out. We have to try and engage with people that are different to us and become a bit less tribal. If we just operate within our own circles, our own groups, we never change anything or, we never bring people closer together. And I also hope for young people who are maybe listening and just starting out in their creative careers, that they realize they don't necessarily need to be in big cities. They don't need to sacrifice quality of life. They can be part of the conversation wherever they are.
Thank you. Stay with us. We're going to transition to Q&A from Okay, so our first question is coming from George, and this is from Los Angeles. This person asks, based on your ethnographic research, how can communities thrive in ways that are less traditional? How might this impact sustainability in urban systems?
In urban? Sorry.
Yes, how might this impact sustainability in urban systems?
I don't know. I think, for example, I'm planning a documentary actually on this topic as well, and I'm still casting for stories. And I came across this project in Germany where artists are building a residency, and they were driven out of Berlin because it was too expensive. They wanted more space, but they also really have this idea in mind that they want to involve the local community. So I think it's that kind of thinking. They're also planting food. They're doing art. They're having residencies, but they also invite the local people who live there and really engage them. So I think these kind of concepts that are like merging different ideas and kind of bringing different communities together are really important.
Okay. This next question comes from Yong Ray in Singapore, and the question is, what are some works that has led or inspired you to new ways of thinking to help you make new connections and incite cultural change? So the question is, what are some So I think it's asking, what do you look at? Like, what is your habits of, well, my spin on this is like, what are your habits of reading or observing other people and cultural materials? And I mean, you mentioned the Guggenheim exhibit.
Yeah, I think before the pandemic, it was a lot of going out in London and just being out observing people, going to exhibitions, and that's all of that. But I think also just a lot of cultural exploration now happens online. I think. I mean, I got in touch with Eugene through Instagram, and that happened. So I think a lot of these things now happen online, although of course you have to be careful that again you're in your own bubble and it's not the real world, social media. So I think exhibitions, I mean in London we're really spoiled, so but also I'm more and more excited by stories I hear from that are not from cities, that like this project I just mentioned in Germany that people are doing and they're not in cities.
Well, I was just going to do a part 2 on that question. I'm wondering, is there anything, you mentioned you hope that young people will be inspired to reconsider, that their creative careers don't have to be in big cities. Is there like reading material or somewhere that you would encourage young people to kind of look that sort of way of thinking? There's a great website called Lecture in Progress, a London-based website. Is part of, as an often of its NICET. I don't know if people are familiar with that, but they are especially tailored to young and emerging creatives. I think that's a great resource. And I don't know, just reach out to people in your area and what there's so many little creative hubs emerging now in smaller cities, and I don't mean like completely in the countryside, but smaller towns, smaller villages that also have really amazing stuff happening. So I don't know. Now with all these restrictions, we just have to be a bit more creative and look what is available in our immediate surroundings. Yeah, I like that. There's no one answer that fits all, right? So we have one last question from our audience, and this is from Lila in Boston. And they ask, what were some of the biggest surprises that emerged from your research?
Good question. I don't know how the many different ways you can make this work. I don't know, there's not one way to kind of do this. And, it's also something I'm thinking about, should I do this and how would I do this? But I don't know, it's really, I think for most people, I found it's really liberating. It seems like a scary big step, but most people who do it are really then free to think in new ways and new directions, come up with new projects and brands and it's just really, really exciting. But it seems like I don't know, from a city perspective, it seems like a big, brave step. But I think it can be really transformative.
I wonder if I can kind of read the question and ask, before and put the book together, did you have these kind of expectations from the interviews? And then when you were really into it, did you feel like actually those expectations, these are not the answers I thought I was going to get?
I really couldn't hear you very well.
Sorry.
Can you repeat your question?
Yes. I was saying, I was wondering if I could kind of rephrase that question and ask you, before you even started doing the research on this book and putting it together, did you have expectations that were then you didn't know that you were going to find?
I think I didn't think that I would find so many amazing projects. I thought maybe this was just starting out and was just happening. And I found that, in the beginning, it was a lot more work to find these people, but now it's just more and more people doing it. But I was just it wasn't so much that I found something, oh, I didn't expect it, but it almost like I didn't expect it to be so amazing and to be such great projects out there, and so creative. So it was more that I found projects that are really, really cool. Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much, Karen. Shout out your book. I have it with me, which is, very happy to hold it in my hand. Where can they find City Quitters, Karen, if they're interested?
They can buy it on the publisher's website, which is Frame. That's the best way to buy it directly. They're based in Amsterdam. I'm in Europe, but it's also available on Amazon and in many bookstores. I think at the Guggenheim they have it as well.
Oh, the Guggenheim's great if you are able to access the Guggenheim. But yes, Frame.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, Karen, we're really happy that you were able to tune in so late at night in London in particular.
Thank you so much to Eugene and you both and everybody who put this together. It's been a pleasure to be part of this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Israel.
Yes.
No, just one.
What?
Hello, yo.
It's unmuted, right? We have to do the intro.
Yeah. Hey guys, how's it going? Hope you guys enjoyed that segment with Karen and Charisse. I think a lot of people have a lot to think about coming out of that talk, knowing where the future's going. And we also want to use this opportunity to remind you guys you can donate at uc2020.com. We're supporting charities providing COVID-19 relief efforts and supporting the Black Lives Matter movement. They include Inner City Arts, Black Lives Matter, Artist Relief, the Loveland Foundation, Doctors Without Borders, MBK Alliance, World Central Kitchen, House of Ruth, and Black Visions Collective. And for this upcoming discussion, if you guys have any questions, feel free to chime in on IG, drop us a message for any questions you may have. And you can check out uc-2020.com. I'll get that right today for the upcoming speaker lineup. So in our next segment, we've brought together Trevor, Moawad, and Jason Mayden to talk about the idea of resilience and rebuilding yourself for these difficult and unprecedented times. For those unfamiliar with Trevor, he's a renowned mental conditioning expert and strategic advisor to some of the world's most elite performers. Trevor recently partnered with Russell Wilson to form Limitless Minds, whose mission is to both optimize the performance and enrich culture within some of the world's top organizations and elite performers. In 2017, Trevor was named the sports world's best brain trainer by Sports Illustrated. From Fort Bragg to Harvard Business School, from elite quarterbacks to top-level CEOs, Trevor's mission is clear: to motivate the motivated. And his counterparty today is someone that's very familiar to us at the Macon and Indred family, Jason Mayden. Jason is the man behind the generation-shaping enterprise Super Heroic. He's been the designer of iconic footwear for athletes like Michael Jordan, and the first to design award-winning footwear specifically for kids. Featured on multiple most inspiring lists, including Fast Company's 100 Most Creative People in Business and Ebony Power 100, he's been celebrated as one of the most inspiring and influential leaders of color, impacting and shaping our world today. We're honestly really excited to have Trevor and Jason connect and talk with us today about the resilience and the power of positive thinking in these challenging times. Let's head over to Jason and Trevor. What's going on, guys? Thanks a lot for taking the time to join us. I'm really excited about this conversation today. And I know that if you turn on social media, look at media today, I think these are very challenging times for anybody. And I think there's going to be a lot of interesting bits of information and insights that people are going to be able to pull from you. Jason's someone I've known for a long time. I've always looked up to as someone super inspirational. And really found a way to communicate through words how to navigate and build movements. So welcome. I think, like I said, I'm really excited. I can't really, it's something that I've been thinking about a lot, especially looking at Trevor and seeing all the great work he's done. The one thing I want to start off with is, for both of you, did you guys originally have a sense of resilience and mental conditioning growing up? Or was there a moment in time where it sort of was like a light switch and like, hey, I need to control the situation, or I need to build this up? Maybe we can start with you, Trevor.
No, I've got to defer to Jason. He's from Chicago, man. He's from Chicago. He definitely had to bring his A game growing up. So let's start with Jason.
Oh man, thank you, Trevor. As you know, I'm a huge follower of your work, and I appreciate the things you're doing in the world, man, to help people navigate mentally, because that's something that is critically important to me. And it's always good to connect with you, Eugene, and the Macon family and the Intertrend family. For me, it was a moment where I was 7 years old and I was on my deathbed. I had septicemia, and Malcolm Gladwell defines this as a near miss, right? Like a moment in time when you face your mortality. And it really gave me this sense of, I would say, urgency around the things that I needed to care about and the things that I need to let go of. So in that moment, I was able to form what Trevor has coined a neutral mindset. I never let myself get too high and positive. I never let myself get too low. I stayed situationally aware and grounded. It was also helpful that, I have a military family. And so everything that they taught me from the age of 7 on has been tactical. So from reading The Art of War is one of the first books that I truly read. And I joke where my first book was Sun Tzu when other people were reading Dr. Seuss. I didn't understand what my dad and my mom were doing, but as an adult, I found that it has helped me to control my emotions and to look at what's in front of me to make logical decisions. Because when you're laying in a hospital and you hear people talking about the temporal nature of your life and if you'll make it and if you'll be okay, as a kid, it can be scary. So a lot of it was me stepping out of my age and having to mature in that moment and realize that if tomorrow is not promised, I have to focus on what I can control today. And that really was the moment that changed my life.
Yeah, I think for me, my father had left high school coaching and teaching in the mid-'70s, would go on to become one of these pioneers in the peak performance industry. The self-help industry is sort of a confusing industry. I mean, I think the best, sort of example that people can think of more broadly or ubiquitously is Tony Robbins. But to grow up with a dad that was some version of that was a really interesting way to grow up. To me, it was sort of like the Karate Kid. I was waxing on, waxing off, and painting the fence and all that stuff. And then I think as I got older, I realized so much of the skill set I was being developed with, would ultimately become very helpful at times when I didn't know when I would need it. And like Jason says, going through different health challenges and then just growing up in general. But I think I had a really good understanding from a young age about the influence that I would have over myself. Your own influence is 10 times more powerful over you than anybody else's influence over you. And that's just the science. So wherever you're at in your life, typically, even if you come from a really good or bad sort of socially engineered family, we see people who have every break miss, and we see people who have no breaks hit. The word for intelligent people that wear Stanford hats would be a locus of control. And it would be like this sense that I'm going to be able to have influence over my life no matter what I'm facing, versus sort of this external where you're going to be a pinball. And if you're in the right environment and right setup, you can excel and not. So I think I had a really good understanding of the influence I would have in my life. And then the role that external factors, music, movies, negative people, television, all of those things would face. I was really well equipped to understand that negativity, particularly self-induced or the negativity we bring into our lives, was a real challenge and a real problem. So, I really learned how to steer clear of that and keep my mind in a more functional place to take whatever next step provides itself for me.
Yeah. I appreciate both of you guys' response. I think it's a very interesting way of looking at how people's beginnings influenced what trajectory they go on, where they are today. And there's something I wanted to ask you, Trevor, in terms of the work you do. What's like the outcome? You know, if you're here right now, like what is the outcome you try to foster or create for people that sort of go under your tutelage or work with you?
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, my whole goal, 18 years in the sports world is a really interesting place to develop yourself, because the athletic population isn't looking for Tony Robbins. They don't want help. There's no BS. Like mindfulness doesn't exist in sports. Meditation doesn't like any of those things, that radical candor, all those things that are killing it in Silicon Valley don't exist. So, you have a very unique population. But my aim has been to help this group get better. So in the process of 18 years in the NFL and college football and in the special operations community, I learned that the best way is to help everybody. And if we demystify the mind and we affect more people by starting at an easier level, not just so we got a bunch of people trying to impress each other or these business guys making $800 million walking off their jets in slow motion, all these things that this industry has become. My whole goal is to try to serve other people. When you live in the sports world, you don't exist behind the scenes. I mean, for years, rotating weekends between Alabama football and Florida State football at 1 and 2, people would say, "Who are you?" And I'd say I was an intern from Reebok. I probably should have said Jordan. So I think more broadly, the goal is, Maria Shriver had called me a few years ago, President Kennedy's niece, and said, "You don't even have social media. You don't have a public presence. And yet you've got something sort of interesting that you're teaching, but nobody can find out about it." And I said, "Well, the people who need to can." And she said, "Well, instead of 150 athletes, your aim should be 150 million people." I didn't agree with that. I still don't. But I think the idea of demystifying, like when we're going through something like we're at now, and everything that we're seeing in the human experience socially right now, and then certainly this recent healthcare challenge, we should be equipped to understand we can't make what we're dealing with COVID and other things necessarily better, but how we handle it, we can make it a lot worse. And if you listen to how the military refers to what we're going through, they call it a healthcare challenge. If you listen to CNN, they call it a healthcare crisis. And the crisis is terrifying. Challenge gives you a feeling like you can compete against it, and so I think that's the goal. How do we understand what we say, what we listen to, our own voice out loud versus our inner voice, negative versus positive versus neutral, just different types of things, which we'll only introduce here. But how can we make thinking less about Angela Duckworth shining her PhDs and more about having some, and that's not disrespectful, because meditation and mindfulness are very important. But if you don't know the basic, if you don't know the fundamentals, you can't sprint before you crawl. And we're not educating people well enough in the influence we have on our own minds. And this has been brutal. And for our athletes who've been, quarantined at home for 3 months, and in professional sports and college sports, we've seen a lot of them break down, and just not be equipped. So this is a real challenge for all of us, but I don't think it's a crisis. I think we can get through it.
Yeah. That actually leads right into my next question. I think we're part of a generation that has grown up offline, online. Like, we all know what it was like to be offline before we had computers, cell phones, whatnot. For you guys, do you look at the challenges of today and right now and look back at sort of frameworks that were created and realize that actually we need new frameworks in the digital era, because things are different? The challenges that we might have had in a pre-digital era are different than the challenges of today, or can they all be sort of kind of painted with the same paintbrush? And maybe you can start with that, Jason.
Oh man, that's a phenomenal question. Something that I'll talk about quite extensively is the concept of malignant normality, where we've seen a rise in very, I would say, weaponized imagery, weaponized music that deteriorates somebody's inner voice, the ability to navigate and have discernment. And that to me is the byproduct of, not having ethical principles in the design process, because we can make anything, but should we make anything? And so, for me, I think that's where I get, very critically concerned, is because people don't look beyond a headline to read the story. They react to the headline, and they frame their reality around a very curated, very deliberate, very intentionally designed narrative that gives them this emotion, and they don't understand why they're walking around with rage or having, restlessness or having, irritable bowel syndrome, and just their body's deteriorating because their mind is eating away at their overall well-being. And so I do think in the digital age, we don't have the luxury of not living inside of the trauma. You can't escape it. Once you buy into the trauma and you see it once and you read it or you hear it, it plays over and over again in the back of your mind, and it permeates every conversation. So I think that's why, the work that I do in the design industry is to help people with the greatest battle they ever face. Like I tell my kids, your only enemy is your inner me. Like, you have to figure this out, because everything else that's happening is happening in front of you, but it's not happening to you until you accept that it's happening to you. And it's really hard. It's really hard in today's world where images frame reality. So, I think more than anything, we need to do a better job of what images we allow ourselves to see, and what things, like Trevor mentioned, the music, the book, like, I agree with him 100%. Like, if we ingest junk, we can't expect us to perform optimally when we're ingesting junk mentally, because we worry about what we eat, but we don't worry about what we see, which is the scariest thing ever. So I try to go on a digital diet, and I stay away from a lot of content that pulls me into, feelings of despair. I'm aware of my body. I pay attention if my heart rate goes up, if I feel queasy or anxious, because I try to really check myself. And I think it's a healthy practice to do that when you're navigating a digital world.
I would add to that, and I think that's, I just finished my first book, and have sort of been able now to sort of be try to make an effort to more broadly educate and just share what we've learned. Really, I don't think you need more than a 35 IQ to understand what we're trying to teach. But what we know, ultimately in the book, It Takes What It Takes, the whole goal was to prove the power of negativity. Because nobody knows if positive thinking works. There you go. Positive thinking, all the information around positive thinking is anecdotal. But negative thinking, from the Mayo Clinic to the Cleveland Clinic, is anywhere between 83 and 100% fact. But Jason, can I go to you here for a quick sec? Yeah. Hold on a quick sec.
The one thing that I think that Trevor touches upon that's really interesting is just like, I think there is this sort of like belief that, it's not really a belief so much as what's the path of least resistance. And I think a lot of times just deferring to the negative is something that it just comes so naturally, right? And I don't know if it's a matter of being conditioned and or the ease in terms of making a lot, kind of these jumping to conclusions on the side of negativity. But I think that's something that a lot of us sometimes need to slow ourselves down and rethink and kind of come to terms with that.
Let me apologize. Sorry about that. I had one of those calls from one of those people that I had to make sure they were okay. So, and dealing in a healthcare issue. But what I wanted to say was, one of the things that we know is negativity is a multiple of 4 to 7 times more powerful than positivity. And when we say something out loud, it's 10 times more powerful than if we think it. So as we were in our early years at Alabama and Florida State, we realized by saying negative things out loud, we increased the probability by 40 to 70 times that they would happen. So our simple goal going into our second year at Alabama, just trying to win, was what if we could get our athletes not to say stupid things out loud? And it was crazy the difference it made in our culture, because our inner thoughts, which Jason talks about, is one of the toughest battles to win, but they don't have anywhere near the influence that our outer thoughts do, that our spoken word does. Our spoken word is incredibly powerful. And if it's negative, it's 70 times more powerful than saying nothing. And then I think the second thing is the images. People always think a great athlete like a Russell Wilson or a LeBron James or a command sergeant major in the Delta units is all these collections of things that they do. But I think what makes the most incredible athletes, male or female, is what they're willing not to do, what they're willing not to eat, what they're willing not to watch, who they're willing not to engage with. I think those are incredibly powerful things. And for 15 years, Jason, had an upfront, view on it. And I'm sure many years more, but success leaves clues. And so in a digital age right now, I think there's a military takes a course called New Media, and they want to educate people to understand who is CNN responsible to, who is MSNBC responsible to, who's Fox responsible to. They're responsible to their advertisers, and negativity sells, so they don't have a responsibility to the truth. And so once we understand that, we become, at a minimum, educated derelicts. So I think if people would be willing to because like Jason says, when I see something, 17,000 new cases in Orange County, I can't unsee that, okay? But what I can do is switch the channel, go to Netflix, go to the Jordan documentary, do whatever it is, and get myself, my mind shifted there. So I'm not like, I haven't been able to watch any news at all in this window because I don't have the psychological strength to watch all this negative information relative to health. For somebody who, multiple times when I was younger had significant health challenges, including cancer. I like that. It's just terrifying to me. So I know that about me, so I don't engage it. So I think right now, let's think about the people that are listening to this. What can you not do? What are 5 things you could not do that could change your life right now? Because everything about in the self-help industry is do this, do this, do this, write this down, watch this, meditate, go on a hill, do this, buy this app. Look, LeBron did it. This, and I think there's things you can do, but I think there's a lot more things that if you just didn't do, you'd help yourself more. Just my take.
One thing that affects a lot of creative people is this idea of imposter syndrome, where they never feel good enough. They're inadequate for the job. They're not sure why they even command a seat at the table. From your guys' perspective, is this an easy fix, or is everything sort of I think for me, I look at all the things that you have said, and like for a lot of people that want to embody a new mindset, like what are the challenges to achieve that? For example, in like having more confidence as a creative.
Well, Jason, you're the one that's creative.
Man, yeah, that's honestly a great, tremendous question, because so there's this saying with design that you never finish a design, you just run out of time. And so like designers and creatives, and even people in academic settings or jobs, whatever walk of life you come from, you always walk into a room and question, if you should be there, if you have some sense of, humility. The thing for me that I've done, and I've learned this a lot, from working with Michael and Mr. Jordan or working with like Mr. Jeter, is they turn that imposter syndrome into imaginary reasons to compete. And so when you saw in The Last Dance, Michael made up fictitious, data and fictitious characters, I did the same thing in my mind. I would tell myself there's some guy or girl who lives on the other side of the planet and the sun is up while I'm asleep. I need to make sure that they don't get that extra work and get ahead of me. So I was competing with some imaginary design student that I never even met, trying to assume that they want to take my job instead of me feeling like I wasn't qualified to be at Nike. I was like, well, now that I'm here, I want to stay here. I not only want to be here, I want to outperform, my expectations. And so I felt that in numerous environments as a creative. I felt it completely when I went to business school. Like I draw shoes and these people have sold companies for billions of dollars, and I was completely different, I would say disparity in terms of what we were doing in our careers. But after a while, I realized that I had to value my unique contribution, because on the team and in the team environment, you know, I grew up playing sports. Everybody plays a role. So I figured out how to play my role really well instead of trying to figure out how to play someone else's game. And that's what, as a creative, it relieves me from that pressure of living up to someone else's expectations, because no one was going to push me greater than I push myself. And I try to carry that. I try to carry that into everything that I do.
Yeah. And I mean, think about it like this. I think, you know, your mind's kind of like a computer. And one of the experiences that I've known just particularly about exceptionally creative people, because they're hugely involved in the world I live in, you know, whether it's traditional or non-traditional. You know, I think as we fill ourselves up with negativity, and for many of us, we start to compare ourselves not to who we think we are, but who we think we're not. I don't have his skills. I don't have her skills. I don't have what they have. And then we're watching things and we're consuming things. And now with Instagram, Facebook, being married 12 years to a model and all these things, and rightfully so, because we are compared. You know, we're compared by, you know, everybody all the time. But again, our influence is 10x. So one of the things that I've noticed is use what you have. You know, use what you have. Take the gifts that you have. You know, Russell Wilson's 5'10", not 6'4". The world complains that he's not 6'4". He's maximizing 5'10". And if you use what you have, it's amazing how many people who may have more don't use what they have, and you can get them. And I think that that's important. And I think secondly, if you learned how to be less negative, you would never need to be more positive. And positive thinking is one of the things I think that's destroyed the self-esteem movement, because it's too hard. It's too hard to do. Trying to get to a positive state of mind right now in this current challenge, no way. And I grew up, my dad was one of the first authors of Chicken Soup for the Soul and the president of the National Association for Self-Esteem. So I know all about it. But this idea of neutral thinking, which we focus on, is, hey man, what's happening is real. Positive thinking many times makes us think we have to pretend right now is not happening or it didn't happen. Divorce, adversity, losing a job, furlough, challenges, or success, money, fame, kids, all those things. Like, those are instantaneous. They're a moment. They're real. But what happens next is what you do, not how you feel. And feeling like you have some control over what you do, even if it's a healthcare situation where you got to go sit in a room and hear a result of something, there's still a path forward, you know, and as someone who's experienced that, you know, keeping your mind in a place that gives you a chance to move forward and doesn't catastrophize and project a future that hasn't happened yet. A week from now, who'd have thought, not that I think I live in Manhattan Beach, I'm up in Big Bear right now, but who'd have thought 2 weeks ago before Memorial Day that everybody would be out running all over the place? I don't understand why we are. I'm not doing that, but you know, that's totally different than what you would have anticipated pre-Memorial Day. So much, you know, changes. I have faith people are going to come up with a vaccine. We've got a lot of people that are working on this, you know, and then I'm not going to let myself be governed by a Twitter account, you know, and whether it's a presidential one or whether it's somebody I'm competing against at Under Armour, you know, or something from that perspective. So, you know, a little long-winded, but how do you become less negative? Don't worry about the inner thoughts. Everybody's all screwed up inside their brain. I've been to 8 national championship games on the sideline. I've been with the guys before, but the people that articulate about it less, but what if I have to complain? What if I feel like I have to vent? There is no science that supports venting. If you have to vent, there's going to be consequences to you. So minimize what you say and what you watch. If you just did that, your gifts would be like shutting 80 web pages, and the RAM would open up and your mind would find solutions.
Well said. I'm very guilty of having 80 web pages open at once. I think we're going to move on to some Q&A from the audience. Just give me a second. I think they're going to transition here. First question is for you, Jason, courtesy of Jamal from Toronto, also known as JScale on Instagram. If you guys haven't seen his photos, definitely check him out. His question is, how do you get your big idea across to your team and get them to fully believe in what you're telling them, essentially?
Your big idea and get them to fully believe. That's a great question. So in any creative endeavor, the vision has to be grand enough to almost feel out of reach, but the tactics of achieving that vision need to be distilled in a way that's actionable, measurable, and repeatable. And so I give people large ideas when I say things like, hey, I want to build stronger children instead of fixing broken adults. That's very poetic, but how do you do that? Well, tactically, we have to create several different verticals of approach. So there's the footwear, there's the content, there's the experiences. And so with the team of creatives, you know, it's much like, you know, good parenting. Children don't listen to what you say, they look at what you do. And so I have to be willing to do what I ask of my team. And I also have to be committed to the problem I'm trying to solve versus the solution that we come up with. Because I tell, especially in a startup capacity, you have to be married to the problem you're trying to solve. And if you're married to your solution, you miss a huge opportunity to evolve because you learn as you go. It's an iterative process. And so I try to model, you know, the act of iteration. I try to model, you know, empathy in our design process by listening and then like taking that critical, you know, feedback that I get as a leader and applying it to how I show up and perform. I always make sure I double back with employees if I make a mistake of not hearing ideas clearly or effectively. I always make sure that I give them proper credit for their contribution and I celebrate when they challenge me. Like I openly celebrate when they challenge me because I tell them it's my job to take the blame, your job to get the praise. And so when you're doing creative work, people just want to feel like they've been given proper credit because a lot of times there's this myth of the singular lone designer that, you know, creates this breakthrough technology and this breakthrough thing and no one helps them. That's a complete lie. That's a fallacy. Like, you know, if you're a leader and no one's following you, you're just a dude taking a walk. And so for me, I try to make sure if I'm leading creatively that not only am I committed to, you know, pushing forward towards that vision, which is pushing forward in the face of ambiguity, but also admitting when I make mistakes, but then measuring what those mistakes are and trying to learn from them. So we do a process called pre-mortem to kind of get the jitters out, where in a pre-mortem, we say, how can this thing fail? And if it failed, what happened? So we already have a way to eliminate the possibilities of failure so we don't get caught off guard and surprised. And it's been really effective with designers because we put our emotions into everything and sometimes emotions cloud our judgment. And the greatest thing I was ever told was by Phil Knight. He said, the difference, Jason, with your job is if you make the wrong decision, it can impact the athlete significantly because what you put on that product is the difference between no medal and a gold medal. And when he said that, I was like, oh, you're right. You're running a 4x1 relay in the Olympics. If I put a material on your spike that's too heavy, now it's slowing you down by 1/100th of a second, which is the difference in a world record in third place, right? Like it's this crazy short distance that an athlete has to compete in. And so a lot of it is setting the parameters, setting the scope correctly, but being open to evolving the solution, but staying committed to what the problem is we're trying to solve.
Got it. Thanks for that. Trevor, this next question is for you. I quite like this question. It's from Carmen out of Seattle. What differences do you see in applying principles to Gen Y or even the emerging Gen Zers?
You know, I'm familiar with both generations, you know, fairly well. I mean, I think Gen Z's born after 98, 99, and Gen Y, I think born, you know, 80, you know, anywhere the data 80 to 2000, somewhere around that. I think from an educational perspective, speaking in multiple platforms, I think the ability to communicate auditory, visual, kinesthetic, to grab them with technology. I think for us, you know, let's just take like Georgia football. If the statistics are they're looking at their phone 270 times a day, and you know the probability is if they don't see it on their phone, they're 50% likely to believe that it's true. Then you know we're using that technology, making sure every meeting we do, we're following up with 4 bullet points via text message, reinforcing what the meeting was, working hand in hand with that technology. I think what we're seeing more with Generation Z is a little bit more toughness, a little bit more grit. They want a seat at the table. They want to walk into your office and say, hey, Jason, I want to talk a little bit about this, but they'll work. I think what we're seeing with Generation Z, in my experience, is a little bit more, you know, a little bit of like a retreat back to grinding a little bit more. I think Generation Y has been a pivotal generation because they're so tolerant. They have their inclusiveness, their ability to get along and work with people. And I think once they have a really good understanding of the goal, they'll get after it. It's just been really transient. You know, like my dad was like, any job you do it for at least 2 years. Obviously, the contract works that way. So any job I started, I was committed for 2 years. So a bad day or a bad morning couldn't derail me. So I had to get through that, you know, to sort of find my way through. So I think Generation Z is going to be a lot different, to be honest with you. I think what we're seeing with these kids right now that are 20, 21, 22, 17, 16 is something that's a lot different than Generation X, which is, you know, I'm born in the mid 70s. You know, and certainly Generation Y.
Yeah. Cool. Thanks. Next question is for Jason. At the last Unexpected Connections event, you talked about living life through the lens of your child. Given 2020 to date, what type of world do you hope your child to grow up in, and how does the impact of what you want to accomplish impact your next career? And this is from Nydia.
Oh, wow. That is a great question. So the thing that I've been really bullish on, based on the current events that we're all seeing happening in the world, is really focusing on my children feeling comfortable within the context of the broader spectrum of their culture. So our family is Afro-Latino. So we have family in Colombia and we have family here. I was fortunate enough to find out that our roots are in Ghana and Burkina Faso. Now, in order for my children to truly experience the full breadth and depth of the cultures that they are a part of, they have to travel. They have to learn the languages and the music and the food. And so going forward, the thing that I've been really trying to do is create a process for myself where I acknowledge my privileges more than I acknowledge my disadvantages. Because if you stay in that position of pointing out the things that are happening to you, once again, that is a negative, you will operate in that space. So I tell my children, we are at an advantage by being born in this country, speaking English as a first language and being educated. Like, that's a huge privilege. And with that knowledge, what are you going to do with this privilege? How are you going to use your skill sets and your access to create? So I teach my children how to be creators. And so for the next adventure in my career, I'm really leveraging products and services and experiences to educate people about the broader communities that they come from. So if you're a Black person in the US and you don't have a great understanding of the continent of Africa, a lot of the products I want to produce is going to help you understand the narrative and the culture. Same thing with food and music. I think that's the way we should go, because when you think about art, it's much like sport. It is the equalizer, because sports is a meritocracy. You know, if you train and you perform and you prepare, you win. So if we could bring some of that meritocracy into other disciplines, other industries, that type of thinking, that type of approach, I just feel like we'll have a greater sense of empathy. So everything I do going forward is going to be about using my gifts and talents to amplify the voices of people who may feel voiceless and not seen, but in a way that allows you to truly learn about their culture, learn about the beauty of where they come from, the things that they're into. Because I was very fortunate, man, and like much like Trevor, you work with some of the most elite athletes on the planet, you get to have some great experiences, some very unique, great experiences. But then it hit me, that's not the reality for a lot of the people that come from the South Side of Chicago. And if I don't acknowledge that privilege, then I forget exactly how I felt when I was in my bed crying at night, hoping that I had a chance to leave the South Side of Chicago. And so it's about remembering why I started, remembering what it was when I didn't have what I had, and making sure that I do it in a way that doesn't point out my disadvantages, but points out the privileges so that I can fully enjoy the cultures that I have access to. So that's a lot of what, you know, I'm focused on in this moment and what I want to do going forward in my career.
I have one last question from the audience. This is from KGB via YouTube. With regards to the protests and the Black Lives Matter movement, how can we better engage with one another by acknowledging the issues and injustice without feeding the us versus them narrative, and move towards a more constructive mindset for creative action and collaboration?
I think it was interesting. I'm in a minority-owned company, with Russell Wilson, his brother, and their partner, DJ Eidson. I obviously have been in the sports world 18 years. So I've seen and experienced a lot. Russell Wilson actually recently came out in the media and talked specifically of an experience he had in Southern California of blatant racism in a place that you wouldn't expect it. I was with him at that moment when that happened, just 12 days after the Super Bowl, and was floored. He had just played a game in front of 124 million people, and here we're at this event where somebody tells him, to get out of the food line. He doesn't belong here. And so it was interesting because I had a lot of people, I had never been on Instagram, and then I had a lot of athletes ask me to comment on this, and I had it was really interesting to figure out, well, what do I say? Because I worked with a lot of coaches on their press releases, and you've seen a lot of people put out different statements, but I'm a big believer in can you walk a mile on someone else's moccasins? Can you understand? And I'm half Lebanese, but I don't look it. I look like a white boy, and so I waited for a long time, and then my ex-wife called me, who's Vietnamese, and we were married for 12 years. And she broke down. She told me a lot of her experiences and everything that was going on. And I asked her to write about her experiences, and that if it was okay for me to share her experiences with this platform, and my experience trying to learn, being married to her for 12 years, how to better understand the experience that she had growing up, coming from a family that came here after the Vietnam War. So, it takes each of us to make a difference for all of us. I mean, that's just the reality. And Princeton used to talk, and Emil Durkheim, the idea of collective conscience, and that we have this way where we all need each other. We feel the dissonance, so the dissonance comes from the top now, which is so, which means you have to kind of disconnect from some of this that's happening, but you can't disconnect from what's going on. Like, as much as I say I don't watch the news, I work for an NBA team, and every day we get updates on what's happening with the virus, what the rules are, what's happening in LA County, what we need to do. I know what I need to know, but I don't want to know more. So I think how is substantive things going to happen? Like when we hold each other accountable, and when $100 million is pulled off the police budget, like was from LA, that's what I'm talking about. And I think it's what we do, not what we say. It's what we do, not how we feel. And it's going to be the action, and it's going to be the action of white people over 40 years old, like me. And how do you do it? How do you figure out? A big step for me was like, I'm going to comment publicly, because I normally feel like, who cares what I have to say? Even if 3 people do, it still matters. And the fact that I shared my ex-wife's experience was helpful. So I think it starts with, there's a statement, a year from now, you might wish you started today. So start today, something, and however that is, and hold yourself accountable. No one's going to influence you like you'll influence you. And when you get you right, then you can influence a lot more people. So, Jason?
Man, I agree. I fundamentally agree. I think there's a way that we acknowledge the current pain, and then once we make that improvement for that community, which is the community I come from, that's currently being brought to the headline, I think we're able to now look and see that this is also happening in Canada with Indigenous people. This is also happening in Asia with with some of the people who are mistreated in different regions because of political differences. This is happening in the Middle East with women. This is happening in Africa with young girls. And once you start to see, like, wow, I have my pain, I have my stuff that's heavy, you can start to relate and have empathy for what other people are carrying. And then once you have that shared understanding that we're all feeling the weight of something, even if we can't articulate what that something is, we can get to that collective action. Because like Trevor said, it's what we do that matters. It's not what we say. We've been here before. We've had a lot of beautiful commercials and brand statements and, optical allyship. But now it's like, what is the tangible action? What is the tangible thing that's going to help to heal? Because the thing that I express to people often is that you experience 400 years plus of unaddressed, undiagnosed, and untreated trauma, right? And if you're a fan of epigenetics, you understand that trauma is hard-coded in your DNA. You carrying this with you. It's why we have so many we're predisposed to so many health conditions. We need to heal in order to be effective. And so a lot of the healing comes from, okay, we're being heard, we're being acknowledged. Now that we're being heard and acknowledged, what do we need to heal so we can restore the community? And then once we restore the community, we can do the work for the other communities that are also being marginalized. Because for me, because of my faith, when one person is hurting, I'm hurting too. I can't simply say that my issues, the things that affect me, are the only thing people should care about. Because I truly fundamentally believe that if one of us are hurting, all of us are hurting. And so I'm trying to navigate this season of carrying the things I carry, experiencing the things I experience, but also staying resilient enough and vocal enough to speak up for the people who might get lost in this moment. Like there's a huge homeless population that's living in Echo Park in LA, right? Well, I know we're out and we're standing for the rights of Black people, but there's still God's children who are sleeping outside that are being overlooked, right? And they have been displaced because of COVID-19. They have nowhere to go. And while we're out and we're protesting, which is critically important, we still cannot forget about the least of us, the people who were already invisible prior to this moment. That's where my heart goes. Is yes, I want to see improvement for me, but if my brother's on the ground laying on the street in his own feces and she's laying in the street in her own feces, I can't just walk past that and not feel compelled to do something about that also. So I think it is, like you said, Trevor, collective conscious. We have to realize that we are an organism. We are connected to the planet together. We are all part of a large body. So if one part of the body is hurting, we need to fix that so we can then go to the next part of the body that's hurting. So that's how I'm looking at this moment. Whatever we start for Black people, we get this right, we can do it for all people, right? We can help the women. We can help the people who are homeless. We can help the people who are sick. But right now, this community, the community I'm a part of, we just need to be able to get some issues fixed that are structurally wrong. And if it's improved for us, man, then we live truly in the society that we hope to live in. So I'm excited because these conversations are happening. You're not going to have the right things to say. It's okay. So if anybody on here who feels like I don't know how to approach a Black person, trust me, you're not going to say the wrong thing if you say it with love. Just say it with love. Don't worry about the right words. We don't even have the right words, sometimes to express ourselves or how we feel. That's why we display it like Trevor said, kinesthetically. We show it with our actions because we don't know how to say the pain is hurting us. So just have the dialogue, reach out, or give somebody a hug. A hug goes a long way, so not to say that a hug don't solve anything like a Kylie Jenner commercial giving a cop a Pepsi. I don't think we do that. But I do believe that it's simple acts of kindness, simple acts of humanity go a really long way for a person that feels like they're invisible. So that to me is what I'm hoping comes out of this moment, that we see each other and we truly see each other as one and we move forward collectively.
And the only thing I would add just to that is education's a weapon. It's almost like lottery tickets. You can win the lottery with 5 tickets, but if you have 150, you got a much better chance. And I think the more you learn, from what I've seen, it is such a unique time. And I love the fact that I got an opportunity to, as soon as I saw how talented this creative community was, I felt like I got sent the wrong invitation to be a part of it. But, it's such a challenging time. And I don't ever want to dismiss that. Like, I don't watch the news. Like, I get it. And trust me. And particularly, I was watching the Lance Armstrong documentary. Maybe some of you, I loved Lance, and all he did was lie. And I had no idea he was lying. And then all of a sudden he was on Oprah, and that's the strategy we're seeing. Lie. And it's hard to discern with everything that's going on. So, but I will say this from the sports world, Drew Brees getting confronted, whether you follow sports or not. Drew Brees was a hero to people in New Orleans, and he came out with that flag stuff, which all that is misdirection and just BS. And he got called out by everybody, you know, so we're not going to take it, but action is the solution to frustration. And also, as it relates to this healthcare challenge, have the respect for people to make it about more than you. You know, when I see all these people out partying and jumping around, we're not supposed to be doing that. Like, you could be asymptomatic and affect somebody that's 58 or has a heart condition. You know, like, have enough respect. Like, as we're opening back up in sports, you're only as powerful as your weakest link. If some male or female is not doing the job right, they're going to come in, they're going to bring this in and affect everybody. So, you know, just be mindful, trust the process that we're going through with that. And I think as it relates to everything going on in our community, take the next step in your own life, whatever that is. And I'll never be able to understand Jason's journey, but that doesn't excuse me from trying.
Unfortunately, that's all the time we have. I feel like we could probably keep this running for another 2 hours and we'd have a ton of stuff to talk about. But I really appreciate your guys' time, the insights. I think this was honestly probably going to go down in the books as one of my favorite conversations I've done, bar none. I think there's so many like interesting insights that you guys have provided. And, you know, I think that the whole community, I'm kind of have one eye on our Discord server, and a lot of people are sort of like discussing and talking about this conversation. So rest assured, your guys' words are heard loud and clear.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thanks, guys. Stay safe.
Stay safe.
Hey guys, we hope that you got as much out of that conversation as we did. Those were some really strong and powerful reminders from Jason and Trevor. This is probably a good time to remind you that you can donate at uc-2020.com. We are supporting charities providing COVID-19 relief efforts and supporting the Black Lives Matter movement, Inner City Arts, Black Lives Matter, Artist Relief, the Loveland Foundation, Doctors Without Borders, MBK Alliance, World Central Kitchen, House of Ruth, and Black Visions Collective. The code for the digital care package for the upcoming segment is It All Adds Up, and it's from David Cho, so I think you guys would definitely want to check that out. This year, we're happy to reintroduce artist David Cho, who really stole the show in person in 2018 with a passionate performance in Long Beach at Unexpected Connections then. For those unfamiliar, Cho sculpts and paints in oils, acrylics, crayon, and mixed media. His credibility as an artist, albeit one inclined to utilize public spaces every so often, is hardly in doubt. Influences flow through comic book culture to Gothic art, Impressionism, and the surreal. The content of Cho's work is equally complex and in contrast to the slick, succinct populist messages of some of his contemporaries, and we're really excited to go over to him and share his thoughts with you.
We have 40 minutes now to figure this out, right?
Hey Asians. Hi Asians. I realize there's probably non-Asians also listening to this, but I'm guessing it's mostly Asians. So non-Asians, let me address my Gook brethren first, and then you guys can play along. So speaking Gook to Gook, I know you're good at math. Try to add this up for me. Try to solve this equation. If you need pen and paper, do it. I want to fuck my mom. I want to kill my mom. These are two things that I address with my therapist today, an hour ago, on our Zoom chat during this pandy. Just kidding, I don't want to kill my mom. Notice how he didn't correct himself about the fucking part. He must want to fuck his mom. Maybe if she shaves. I'm exaggerating right now. I don't want to kill my mom or fuck my mom, but I do have a love-hate relationship with her. And it's hard for me to grow as a human being and assert myself and be an individual, because part of being Asian is very clan-like. There is no individual. Everything is family first. So where do you start and where do I begin? And where do you end and where do I end? And begin and start and begin and infinity loop and crossing boundaries and mom. That's what I sound like when I talk about my mom, and I'm 44 years old. Mom, get out of here, mom. My mom used to manage this apartment building in Koreatown. And every time a tenant moved out, me and my brothers would come in and we'd repaint the rooms. And sometimes if there was a lot of rooms and we had to paint the outsides, then we'd use a painting service. And that's when I met Pablo, the artist. Not Pablo Picasso. He's a painter. Pablo the painter, but not Picasso. I actually don't know his last name. And he'd have his painting crew. And we'd paint with them. And I don't know, we were in high school. And Pablo and his crew, they'd have this old beat up stereo. And as we painted every day, boom, bing, bing, boom, ding, ding, boom, dum, 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 ba, bum, bum, bing, like the accordion. I just asked him one day, I was like, hey, I know you're Mexican and you don't speak English that good, but I don't know. And this is pre-internet, YouTube and all that. I go, is there anything else you listen to? I mean, I love new music and all that, but every day in, day out, there's no variance on that. It's ranchera, banda, norteño music. And hey, come on, man. That's I'm not being racist. That's what he sounded like. Hey, come on, man. And I said, what? I'm like, I would identify at that age as a punk rocker metalhead, and yet I still listen to hip hop and TLC, ABC, Boys to Men, and not a lot, but I'd be like, let me. I'm like, okay, cool. 90% of the time, dong, ping, ping, bong, ping, ping, and is it a translation thing? I mean, there's Gloria Estefan. If you're into metal, Sepultura, Kid Frost. I mean, there's other genres, and I was like, is this just a thing with like day laborers who only listen to this music? Does it pump? I had questions. His English wasn't that great. Does it get you guys fucking pumped up, ready to paint? Well, I don't speak Spanish. What are they saying? And he's like, hey man, listen. And he explains to me, I miss home. It makes me think of home. It makes me think of my family there that I'm working for. This music is romantica. It's romantic. There's songs of redemption and revenge, and there's a story. And I said, okay, I'm just curious. I just wanted to know, like, I mean, I can't listen to heavy metal 100% of the time. You got to mix it up. And I don't know, is Brahms, is classic? I've never walked past a construction site with a bunch of Mexican guys working and they play classical music. That'd be pretty cool. I mean, there's no words in that. You don't need to speak any English to understand that, but no Beethoven or, man, hey, why you give me a hard time? Let's just get back to work. And so we finish, that's when I was a real artist, a real painter, not a fancy painter, and just painting gesso, white walls. Dong, ding, ding, boom, bing, bing, boom, bing, bing. So I had a show about 2-3 years ago called The Cho Show, and I won't even begin to try to describe it. But what I did realize was I hate, for the most part, the art-going experience today in modern society. You go to an art museum or gallery, you take out your phone, you take a selfie, and then you just post that you went to a show. You don't sit there, you don't appreciate it, and why would you? It's fucking boring. Why would you stare at a painting when There's Destiny and Warcraft and porn and video games and Netflix and Hulu and Amazon. Someone put in like some crazy like time-lapse montage right there. I was like, I'm going crazy, but it's too much. Too much. So I thought I'd slow down my entire life and go against my instinct. My instinct with my fragile ego and my sensitivities was that I had not had an art show since 2009. And so I'm back. If I'm coming back in 2018 or whatever year that was, then I got to get a publicist and I got to have people gramming about my stuff and tweeting and saying Dave's the best. And, to feed my fragile ego. But I had to have that kind of validation. I had to have my peers and the press and the fans and everyone come and be like, wow, this fucker's on fire. Thousands of paintings. And what I did instead was I went against my instinct and I said no phones allowed. And instead of making it just a free-for-all, I just wanted people who actually really cared to come. And the way I found that out was by doing a application where I called, 2,000 people came to the show, and I took a year to call close to 20,000 people by telephone. And it was amazing what I found out after talking to 20,000 people, which is, one, I start sounding like this at the end of the day when I've talked on the phone like a telemarketer for 8 hours. And the other thing I found out was one of my questions was, what is your greatest wish or desire in this life? And I found out that most immigrant kids, second generation, third, fourth generation, the newbies, the new ones to this country, was that their greatest wish and desire in this lifetime is to make their parents proud. And I'm not judging. There's nothing wrong with that. That's an honorable, yes, honorable mother and father. That's a great wish or desire to have. Do white people care about making their parents proud? This is a serious question. I have no idea. Answer in the comments. And as I look at this nation, this great nation of immigrants, people say, "Hey, if you're an American, that means you're from somewhere else. We're a nation of immigrants from Italy and Spain and China and Japan, Africa." Yeah, that might be true. But what I've realized is we're a nation of workaholics. Workaholism. That's an addiction. When you work, when you're not present, there's no present. If you're not present, there's no presence. So what do I mean by that? I mean, nobody was born in their country and was like, fuck this place. Let's get on a boat, let's get on a plane, let's get on a bus and go to another place. Unless war, famine, violence, poverty. So everyone that's here is a trauma survivor escaping a horrible situation. So they hit the ground running when they get here. They're like, we didn't fucking just travel all these hundreds, thousands of miles to come here to fucking slack. So they carry all that burden from their generations of their families and here, and then they put that onto you. We didn't fucking come here for like a second class life. We came here for a better life. That's workaholism. That's trauma surviving workaholism. And they put that shit on you. So you fucking hate your job. And I don't know, that was very presumptuous. I don't know if you hate your job. I don't even know if you have a job. Probably not. We're in the middle of a panda right now. Everyone's losing their jobs. I've been jobless. Jobless. Was that a reggae saying? I hear job in reggae songs. My greatest wish or desire in this lifetime is to honor thy parents. Make them proud of me. Make them proud. There's nothing wrong with that. And for me, I had a little, because I have I want to fuck my mom, I want to kill my mom dynamic. I love my parents. I do want them to be proud of me, but I also fucking hate them. And I wasn't brave enough to become homosexual. So I went to the next best thing of graffiti artist. Comic book artist. That's an absolute shameful job profession. That's not even a job. I'm going to be a graffiti. It's not even an artist. It's graffiti vandal. It's a criminal. It's like, how can I humiliate and embarrass my parents? Well, I can start sucking dick even though I'm not gay, but I'll do it just so that they'll be pissed off at me. And I'm not, I have a very fragile sensitivity to emotions and very sensitive butthole. So I didn't become gay, even though I thought about it just to piss my parents off. So I went to the next best thing of graffiti vandal, which ends me into the most shameful situation of prison in Japan, Tokyo, Shibuya Station, over 15 years ago. There's nothing more shameful and embarrassing for a parent than their children to become criminals and end up imprisoned. And that was the hardest time of my life. And it felt a little bit like right now when I talk to my friends and I say, hey, how are you doing during this pandemic, this pandy? They go, man, I can't tell. The time's moving slow, fast. The time's moving weird. I go, you know what you call that time? It's jail time. When you're in jail with other inmates and they're like, when are you getting out? 3 days? Oh, when are you getting out? 30 years from now? It's like your life is, you're living a half-life. You're still alive. You're still breathing and eating and shitting. But this, when I get out of here, that's very similar to people now when they're like, when this thing is all over, I'm going to do this and I'm going to make these great changes in my life. The first part before I was shipped off to solitary confinement in Kosuge was Shibuya Station, this dirty downtown Tokyo prison with tons of inmates, mostly Japanese and 10% foreigners, all in for some type of drug possession. So you're sort of packed in like sardines. And I was in there for a few weeks before they shipped me off to solitary confinement, which is for every inmate. I wasn't special. It was just for everyone. Everyone gets their own little tuna fish can cell. And I was in a cell with a Japanese guy that looked like Ross from Friends, except he had these fucking long dreadlocks down to his asshole. And the shit smelled like soy sauce, nigiri, spicy tuna hand roll. I don't know, maybe just because it looked like, maybe it was psychological, placebo, like it looks like a long hand roll, so maybe I thought I smelt it, but shit smelled like premium soy sauce to me. Low sodium, the green top. And a Korean breakdancer. He had 4 fingers. His name was Jin, or he had 9 fingers. He had 4 on one hand. I never got the full story of why that was. And I've told this story before, but in prison, any prison, Japanese prison, American prison, Afghani prison, you're just killing time. You're just sitting there in boredom, killing time, and waiting to get out. And so they don't give a shit what you do in the outside world, what your job is, what your profession. The only thing that matters is killing time. And if you have any skill to kill time, you're a juggler, you're a magician, you're a comedian, you're an artist, you're a dancer, you're an actor, anything to entertain you and get your mind off this desolate situation, you become a celebrity. And because I could draw, I became a celebrity in jail. And this guy Jin with the 9 fingers would start the day spinning on his fucking head. He was a Korean breakdancer. I mean, I don't know if that's what he did for a living, but this guy was fucking amazing. Now, he was a Korean. He wasn't a Korean American. He was a Korean Canadian, and he got into pot dealing out in Tokyo and got busted. Now I fucking hate Canada, and I hate reggae. Like everyone has you march to the beat of your own drummer. Well, my drummer plays what do you call it? Blast beats. My drummer plays blast beats, double bass, Metallica 1, Lars Ulrich. That's my speed. So when I hear slow music, but like reggae, I get actually angry. I get pissed off. Canada, the fuck out of here. I was hitchhiking across America and Canada when I was 18 with Harry Kim. I had a car that we bought. Actually, I guess that's not hitchhiking. I just lied to you. I had bought a car with all my friends, and it broke down in Niagara Falls. And the guy fixed the car for us for cheap. Super nice. He could have ripped us off. I don't know shit about cars. I'm not an auto dude. And he said, let's take it for a spin. Make sure I don't want to get you on the road. I'm like, oh, that's you don't have to go that far. The guy stops at his preschool and has his granddaughters come out to kiss grandpappy. Mwah, mwah. Now that's what it's about. That's what life's all about. You know what I'm talking about, eh? I wanted to fucking kill this guy. I'm like, this isn't real. This isn't life. You're an auto guy. You should be trying to rip me off. You shouldn't be taking me to your preschool and showing me how much your granddaughters love you, you fucking grease monkey. You maple leaf fucking wearing hockey puck sucking fuck. I don't know where I'm going with this story at all. I'm hoping this all adds up in the end. So I'm in the most, you know. That's an impression of my mom. I feel very liberated and free to make fun of her because I know she's never going to listen to this. That's my mom crying with my son when she finds out I'm in jail. The most shameful, unproud moment of my life. We raised this little snot-nosed little fucker from a child, and he gets to the somewhat of a reputable place in his profession where he's being flown to Japan for an art show, and he blows the entire opportunity by drawing buck-toothed whales on the wall. It just doesn't make any sense. My mom's birthday always falls around Mother's Day. Her birthday is May 13th, and Mother's Day, so it's always around the same time or on the same day. And because I want to fuck her and kill her, there's a mental block, a psychological block that creates that. I'm 44 and I can't remember my mom's birthday. I almost forget it every year. Sometimes I do forget it, but it's not that like that with any other member of my family. And the first time I made a lot of money, you best believe that bitch got some shrimp with the tails on, surf and turf. She got both. Because as a son, I wanted to make her proud. I was like, look, Mom, I got a credit card now, and I could buy you these fucking red lobsters, these fucking insects, these things that crawl in the ocean that taste so meaty in their ass, and butter it up. Lube the asses up with butter. You want another one? You want two? Excuse me, can you go to the tank and get the one with the biggest claws? My mom would like two. And that's what I did. It's her birthday, it's Christmas, it's Thanksgiving, it's Mother's Day, it doesn't matter. Go on Yelp, and do the $sign, $4 signs means the most expensive restaurant, and that's how I show love, that's how I show that she should be fucking proud of her rich son, and I take her to the finest restaurants in Los Angeles and all over the world. We just took a trip to España and Italia right before the pandemic, and we can't do that. We're in the middle of a panda right now. That would be irresponsible, unsafe to bring my senior citizen parents to a fucking restaurant, eatery. All right, whatever. I know a lot of chefs. Well, I know fancy chefs. I know Ching Chong Chang. He's Momo Cuckoo. She don't want that. What? This is what rich people do. They go eat out at nice restaurants, and if they don't, they get a private chef or they have the food delivered. No. I want my son to cook for me on my birthday. What? That's poor people shit. I'm not going to cook for you. That's gross. No. I'm 74 years old and I want my son to cook for me. Fuck, man. Like, I don't got enough shit to do. Okay. I have, like, literally nothing to do. If you don't remember. Jobless. So that doesn't add up. I want to spoil my mom. I want to, you know. So that morning I call her and I say, happy birthday. And she breaks down into tears. But it doesn't sound like the time I called her in jail 15 years ago. It's a different. And, you know, fine. Okay, those are happy tears. Your joy, you know, whatever. I don't know why you're crying. But it just went on. It went on. I don't know. I don't know what the appropriate length of time when someone says happy birthday and you burst into tears you should cry for. 10 seconds? 30 seconds? This went over a minute, probably closer to 2 or 3 minutes. I could have defrosted a bean, rice, and cheese burrito in that time from Trader Joe's, but that's how long it lasted because I looked at my watch, my phone, and it just kept going on. I said, you okay? She's like, no, I'm fine. I'm just happy. I'm happy that my son loves me. I say, so look, I'm gonna be in the fucking kitchen all day come early. You know, my parents, they're old. They like to eat early. We'll sit on the deck, watch the sunset. You know. So I become, I started I'm on YouTube. I'm master chef. You know, I got to make her a cake, but it can't be too sweet because my family's mostly diabetic. So I'm going to make a light, fluffy Japanese sponge cake. I've never made a fucking sponge cake before. You know how hard this shit is? You know how hard this shit is? It's actually not hard at all. It's soft and fluffy. But like making is hard. It's real hard. You gotta get the eggs, you gotta separate the egg whites, and you gotta make a separate thing with this, and you gotta have these tools where you're like folding shit in. You gotta get that little spatula white thing, and you like fluff it in, and then you fluff the egg white mixture, and I'm a chef. I got a fucking tattoo of a butcher knife on my fucking forearm, and I have produce and vegetables and meat products on my biceps. I don't know why I just made fun of chefs. They never did anything to me. Well, I'm an artist. I got a fucking jar of ink tattooed on my nutsack, and my penis is a brush. I don't have that. I don't have any tattoos. My body's a temple. So I'm in the kitchen slaving over this fucking cake, and I'm making food for her. I'm making my famous pasta, and it's not famous. It's just people in my family like it. And I'm reading these instructions, and I'm watching the YouTube of like, you can't over fluff and fold because then you beat the eggs, overbeat. I don't know the fuck you overbeat an egg. Then it's not going to get the bubbles, and it's not going to be. So I'm trying not to overbeat my eggs. I'm not trying to overbeat my thick mixture and keep it the right consistency. And I'm folding this cake in. And my parents show up, and the food's about ready. And we have a nice dinner. We watch the sunset. And my mom, I bring the cake out. We sing happy birthday. And she starts crying again. I go, Mom, enough. You know, I want people to feel their feelings. I want you to emote if you feel emotional. But, you know, talk it out. It's just weird when someone's just, you know, my dad tries to shut it down immediately. Okay, enough of that. You can't stand any displays of any kind of emotion. No, okay. Mom, Dad, let the bitch cry. It's her birthday. She wants to fucking cry. Let her cry it out. And she goes into one of her rants. You know, here she is just dripping. It doesn't add up at all. She's dripping with like emeralds that I bought her from Colombia, and diamonds from France, and mixed in with like Play-Doh brooch. Is that what you call it? A brooch? A brooche? A brooch? Whatever. She's got Play-Doh brooches all over her breast, chest and neck area, like from when I was in kindergarten. She saved everything I've ever fucking made for her, like cheap plastic McDonald's toy pins, cheap Play-Doh shit that I made when I was in second grade, mixed with like the most expensive jewelry known to man, and you know, just sitting there looking like a Batman rogues gallery villain, you know, like she should be in the next Batman movie. Warner Brothers, call me. DC, call me Jim Lee. You know, and if anyone out there has heard my mom's laugh, it's maniacal. It sounds insane. It sounds like Satan is whispering right into your ear. So she goes on this rant of like, oh, my son, he's 74 years on this planet, and it's the first time cooking me a birthday meal. And I was like, bitch, I cook for you all the time. It's not true. Sometimes I do. But I guess I sat there and I was like, wow, in 74 years, I guess this is the first time I actually cooked something for you for your birthday. I thought, you know, taking you out was the answer, but apparently doing something from your own hands is more special. And I know my mom, I know her pattern. So this is the part where in the mixture where she starts folding her lies and feelings and her victimhood, and right on target, right on time. There she goes. She's like, oh, I love you, son. You're so wonderful. What did I do in this life to deserve such a wonderful son? And she starts folding in the guilt right in there. It's like 3 parts compliment and then 2 parts guilt, and then you just spin it up in the egg beater, and all all points Korean K-Rage self-hatred. Nice baked K-Rage cake. Why don't you just get married? Why don't you just get married? Why, you live in America. You need that piece of paper, that paper that says you're a citizen, the paper that says I'm married. You're 44, about to be 45. Why don't you just get married? Why don't you? So it didn't matter that I fucking killed with this fucking sponge cake, killed with the pasta, with the fucking pork ming balls, right? With the little Asian twist, my little fucking Italian fusion with Chinese style, right? I fucking killed this meal. Perfect dessert, and now you gotta fucking end it. I said, look, bitch. It's your birthday. I'll let you cry as long as you want. I'll let you fucking talk down to me. I'll let you manipulate me and, tell me dumb shit that I'm doing wrong with my life. But even me as a human being has a limit. I can't just let you walk all over me. But because it's your birthday, I'll let you tread on me a little bit. I'll let you step on my nuts a bit. But at some point, hop off those nuts. Hop off those nuts, bitch. I can't let you just fucking grind my nuts in the meat grinder. We have enough meatballs in this dish. I don't need any more. And I'm in the prison with a fucking dreadlocked Rastafarian Japanese Ross from Friends looking motherfucker and a guy who won't stop spinning on his fucking head. I mean, he had a little bald spot on the top where he would spin so much. And this shit don't make sense to me. It's like, how is reggae, like, how did you learn about reggae in Japan? This is 15 years ago. And how did this guy get so good at breakdancing? It didn't add up to me. And I sat there and I thought of April 29th, 1992, LA riots. The riots hit LA. Koreatown was in flames. It's like, kick these fuckers out. There's a popular recording artist at the time from, I don't want to say it. It's NWA. So I'll just say Nagitty with attitude. And there's a guy in there, the main guy. I mean, you if you want to debate whether it's Ice Cube or Eazy, for me it was Eazy. But Ice Cube went solo, and he had an album come out at the time, right during the riots, right before the riots, called Death Certificate. And the last song on the album, on the CD, excuse me, I sounded dated there, on the CD, was called Black Korea. And this song is a very short song about how he's gonna fucking kill Asians for following them around around the supermarket, assuming that he's shoplifting. And then it ends, I don't remember all the lyrics. The black fist burn your store right down to the crisp, and then we'll see you, because you can't turn the ghetto into Black Korea. I think that's how it goes. So as a Korean kid growing up in Los Angeles, I felt scared. I felt fear. I grew up in black neighborhoods. I grew up in Hispanic neighborhoods. I grew up in all Jewish neighborhoods. I never went to a school that was mostly Asian or had a lot of Asian people around. It was always me and my brothers were the only Asians. So I felt very unwelcome. And as you can't tell right now, I'm very sensitive about everything. So those words hurt me. People hurt me with their words, with their insults, with their racial stereotypes. And then to have one of the most popular, the kids all love NWA and Ice Cube, and he's writing songs about kill me, kill my race, and then let's burn these fuckers out, of their own city. Like the police did nothing. They burned our stores down. I felt very scared. I felt very, and I don't like to be scared. I don't like to feel fear. So I turned that into rage. I'd rather be angry than scared, but it's all based on fear. And what do I do with that rage? So where are we now? It doesn't make sense that this guy Jin with 9 fingers is the best breakdancer in our cell. There was a black guy there from Nigeria. It's like, it's his culture. Breakdancing comes from black culture. Like, he should be good at it. Why is this guy? And then once I got out of jail, I found out the Jabberwockies and the Filipinos and the Koreans and the Japanese always compete. The best breakdancers in the world are Asian. More specifically, Korean. The best breakdancers in the world are Korean. Wow, how is that possible? It doesn't add up. Well, it adds up when you put in K-Rage and who was popular at this time. As Dreadlocked Ross from Friends tried to tell, oh, Mike, you from America. You meet Michael Jordan, Michael Tyson, Michael Jackson, right? Everything back then was be like Mike, right? I want to be like Tyson, Jordan, Jackson. I didn't have this insight then. You wouldn't want to be these people for, well, especially Michael Jackson. He's dead now, but Jordan, you'd want to be Michael Jordan. That guy was the greatest basketball player, is the greatest. He's a legend because he used rage and anger to get to the top. But he seems miserable. I know certain stories that I'm not going to retell here because I'm not that kind of person. I'm growing as a human being. No, I'm not. Or maybe I am. Who knows? Baby steps. Fail forward. Progress, not perfection. And so you don't want to be Michael Jordan of that sensation of what it feels like when you dunk and you score the last point and you save the day. But everything else, the guy seems fucking miserable. Gambling addict, workaholic, drugs, alcohol. I don't know what other shit he's into, but he just seems like plagued by his own demons. And so when we come to this year and Parasite, a Korean movie, from Korea, not translated, wins the #1 movie. Oh, and my dad's pride, my when people call me, like I had anything to do with the movie. Hey Dave, congratulations. For what? Parasite won best, but what does that have to do with me? Well, you're Korean, right? Koreans are very prideful people. Asians are very prideful people. And so when you look at Korea and you go, wait, not that long ago, 1990s, it was fuck gooks, fuck Korea, fuck these fuckers, get them the fuck out of here. And then you fast forward to 2020 and it's like, David Chang, best chef, best director, Bong Joon-dong, best everything, best fucking breakdancers in the world, Korean, best soap opera. I mean, we've completely, I don't know what the words are. My vocabulary isn't that big. That's why I cuss a lot. Taken black culture. Think of the biggest pop act in the world, which is basically all stolen. Justin Bieber or NSYNC or I don't know. All that stuff is stolen from black culture. And we've stolen from that. Like all the K-pop boy bands and the girl bands, they're the biggest. That's all black culture. They stole it and they mutated into this fucking crazy shit. The best breakdancers, the best living artist in the world, me. Thanks, Mom. Where does that come from? It doesn't add up. How would the best fucking breakdancer in the world be Korean? Anger, hostility towards the opposition. That's how I used you saying I can't do it. You're not supposed to be, and I fucking took it. Well, black people and Hispanics, that's who does graffiti. Not nice little Korean boys. Oh, really? Well, I'll show you. Michael Jordan's entire career was, well, I'll show you. To the point where it was even imagined threats. They weren't even real. He's like, oh, that guy slighted me. He didn't say what's up to me, or he took this, and some of that shit didn't even happen. And that's my world. Is I'm hyper vigilant. I'm hyper alert because of all these threats, and some of them are actually real, but most of them are imagined. And I use that hate, and I use that. So, oh, okay. I guess that's how you became the best breakdancer, Jin. And so, yeah, Koreans are the best. What, you would want to be in Soteji? What Menudo? What's the name of the cave? I don't know. But it's all dog shit. I mean, now, okay, so you have billions of hits on YouTube. You're the biggest stars of the world, playing this music, doing trap verses on your... It's dog shit. The music's absolute dog... Except for maybe that Blackpink. That one's pretty cool. I play drums to that. I do drum covers to Blackpink. That one's all right, but most of them are dog shit. And a lot of these K-pop people, all these, they're suicidal, they hate themselves. Of course you'd be. Because there's no love. It's coming from a place of anger and fear. And you can't win that way. Why does this Ross-looking fucker have dreadlocks? And only then do I find out, Japan is a country of workaholism. Of, you must be number one. And if you don't do good, then you are ashamed and you have to be proud. We are number one at everything. And if you don't do a good job and you don't bring in the numbers and you commit seppuku, you kill yourself and you jump. So the suicide rate is out of control in a lot of Asian countries because it's all based on performance. And that performance is based off of fear. You must succeed or else. And so what happens in the 60s or 70s, I don't know the exact year, is this long dreadlocked motherfucker Bob Marley rolls into town. Bob Marley rolls on looking at a cloud of weed smoke into Tokyo. And he's like, yo, Japanese people, chill the fuck out. And he plays his Buffalo Soldiers and redemption songs. And so these three birds show up on my doorstep and they told the Japanese people, chill the fuck out. Nigiri, please, chill the fuck out. And so it would make sense to me that a culture so driven by work and succeeding and must be the best. And this mythical figure just rolls into town with this guitar and says, hey, one love, God bless. And so Japanese people took on to reggae like no one has. No culture. Like outside of Jamaica, I think Japan is like the number one reggae import of all things reggae. I mean, have you seen a Japanese person's hair? It's long and silky and black. And do you know how much work, like artificial work, it would take to dread a Japanese person's hair? It's like 48 hours sitting in a chair where they're using all kinds of artificial machines to twist and turn, fold that shit up into looking like a long nigiri roll, a spicy tuna hand roll. Oh, man. So my mom's folding her guilt into her compliments. Oh, you're such a good son, but you're not married. And I present her with this sponge cake, and then I let her go, and 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 I say to her, listen, bitch. I tell her about the Cho Show. I tell her thousands of kids out there want to make their parents proud. All these Asian kids out there, I just want my parents to be proud of me. Let's fucking play this out. Hey, fuckface, mom, dad, you stupid motherfuckers. You seem to be pretty good at math. You made fun of me when I didn't do that good at math. So let's see if this shit adds up. Let's just go down the list. Let's just do it. 1, 2, 3, ABC. 1, 2, 3. It's easy as, let's just do it. I, David Cho, want to make my parents proud. What does that require? Number one, I would be fucking married right now to a Power Ranger 20 years ago in a fucking miserable marriage. Oh, but she's Korean and she's Christian. I'd be fucking like on my third divorce right now. Oh, you're not smart enough to be a doctor, but something like doctor-ish, like acupuncturist. I'd be a fucking acupuncture, married to in a miserable marriage, playing golf on the weekends. Well, okay. Well, what is it that you want to do? Like I said, I wasn't brave enough to be gay, but I want to be. I want to just destroy shit. I didn't listen. I went to jail. I did every fucking shameful thing that you can imagine. Every fucking shameful thing. And like everything that you would want for your son. It's like, well, I think he might be gay and he has purple hair and he's been to jail multiple times in many different countries. He's not good at math, science. He's not good at sports. He's not good at anything. He's just good at getting in trouble and jerking off a lot and playing video games. It just doesn't add up. Like, we came here. We provided every opportunity for you to be great and do all these things. And it's just failure after failure disappointment and disappointment. And for you're ashamed of me, mother, father. You're ashamed of me, and what would you have of me? You want me to live a life where you want to be proud of me? I'm in a band called Mangchi. It means hammer in Korean. And we did a world tour. We did a U.S. tour, East Coast, West Coast, and so the day I dreaded, we get close to the border, Vancouver, and I already know that I'm not allowed into Canada because I found out the hard way when I was 24 years old. I got my first high-paying gig, $5,000, with the ad agency Mayden & Kennedy in Portland, and they got me a job for Need for Speed Underground 2, the video game. And my star was starting to rise, and they were like, let's give this fucker his own car in the game. They gave me some skins to wrap, you could have unlock the special David Cho car. It wasn't on the actual video game, but it was like on the Mac or IBM version or something. So it was me and Chingy, the rapper, the musical recording artist, Chingy. So me and Chingy, I was like, Mom, I called her. I said, listen, I've arrived. Me and Chingy are getting our own Need for Speed Underground skin wraps on just the IBM version. It's like, okay, cool. And we land in Vancouver, and I get out of the car, or I get off the plane, and they say, oh, Mr. Cho, they need to talk to you over there. And the two guys that flew with me from Mayden & Kennedy are like, everything okay, Dave? And I say, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. And we get there, and I'm 24 years old. I'm a grown man. I'm a young man, but still a man, I think. And they say, there's nothing you'd like to share with us? I go, no. And I say, no criminal record, nothing? And I go, no, I haven't done anything wrong. I'm fine. And they go, well, it looks like you got caught shoplifting and did some graffiti and, public nuisance and all this kind of shit from when I was 15, 14 years old, a juvenile. Back that ass up. And I go, well, I was a kid then. I was 14 years old. And, in America, they close your records after you turn 21 on those kind of things, if it's not like a felony or something. And he goes, yeah, America might have a short memory, but not us. We're Canada. And I was like, well, hold on. What does that mean? This is my first high paying gig. Like, this is really, and these guys are in the back. Hey, Dave, everything okay? And he rejected me. He's like, sir, you're not going to be entering the country today. And I've been rejected by my family members, by women, by my friends, by distributors, by art galleries, by art directors, by magazines, by comic book companies. I've dealt with a lot of rejection in my life. This is my first time being rejected into a country because of something I did when I was 14. America might have a short memory, but not us. I don't know why I sounded like that. America might have a short memory, but not us. You know what I'm talking about? Fucking maple leaf wearing motherfucker. Who puts gravy on French fries? Fucking cheese curds. What the fuck is that? And people always ask me. I always stuck to my first story. They go, hey, why do you hate Canada? I'm like, because some fucking guy fixed my car and went to hug his granddaughters. And it made me feel gross. That's why you hate Canada? Well, that plus I was rejected by them. So now it's, it's 24 then. It was like 18 years later. I'm with my whole band, Mangchi, Korean for Hammer. And we, I spent a lot of money and immigration lawyers to get my record expunged, and yet they still fucked with me at the border because they were like, oh, looks like you had your record expunged. That must mean you did something. Anyways, I get in the fucking country, and the whole time I'm angry. I'm like, fuck these motherfuckers, these fucking cheese curd eating motherfuckers. And we have a show that night. And of course, there's a reggae band opening for us. And guess what? The bass player's Japanese. So these long dreadlocked motherfuckers get up on stage, they're opening for us, and they go into their reggae set. And I look in the audience, and I see something I've never seen before. Smiles. I'm used to going to concerts where people are getting kicked in the face, diving off the stage, mosh pits, doing hardcore kind of weird dance moves, throwing their body into people. And everyone in this audience was grooving. The bass player was smiling. The drummer was smiling. The singer was smiling. Everyone in the front row was smiling. Everyone in the back row was smiling. The fucking conga player was smiling. The fucking security guard in the front was smiling. And I was like, does not compute. And then I was like, oh, of course it makes sense. Fucking reggae. I was shipped away to Korea when I was 4 years old because my parents were too poor to raise 3 kids. And that fucked me up for the rest of my life. That wound was so deep. And although it's both my parents that shipped me away, I put my mom's face to it. And that's why all these conflicting feelings come up. And my mom, if you've ever met her, has a infectious laugh, a killer smile. She's always laughing and always saying, hallelujah, I love you, and she's a upbeat personality. And so when I think of Canada, fuck you, motherfucker, poutine motherfuckers, poutine sipping, reggae. It's like, shut the fuck up, dude. Can you fucking 120, 180 BPM, speed the fuck up, dude. What is it? What is it? It's these feelings of acceptance. Because I was shipped away, and that's scary. It's like my mom, who loves me, sent me away. Those feelings of rejection and abandonment is, I feel worthless. I feel like I need to do something. I need to fucking train hard and become someone important and work hard and keep succeeding and getting accolades and achieving. And only then will I be accepted. And then once in a while you meet someone and they're like, I accept you, friends, lovers. There's good people out there, weird people. And they go, you don't have to do anything. You don't have to make me laugh. You don't have to buy me dinner. You don't have to put on a show. I accept you just as you are. And to that should be like, you should cry from joy. Oh my God, you accept me just as I am. And that's even worse. It's get the fuck away from me. And so in that way, I can accept death metal music and grindcore and hardcore music because it's that I know. But if you love me and accept me just as I am, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. That's Canada. Canada's neutral fuck of a country. Never in any wars. Has no beef with anyone. It makes me feel weird. I want to go hug my grandchildren. What the fuck? Reggae. As I look at the smiles on their faces, it's like, wow. Everyone in this audience and the band is enjoying themselves. Welcome one, welcome all. I can't accept myself just as is. Just as I am right now in this moment is not enough. My love must be performance-based. Only when I achieve, perform, and I do something good. Oh, he made a free throw. Oh, he knocked that guy out. Oh, his painting sold for $40, $50, $100,000, $1 million, $200 million, $500 million. Sold to the highest. That's when people accept me. That hole will never be filled. That hole is bottomless. This is a bottomless party. You could fill it with sex, drugs, money, achievements, cars, houses, goals. My next project sold a deal to Netflix. It'll never add up. It'll never be enough. More, more, more. The disease of more. The root of my addiction is more, not enough. I'm not enough. I don't have enough. I need more. I need more. It's not enough. Come back home to yourself, to your heart. I am enough. You're enough. I am worthy. You are worthy. To add it all up. To get to that place where you're like, this makes sense. This is a life that I want to live. Is acceptance, gratitude, presence. Be present, be grateful, and positivity, positive attitude. I love you, Canada. I love you, mother. I love you, Korean breakdancer, Jin with 9 fingers. I love you, sushi-smelling, dreadlocked Ross from Friends looking Japanese guy. I love you, maple leaf wearing, hockey playing, puck sucking, poutine eating Canadian. And I love me. I love myself. And in not a vain way, but in a truly genuine, authentic, I deserve to forgive myself. I deserve to be kind to myself. I have a hard time accepting love and kind words, and it has to start here with me. And that starts by me growing myself up. Grow up, big boy. So I sit there with my mom and I say, hey, listen, bitch. You want me to fucking get married so I can have a piece of paper? Like, you can't just... Will that make you validated as a mother? That if I have a piece of paper that says I'm married and validated as a human being if I get my college degree? He's like, yes, that's what America's about, a piece of paper. When you buy a house, you need a piece of paper. You need a piece of paper. And I said, okay, you dumb fucks. It just doesn't add up. Are you proud of me today? Yes, we're very proud of you. For me to make you proud of me, I had to fucking disappoint you. Not kind of. Ultimately and totally. Completely. Totally destroy that part of being proud. You came all the way from another country. You didn't speak the language. You were made fun of. You didn't have a good paying job. You were fucking at the low poverty line. You had 3 kids back to back. You did all this shit so that your son could be like a questioning sexuality graffiti vandal? That's you must have cried yourself to sleep at night by going to jail multiple times, by committing crimes, by becoming a graffiti artist, by ultimately disappointing you. Now you're proud of me. Think about it, you dumb bitch. If I did every fucking thing you asked of me, think about that. Does that add up? If I did what you asked, high SAT score, go to Harvard or Yale, not that I even could, and get the best score and become a doctor or a lawyer, I'd be a failure as a human being. I did all that just to make you proud? You're proud of me today because I disobeyed you. The fucking Japanese guy has spent 2 days in the chair to get dreadlocks because reggae music brings joy to his life. Of this culture that's about workaholism. The breakdancing kid is spinning on his head because black culture black people made fun of him. And so he said, I'm going to take your own culture and be the best at it. But that didn't bring him joy. That didn't bring Michael Jordan joy. That didn't bring me joy. To make your parents proud of you, you must disobey them. You must honor. Well, that's not how I was raised. You honor your parents. Those aren't your parents. Well, my dad and we have a close relationship. Yeah, you never had that. That fictional relationship you wish you had with I wish my dad was more like this. I wish my mom. Well, you never had that. And you're old now, so you're never going to get that. You're not a kid anymore. You're an adult. You're the parent. Whether you have children or not, everyone has a scared, hurt child in them. Parent that child. You be the parent. You honor yourself by honoring your parent, which is you. Boom. I guess I am fucking good at math, Mom. It all adds up. Turns out I'm fucking a brilliant mathematician. I'm a fucking mathlete. It just happens to be that I'm a spiritual postmodern abstract performance mathlete. But nonetheless, it all did add up at the end. And the cake was fucking delicious. The egg whites mixing with the egg yolk and the ingredients and the mixture and the guilt and the compliments. Look, we're all lost children. We're all lashing out. I want to be the best. I want to be like Mike. Mike doesn't want to be like Mike. I wish I was just you for one day. No, you don't. You don't know the fucking shit. It's a good thing to want to make your parents proud. But that parent is you. You're the parent. You're the grown-up. Parent your child, yourself. You have a lost, hurt, fearful kid in you who's acted out in many different ways. The things you've done in your life. I need to prove someone wrong. I need to show them the anger, the rage. I don't like being hurt, so I'm going to turn into this. He's lost. She's lost. Parent that child. Grow yourself up, you immature fuck. Put the video games down. Put the porn down. Grow yourself up. Do some work. I know what's wrong with me. Well, do something about it, fuckface. Fucking shithead. Mother and father, I just want to apologize for any dishonorable words I used against you and any Asian people I made fun of. I love all you guys. And, you know, I was given this subject, it all adds up, and it was like, what the fuck you want me to talk about? If you can't tell, I just riffed off every fucking idea that came into my head. I just thought of literally every single thing that doesn't add up. Asian people with dreadlocks, Korean breakdancers, disappointing my parents. I was like, does that fucking make sense to you? The fact that I did everything wrong and now I'm a rich, famous artist, the richest famous artist in the world. Was that a humble brag or was that an actual brag? I think that's an actual brag. And the only way that I did that to make you proud of me was to disobey. The way you make yourself proud is to disobey your parents and make your inner parent, your inner child proud. Honor yourself. Listen to your heart. Listen to your intuition. The breakdancer's not happy because he's using anger to fuel his worm and his head spins and his robot moves. He's coming from a place of, I'm going to show you. He might be the best, but it's not spiritually satisfying. Mike Tyson, Michael Jordan, they might, oh man, my childhood was so fucked up. I'm going to do all this shit to fucking show you that I am the best. But at some point you got to pivot. That energy, that fuel that you use to get you to this point in life, it won't help you in other places in your life. It won't add up. It'll add up to prison, mental institutions, death. The only thing that adds up is joy, happiness. Honor that side. That might not get you to be the greatest whatever, but that's overrated anyways. You don't need that. Your inner child, the kid in you, they don't care about that. They just want to have fun. And when you honor that, and when you have true joy in your life and happiness, honor that self. What is it that you need today? Do you need to quit your job? Do you need a candy bar? Honor yourself. Be kind to yourself. Forgive yourself. Give yourself that love. Let's look at your origin story. See where your motivations came from. You operate from fear, from making your place of, I want to make my parents proud. And let's see if it makes sense to change the narrative, change the path. And you don't ever have to be scared again. I'm sending a monkey with a huge backpack and a tiny head and a fanny pack full of all kinds of gadgets. And when he opens his fanny pack, I'm going to send 100 million tiger lobsters with huge pinchers and metallic purple butterfly wings to protect you and guide you for the rest of your life. Let's dissect the fear in you right now, the darkness, and cut it out. We'll use the lobster pinchers on the tiger lobster butterflies. And they'll use their pinchers, their claws, their teeth to protect you, to guide you. And lobsters are telepathic to communicate, to stay connected with you. And you get hungry, you want to eat some lobster claws, some lobster tails. Go ahead, it'll grow back to nourish you. And the wings to carry you wherever you need to go. So you can get new perspective on your life from bird's eye view, from the side, from the left. 100 million lobster tiger butterflies with purple metallic wings with regenerating lobster tails and claws. And they're your best friends, and they will protect you. And if one of them dies, there'll be a lot left. And I promise you, it'll all add up. All right, I gotta stop. This is getting too crazy. Many years later, my mom sold the apartment building she was managing, and she sent me down there to pick up some checks and some furniture. And I ran into Pablo, and he's older. And hey, man, his English got a little bit better. I'm like, oh, you're still here, man? I thought you were just saving up money, trying to get back to Mexico. He's like, no, I started a second family here. I cheated on my wife. My shithead son's over there is useless. And he's got his headphones on. He's beating out to something. And he's wearing all black. And he might have been wearing makeup. He's got lip piercings, nose piercings. And his dad goes to get some stuff for me, and I go to his son. I go, hey, what's up, man? He's got this emo goth vibe going. I'm guessing he's listening to like the Deftones or The Cure or the Smiths or Morrissey. I go, hey, man, what are you listening to? And he takes his headphones off. Reggae. I listen to reggae now.
We're quite certain that that video from We're quite certain that that video from David has made all of us think. We would like to remind you that you can donate at uc-2020.com and that we are supporting charities providing COVID-19 relief efforts and supporting the Black Lives Matter movement. They include Inner City Arts, Black Lives Matter, Artist Relief, the Loveland Foundation, Doctors Without Borders, MBK Alliance, World Central Kitchen, House of Ruth, and Black Visions Collective. We'd also like to remind you that we have digital care packages available on our website. The one for David Cho, the password is It All Adds Up. We also have two very special gifts from our upcoming speakers. One from Evan Kleiman, the password for which is Good Food, GOODFOOD, and one from Craig Maud, the password for which is Walking, WALKING. As a reminder, you can also check the @Unexpected Connections Instagram for more content and to ask our speakers questions. So for our upcoming segment, we are speaking to Evan Kleiman and Craig Maud. Evan has been the host of Good Food on KCRW since 1998. She's done thousands of interviews on the world of food and drink, which is perfect because she loves nothing better than learning and sharing all there is to know about humans and how food interact. She's also a chef with nearly 30 years of experience under her belt before walking away to focus on authoring cookbooks and teaching on the cultural subjects that touch food. Craig Maud is a writer and photographer who has called Japan home for most of the last 20 years. He has written for Eater, The Atlantic, The New Yorker, Wired, California, and others. He is the co-author of the books Pachinko Road, Koya Bound, 8 Days on the Kumano Kodo, and Art Space Tokyo. We're really excited to have the two of them together with us today to talk about the dedication to a pursuit and how a journey is required to gain new perspectives. Let's go live to them. Hi, Evan. Hi, Craig. Thank you so much for calling in from your locations. It's a pleasure to have both of you here to talk to each other.
Thanks for having me. Thanks for having us.
Yeah.
What a treat.
Yes, a treat for all of us and for our viewers right now. Just to open, something that I alluded to in the bios is, Evan, you've been hosting Good Food for 22 years now. And Craig, I mentioned that you walk, but I didn't say how much you walk. And so for an example, last year you walked over 1,000 kilometers along the historic Nakasendo Highway from Tokyo and Kyoto. So I think, like, for me, a similarity between the two of you I see is how you play the long game. You commit to doing things that other people would maybe balk at doing. So what has sustained your interest, your individual interest in food and walking for all of these years and all of these kilometers?
It's interesting. I was thinking about this, how my mother's mantra was even on her voicemail. She would say, I'm out putting one foot in front of the other. And it's something that she said to me always, that let your curiosity take you where you need to go. And for me, the journey into my subject is driven by curiosity, and then it's fed by the constancy of the practice, I think. So it becomes like a hamster wheel with no end that has its own energy that keeps it going. Because as you take in more, you learn more, and then your focus shifts and your curiosity expands. And I have to say to Craig, the hilarious thing to me about being paired with him is that I'm the kind of person who reads books about walking instead of just walking.
He's the one that writes books about walking.
Right.
Well, I lived in Japan for 13 years before I started doing sort of what could be called serious walking, if there is such a thing as serious walking, or more kind of intentional walking. And, I thought I knew the country well. 13 years is quite a long time. I moved here when I was like 19 and went to university here, and I hitchhiked across the country. I've done a lot of traveling in Japan, but it wasn't until I was invited on a walk 7 years ago that I realized I knew so little about sort of the real historical depth of the country, and in terms of just deep interactions with, say, like the countryside or folks in the countryside. I've spent 98% of my time hidden in the center of Tokyo, really not leaving the city too much, just for little excursions every now and then. And so that first walk I was invited on by a friend and mentor and scholar, Japan scholar, 7 years ago, really kind of just opened my eyes to the fact that I knew nothing about Japan. Like, I had just the most superficial sense of what Japan was or its history. And so that, to me, really activated the interest. And it became this sort of, in the same way when you learn a new language, you kind of get more and more excited the further along you go up the pole of language skill. It unlocks all these different things. So it's like, oh, now I can read these sorts of books. Now I can communicate with these sorts of people. It felt the same way with the walking. And the more I did it, the more I felt my understanding and connection with the country deepening. And that was just really exciting. And so last year was sort of my most formal year of walking, where I started the membership program and I did the huge Nakasendo walk and a bunch of other walks. And, I'm at a point now where I'm doing, well, this year, obviously a lot has changed because of COVID. I was supposed to be on a big walk right now, but for the most part, I'm doing 2 to 3 full months of walking a year in Japan. And it's all in service to this desire to understand this place better and to connect with it in a more deeper way.
Yeah, I think what I'm hearing both of you kind of talk on the theme of, regarding food and then walking, is this idea that as you keep going, the journey gets deeper, or the hole gets deeper. There are still layers that you're kind of working through and revealing. And I just wonder, but has there, because, Craig, you said you've been in Japan 13 years, and Evan, as a host of Good Food for 22 years, has there ever been a moment where you felt like, oh, maybe I've kind of reached the end of this journey, or like maybe that I've tapped as much as I'm going to tap, or has it always just been like, the more I do, the more I learn that there still is to learn?
For me, I mean, I have a kind of analog experience to Craig in that in my late teens and early 20s, I figured out how to spend every other year several months in Italy without having to pay, and as part of my education, and that kind of grew simultaneously out of a culinary connection, because I always cooked. It's how I put myself through school, and that need to not race through somewhere, but to sit in a place and deepen your knowledge by just being there was for me incredibly potent, and became sort of like a template of the curiosity that would overtake me for the rest of my life. Because I think what I learned as a kid who all of a sudden was in a very different place, a much more rural place, because in the 70s when I started traveling there, it was not as urban-based as it is now. And I grew up in LA, so this connection of food and culture, which didn't exist where I was from, was so profound, and it was so tied to place. And the more you could experience place slowly I would pretend like when I was 18, I would pick a town and pretend like I lived there. And maybe it was 5 days or maybe it was 2 months. But then I started to realize I wasn't pretending, that I actually was living every day. And once you slow down, I think that you just see things in a different way, and it becomes necessary.
Mm.
I don't know if that sounds familiar to you at all, Craig.
Yeah. Oh, what you just said about sort of assuming an identity. It's almost like in Japanese you'd call it cosplay, like costume play or whatever, of becoming this person for a set period of time, but then realizing you are actually becoming that person. I feel that so acutely on the walks. I think this is why a walk for me, especially a walk over kind of an extended period of time, feels especially powerful, more than like, you have all these different layers. So if you're in a plane, you get that superficial macro view. If you're in a train, you get kind of the quick view of a place. If you're in a car, it's a little more control, but still you're in a bubble. And even a bicycle, you're moving at a pace that's difficult to stop and contend with everyone that you're passing by on the road. But when you walk, you're going past people really slowly, and you have to choose who you want to be that day. And I found in my walks that there's almost this sort of this almost like spiritual experience of every day you wake up and you're reborn in a way. Like you can choose who do you want to be today, because you're going to pass by all these strangers, and you get another opportunity to redefine who it is that you are, and to choose to engage once again as deeply and sort of with empathy and love as you can muster to these folks, these strangers that you're meeting along the way. And much like to your point, Evan, it's like you kind of do that in repetition long enough, and you realize that those habits and those emotions and those feelings of this persona that you're projecting into just become part of who you are on a day-to-day basis, even when you're not out doing the walks.
I love the goal you set out for yourself of taking portraits by 9 o'clock in the morning, was it?
10. 9 to 10.
But I thought that was just fascinating, because it means that you must interact with somebody in a very intentional way at the very beginning of your day, which must set the tone for the rest of the day.
It's such an unlocking hack. It's you see that it's getting closer to 10 a.m. and even though it's this artificial, sort of constraint that you set, it works. I mean, so much of I think creativity is is contingent on constraints, real or artificial deadlines, things like that. And yeah, Evan, you're absolutely right that by opening up myself and sort of taking that risk and doing that vulnerable thing of asking to photograph someone and having them come into a space and creating a space where even though they're kind of being vulnerable to me, they're enjoying it and they're having fun. Totally is such a tone setter for the entire day.
I think that's a really good way to segue into a question I wanted to ask about habits and ritual, I guess, about how when you continually investigate or continually commit to doing one thing, you reveal new aspects about it. And maybe to bring it back to Evan, since Craig talked about taking portraits, how have you discovered that repetition, whether that's a segment on your show or a recipe, unearths more for you?
Well, I think my whole culinary life, my chef life, was all about that repetition and handwork, which for me is everything. I mean, it keeps me from going insane. And it's interesting because I think of this period of time, and the first thing that came into my mind when you were formulating your question was doing the dishes. Because I think doing the dishes is has so much metaphor attached to it, and it's something everybody is doing now more than they ever thought they would ever do in their lives. And I love it. It's how it used to be when I worked in the restaurant, that at the end of the night you would put everything away and then you would just clean like you had never cleaned a space before until it was absolutely spotless. And the sense that you have of an ending of a day so that you can begin a new day at just at zero to start over was so comforting. So there's that. But also I would say that for me, just making food is using my hands in a way that now I've done it so much requires no thought. It's like driving. If you've driven since you were a teenager, by the time you're middle-aged, you don't even think about what you're doing. You just do it naturally. I find the physical practice to be incredibly anchoring. So this period of time, actually, of being home and having to cook every day and do the dishes and not feel guilty about using that time is the one part of this whole situation that is a blessing.
Craig, that actually kind of reminds me of something you wrote. I don't know if you want to talk about it, but when Evan was talking about doing the dishes, it reminds me of something you wrote about changing your kitchen space to be just 1% better every day. And I was wondering if you also hit on the same thing that Evan's saying about like that kind of making food and then tidying being an anchoring part of the day.
What is 1% better? I need to know that. It's like going, all right, well, what could I, how can I organize this one thing a little bit better? Like, do I need a new container for my pasta? Like, is pasta in like kind of a weird pile in the corner? Is that the best way to store my pasta? Or like, I was thinking about like, do I need tongs? Oh yes, actually I do need tongs. Like I don't have a good set of tongs. Like, so just every day just thinking about what kind of isn't working. So taking a step back and going, what in this space isn't quite working? And if I look at my my kitchen, I should have taken a photo of it like before the pandemic, and it's just a completely different space, but all in service to being able to use it more efficiently and it's a working kitchen now, as opposed to kind of this thing that I used to sometimes engage with, but now I'm engaging with for 2 or 3 hours a day every day, which for me, it's funny. There's a lot of obviously negative that happened during the pandemic, and it's still going on. But for me, this changing of my relationship with the kitchen space is so profound.
And this is something I'm going to take with me through the rest of my life now, and I feel really grateful for that. But I think, to your point, Evan, about like doing dishes, if you step back a little, it's really a discussion of maintenance. And I think for any creative practice, maintenance is so critical. I think people sometimes forget. Like I run in office hours quarterly with members of my membership program, and I ran one a month ago, and most of the questions were about being a better writer. How do you become a better writer? How do what are tricks? What are tips? And it's just, all you have to do is work at it every single day until you're dead. That's it. That's all you have to do every single day.
Yeah, that's it. You put one foot in front of the other.
That's all you have to do every single day until you're dead. Spend like 2 hours with everything else turned off and write. And and then when you're not doing that, make sure you're reading great books for a couple hours a day. That's all you have to do. That's the trick. But you can never stop. It's that until you're dead thing that is really, I think, key. There's no magical line you cross and then it's like, oh, it's all easy now. And the same thing with dishes. Like it's not like you do one giant dishwashing session and then, oh, I'm done with dishes for the rest of my life.
Yeah.
I'd love to know how many people switched permanently to paper plates now.
On the subject of writing, since both of you are writers, but at the same time, while writing is a solitary activity, like Craig said, something that you do by yourself for 2 hours and try to turn everything off and you do that, you both have this constant communication with a dedicated audience that have really chosen to be, in tune with what you're writing and what you're saying. I was wondering, how does knowing that you have those audiences, through Good Food and through the Explorers Club, like change your work or change how you approach making and presenting your work?
I have thought so much about this week, especially more than I've thought about it ever, maybe. I feel a great responsibility to try and hold in the way I interact with people, because the work that I do, I'm always in service of somebody else. I'm in conversation with somebody else. So I want to be of service to them, but I want to also be honest and be me. And I don't want, and then you have to hold what the moment is that you're living through, because it's radio, so it's present. I don't know that I have an answer. I'm just thinking a lot of thoughts about it right now, about my failures and how I'm going to go forward and how it will change. My team, we've been talking about nothing else for the last several days. I don't know. I think. Please.
I was just gonna say, I'm just so in awe, Evan, of your like the amount of output and the amount of reach you have, and the kind of the scale that you're operating at is so powerful and inspiring.
But on one level, it's just food. But then on another level, it isn't just. It's very odd.
Right.
Yeah, I think for both of you, this is my personal take, I don't think it's just food or just walking. I don't have an answer either, and I totally accept, that the two of you might not either, but you've brought together readers around a certain subject, but that doesn't mean you are limited to just talking about food and walking. And I also think that those two subjects actually touch on so many other things. Craig, if you had you wanted to elaborate.
Yeah. So I mean, like obviously, I have no experience with what's happening to people of color in the States. Like that's not something I can talk about or write about with any authority, you know. And so the best I can do is point, you know, parts of my audience towards, you know, great institutions that are doing incredible work that you know, can help move these things forward. That's kind of how I see my position with that. But I do have the ability to sort of go deeper on other social issues. And so, like, one of the things that's, you know, for example, that is connected with walking, and even though a big part of the walk last year was about food and about pizza toast, you know, a lot of the places I was walking through and the kisoten, the cafes that I was going to and patronizing, are parts of Japan that are being depopulated. And this is a real social issue that is affecting immigration issues, it's affecting pension issues. And, you know, it's one thing, again, this is what's so powerful about walking, is that it's one thing to read about these issues in the abstract and to go, oh, yeah, okay, great. Yeah, the Japanese population, if you look at it statistically, yes, it's becoming more and more top heavy. And what does that mean in terms of, you know, accepting immigrants and giving immigrants a better position in Japanese society? But it's another thing to walk through the countryside and see and feel these towns and villages that are disappearing in real time, and to go to a bunch of these shops and restaurants that are of an archetype that within like 10 years won't exist anymore. In a lot of ways, sort of like the New York Manhattan diner, you know, kind of disappearing from the landscape because of cost of rent and, you know, changing sort of socioeconomic, you know, makeup of neighborhoods in Manhattan. And so, you know, for the walking work and for my membership program, I've tried to focus on the things that I'm having a direct experience with, and I found that to be really, really powerful.
And for me, if I could just go back for a minute, when you do something like this for as long as I have, there's just layers and layers and layers, and you start to see all these connections. And obviously, there are these through lines, these truths that become revealed through food that I think this moment we're seeing in abundance, from the brittleness of the food chain, poverty, hunger related to the gig economy, and struggles of people of color. But another thing that I do when I'm lucky enough to do it is I teach food studies at UCLA. And the class that I teach is called We Are Stardust. And because literally we are. And the idea from soil to through soil, through photosynthesis, through plants and animals, that who we are as humans, that we basically mediate nature through food, is something that becomes ever more fascinating to me. And so I'm always torn between telling the huge story in a personal way, you know?
Yeah, I see that as well. I see the two of you, and we've been talking kind of big picture, but you two tend to use more specific examples, you know, intensive research, being detail oriented in order to explain those bigger sociopolitical, cultural ideas.
It's endlessly fascinating. And Craig, you have to come on Good Food and talk about Kisoten, because now I am obsessed.
It'd be my honor.
I've heard that eater essay was heavily redacted, so maybe you can go on Good Food and correct some of the redactions.
Well, it was just truncated, and well, there wasn't any controversial CIA reveals in the pizza toast essay, but it's actually the truncations are being put into a book that I'm finishing up right now. So
perfect timing.
I love how the two of you were like crossing over, one writing about food and the other about walking, and yeah, moving forward that way.
Those spaces just seem magical and so sad to let them go. Just also the physical spaces. And I believe that when, you know, I had my restaurant for 27 years, and some of these places that you explored have been run by people for 50 years. What an amazing place to walk into. Just
unbelievable. It's like, I mean, walking into museum set pieces, you know, and the kind of the heartbreaking aspect of it is a lot of these kisaten were started not because these people had an obsession with kisaten or that it was their dream to run a kisaten, but because of the economic situation, post-war economics, what was happening in Japan in the 50s, 60s, necessitated that, like, this was in some ways the only option they had. So they don't see their children as, you know, being able to carry on the kisaten, carry that flag, because they see it kind of almost as a choice they would never want their children to make. So it really is, for a lot of these establishments, this is the final generation to be running them, and so, you know, there's something kind of heartbreaking about witnessing that, but, you know, also something, you know, beautiful about watching this kind of cycle sort of make its loop and come to an end.
Okay, unfortunately, that's all the time we have for this segment before we move into the audience Q&A. It really does sound like I will wait for the good food episode on Pizza Toast between the two of you. So if the two of you stay with us, we will move in a second to audience questions. Okay, I have this first question from Mary in Honolulu, who says, "Hi, Evan, I love your show. I wonder if you have plans in the near future to highlight more POC restaurants or chefs, specifically social justice oriented and Black owned restaurants. Thank you."
Well, I think that the show always has had a social justice bent, always. And probably in the past, a lot of our stories that focused on that were agricultural, but absolutely yes. We already started with last week's show, and we're meeting constantly about how just a greater awareness of the power we have to move the mic, so to speak, in one direction rather than another will never go away again.
No. Is there any chance you want to speak about anything specific that you're looking at?
Well, next week's show, you know, over the years, we've done a lot of segments with people of color and talking about the various cultures related to that live with people of color, because the culinary cultures aren't monolithic by any means. And so next week, as an exercise, we're going to revisit quite a few of the segments that we've already done. And one of them that I'm really looking forward to airing again is when a book came out called Thug Kitchen, written by two white people, a young white couple. And a lot of people took umbrage of it. And it was one of the few interviews I ever did where I was sort of journalistically putting people's feet to the fire, because typically that's not what I do. And then I had an opportunity to break down the reaction to that whole scandal with Bryant Terry, who's just a really wonderful thinker and author, cookbook author in Northern California. And we're going to re-air that segment this coming weekend, along with many others.
No, look forward to it. We have a second question that's for Craig, and it's from Sam in Los Angeles. The question is there an overarching objective or personal quest guiding all of your projects? And how do you feel about your progress on this front?
Oh man, hit me up with the easy question here.
Two-parter.
So my cosmic guiding principle for eating pizza toast is I mean, I guess like to just speak broadly about this is one part of my past that is sort of present in all of this work that I'm doing, and in my desire to kind of feel closer, I guess, to a place and to understand a place more deeply, is that I'm adopted, and so this element of being adopted and this element of sort of genetic disconnection from groups as being kind of implicit to my experience of the world is certainly something that I keep in mind. And there's definitely, a strong case of psychoanalysis as to why I'm living in Japan as sort of, a response to this as well, I'm sure. So I'm very, very interested in what it means to be part of a group, what it means to integrate, what it means to be part of a family, and where those kind of lines sit, and when they're crossed and how you can cross them, and when they're also uncrossable. And so that's sort of definitely a background buzzing guiding principle for a lot of what I'm working on.
All right, a third question. This one's back to Evan from Tanya in Orange County. As America moves from a multicultural place to more of a polycultural realm, one that is cross-cultural and where individual identity is grounded in cultural centricity, how will this affect cuisine trends?
Wow. She's asking me to answer. I was actually thinking about this morning, in fact, and I'm not kidding, how, well, with this generation of chefs that we've seen expressed through their own personal stories, I think that's only going to become more heightened, although part of me feels like the response to COVID in restaurants is going to be to pull back and rely on comfort, on foods that can be prepared more easily, more cheaply, with more accessible ingredients. But I really think that, what Craig said before about being adopted, I wasn't adopted, but I was the only child of a single parent, and I lost my father very young. And when he died, that side of the family never spoke to me again. I was 8 years old. And so this sense of feeling adrift and not attached to my family and to my Jewish heritage made me into a voyeur that I spent so much time in people's houses after school when I was a kid. And I just came to really feel deeply that every single house was its own culture. And I think that we keep seeing that story told over and over and over again through food now. And there are Venn diagrams where we link. But I really believe that the culture of place-based foods is never monolithic.
Okay, thank you. That was a great answer to a great question, Evan. Last question for both of you. This one's to Craig, but feels like could go to Evan as well. Michelle from Vegas asks, which perils of technology worry you most?
Wow. The perils of technology. There's so many to choose from. So many. It's the smorgasbord.
The voting machine.
Of perils. Yeah. Oh, I don't. I think there's much more nuance to the badness and goodness of technology than often gets discussed publicly. And so part of I think what worries me, and I guess is present in my work, is more just a generalized ability to be quiet with yourself. That which is sort of almost agnostic about, is it social media or is it YouTube? Is it, just video games, whatever. But this ability to kind of just pull away from things and to spend time alone and to reflect. And, I framed I sent a newsletter yesterday where I was talking about bullies and what worries a bully? What makes a bully most fearful? And I think alone time, self-reflection, quietude, these are all things that bullies are petrified of, because it requires vulnerability and it requires a contention with, who you are, where you are in the world right now. And so just generally, I find that it's so difficult to be bored by default. That is the thing that worries me most about today, is that I think there's tremendous value in being bored and to being quiet and to not having something to engage with. So just that generally, as it applies to all technology, to me feels a little bit worrisome.
And for me, I think that's absolutely right on. One aspect of the performative nature of social media that I found really threatening during this period, during when we all got locked inside, was the type A behavior that just immediately flowered in the food world, of everybody doing Instagram lives and everybody doing cooking demonstrations, and it terrified me, actually. So I went more silent than I have been in years, because I felt like it seemed to me like it was just a chorus of hands, just pick me, pick me, pick me. And I'm like, oh, I don't want to compete like that. Yeah, I think that quietude is a gift, really. Although, on the other hand, during this period of time, we've actually seen social media used for unbelievable good and connection. I saw, I had a family reunion today on which there were 100 people participating.
Yeah.
And it was incredible,
Well, I think, like both of you are saying, it's more about selectivity, right? Like that it's not, technology is necessarily bad or good, but it's whether, we choose to still have, thinking back to what you guys said earlier about choosing to still be able to sit with something. And it can be something that we see on social media, but then, what is the action that we then take after we consume whatever it is on technology? Do we sit with it? Do we quickly move on to the next thing? So.
I love in one of your videos, in a YouTube presentation you gave, Craig, you talked about in offices that if your design team would just throw up an idea, and then if you do it on Monday, that nobody can talk about it till Wednesday.
Right.
I thought that was so smart.
Yeah, I just feel like a lot of what we perceive to be issues with social media, for example, could be mitigated by creating a little more friction. It's that immediacy that often, I think, rewards a lot of the bad behaviors that we see on the platforms. And so, just applying that principle of forcing you to take a second to just think about what the thing is before responding to it, sitting with it for a day or 2 days, I think can be really powerful. So.
Okay, thank you both so much. I'm sure we all look forward to seeing what you write and talk about in Good Food and in your writing, Craig, and in the Explorers Club. Thank you again for tuning in and for having this conversation together with us.
Thank you so much for the opportunity, for an appointment to think.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
conversation as I personally did. Again, we would like to remind you that you can donate at uc-2020.com and that we are supporting charities providing COVID-19 relief efforts and supporting the Black Lives Matter movement. Those are Inner City Arts, Black Lives Matter, Artist Relief, the Loveland Foundation, Doctors Without Borders, MBK Alliance, World Central Kitchen, House of Ruth, and Black Visions Collective. I'd also like to remind you again that we have digital care packages from our speakers available on the website. If you click on the speakers' bios, Craig Maud's password is walking and Evan Kleiman's password is good food. The code for the upcoming digital care package from Carmen Chan is exposure. Also, continue to check IG for the handle @unexpectedconnections to get some more content. The upcoming segment is a conversation between Carmen Chan and Lillian Martinez. Carmen Chan is based in Los Angeles by way of New York and Hong Kong. She's passionate about supporting women and diversity in art, culture, and design, specializing in portraiture and travel photography. Her work embodies her love of telling stories about people and their spaces, capturing moments that feel meditative, intimate, and elegant. This astuteness has given her the chance to photograph individuals like Mark Bradford, Alexander Wang, Diane von Furstenberg, Philip Lim, and more. She recently published a book, Exposure, to create a platform for 9 female artists, which she will be talking about shortly. Lillian Martinez's work explores alternate histories where women, particularly women of color, are not excluded from specific cultural narratives, typically associated with privilege. Through her paintings, sculptures, and works on paper, Lillian blends past with present and future, combining classical architectural elements with contemporary pop cultural references to create the settings for her portraits, landscapes, and still lifes. She is the founder of BFGF, an art brand that makes functional art objects like keychains, throws, and pillows available to a wide audience. She has exhibited her work nationally and most recently with Ochi Projects in Los Angeles. We're really excited to have Carmen and Lillian share with us about the artistic process, the importance of context, and how all of that relates to representation. Let's head over to that conversation.
Hi, I'm Carmen Chan. I'm a photographer and I work in commercial and editorial spaces in photography. I am passionate about supporting women and diversity in art, culture, and design. My work, a portion of it consists of commissioned studio visits with artists a lot of the time for serial magazines, the New York Times, the Washington Post. And one thing I noticed both in the commissions and in like my personal visits to museums and just in the art world in general, it's well known that female artists are dramatically underrepresented in museums and galleries. And so I had an idea as a result of all of those experiences to create a platform and a photo project that would create a platform for female artists, give us a glimpse into their processes. And my hope was to create, to bring attention to their work and to foster an appreciation for the work and the journey it took for them to get there. So with this book project, I was hoping that people would discover new work of female artists that they love and curate a body of work that speaks to them, in addition to what they normally see in museums. So at the end of every, so the book consists of photos of studio visits to each artist, each of their workplaces, and then a short interview to accompany the photos. And then at the end of every interview, I also ask the artists who their favorite female artists are. So I'm just hoping to continue to grow this resource for people interested in finding amazing art by women. So I spent a year on the project. It was the first book project that I had ever done. I worked with a business coach to help keep me on track and accountable for meeting deadlines that I set for myself. The main one, which was to publish by International Women's Day of 2020. So she helped me create weekly action items to make the project feel manageable, because creating a book felt like a huge endeavor for me since it was my first time doing it. So she helped me see, like, rather than it feeling overwhelming creating this book, Just, this week my goal is to do one shoot. Next week my goal is to send out the interviews, and then another week is to find a designer. So, small steps at a time, and eventually, like, the book was printed and in my hand, and I was like kind of in awe, because I didn't even envision it to be the way that it turned out, and it turned out like more amazing than I could have imagined. So with that, and the success of that, I definitely want to create future volumes that feature artists of color. And some feedback I got after publishing the book was from someone who bought the book who I didn't know, and they were a fan of Lillian's, and they said that they bought the book and they had been looking for one. They had been looking for a book that featured contemporary artists, and especially artists of color. And I looked at the work that she was doing, and I just thought it was cool that I made this volume of work that featured people who looked like her, who looked like me, and whose art that we could relate to. And so I think for me, like, if I can move the needle ever so slightly for someone, whether it's for an artist or for someone who is an aspiring artist or someone who just appreciates art and sees themselves in the art, if I can affect someone in that way, then like my goal is achieved for the work that I do. So the book features 9 female artists, and one of them is Lillian, and super excited that she could join us for this segment. And hi, Lillian. So Lillian Martinez is an artist whose work explores alternate histories where women, particularly women of color, are not excluded from specific cultural narratives typically associated with privilege. She's the artist behind the art brand BFGF, that mainly features woven versions of her artwork, and she's also currently exhibiting a solo show at Ochi Projects called Bart Beethoven Wi-Fi. Ochi Projects is a gallery based in LA, and her show can currently be viewed in an online viewing room at Ochi Projects. She joins us from her home studio in Yucca Valley, California.
Hi, everyone. Hi, Carmen. Thanks for inviting me to participate.
Okay, cool. Okay, so I have a few questions that I want to ask you, and I wanted to dive deeper into the interview that we did for the book. So let's start. So you said that you practice art because it's personally fulfilling and improves the quality of your life. How has your art practice helped you get through the past few months?
I feel like it's been a really big privilege to be able to continue to make work and explore ideas. It feels good to paint, and I think that has helped me probably in ways that I don't even realize, just to be able to have that outlet still, because my studio is in a detached garage on the property where my home is. So it's like, steps away. I can come out to the studio whenever I feel like it. And I feel like my routine hasn't shifted that much because I work from home. But I feel like it's probably more of like an emotional or psychological shift, being safer at home. So I feel like I'm still sort of processing everything, trying to figure out what has shifted for me while still continuing to work and just doing things that feel good and feel like I'm continuing to grow my practice.
Do you feel like the response has been different to your work during this time at all?
Not that I can think of. I think it's more like people reaching out, like, do you want to be part of, for example, this conversation? I feel like it's creating more opportunities for people to connect, but I don't see people reacting to the work so much different than in the past, or not that I can tell, at least.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so when you're working on pieces at your home studio, what point do you know that they're ringing true to you, and when do you consider something ready to share with the public?
I think initially I just have to feel like super excited about it. And if I'm excited about it, then that pushes me to make a sketch and sort of figure out all like the logistic steps that I need to take to make the piece possible. And then once I have all those things in place, like it's really hard to stop. Like I just have to make the work, because it's just like I'm super excited about it. And I feel like that's it. It's really just a feeling, you know, like if it feels right, if it feels good, it rings true to me. What I found is that, you know, I can make that connection with someone else without trying. It's just like this like emotional language that I can speak to someone without having to use words or language. It's just like a connection. And I feel like I share a lot of work in progress. I feel like there's a lot of beauty to me in like those unfinished details, seeing the work in the studio. And I love sharing those moments with people that follow my work. So I think once I'm past the sketch and sort of that process of figuring out how am I going to make this work, and I'm making it, then I know that it's something that I feel good about. And then I feel really comfortable sharing it with people at that point. In different stages, you know, there's different layers of sharing. So I think, yeah, it's really just the feeling, like to be able to follow your instinct, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. Yeah, I mean, one thing that I loved about visiting your studio, and I think the thing that I love sharing, or you know, visiting artist studios and seeing their work is the process. Like it's super fascinating to me, and I'm sure like it's awesome that you're open to sharing the layers and the time and maybe your thought process behind your pieces too. Like that insight, I feel like also helps people appreciate your work more, because I'm sure there's like things that, for example, the casting that you're doing, you know, like what it takes to get there. So I feel like it's definitely beneficial for you and for you know, people that are fans of your work to like actually feel like they're part of the process, you know, and not just seeing the finished piece.
Yeah, it's really nice to make that connection, I think. Even when I look at other artists' work, I love seeing, you know, photos of their studio or their supplies, their materials. It's just like really exciting. And, you know, there's beauty in all that, you know, the palettes and just, I don't know, the materials I feel like can be really beautiful apart from the finished work as well, you know, separate.
Totally. Yes, 100% agree. And then as far as like before you have an idea, before you sketch even, because like when you shared about your antique roadshow piece, like do you have a journal that you kind of keep ideas in? Like what, you know, or do they just kind of come to you and then you sketch? Like the first existence of an idea for a piece is your sketch.
Yeah, usually I don't use I guess I don't write. I don't use language so much in my practice, even as far as like, you know, making lists. I usually just, it's all in my head. And then I, and, you know, figure it out from there. I have a lot of open tabs in my browser sometimes because I'm like, okay, this is what I need to make this piece, you know, like, so maybe it would benefit me to write stuff down, but that's just how I work right now.
No. Yeah, no, totally. I think a lot of people will be able to relate to the tabs thing. I think that's a universal experience. Cool. No, I mean, I don't feel like, I think whatever works for you, you know, I think it's cool that you just, even if you just have a bunch of sketches.
Also, I think for me, it's helpful to be like, if this is really important to me, then I'll remember that I want to make this. That's sort of like also a stepping stone in my process. Like if I can easily forget about it, then I don't usually pursue the idea. It's just like a thought. I hadn't thought about that till now.
Cool. So. Yeah, that's a good kind of like, you sit on it, and then if you're like, oh, I still really want to do it, then like that becomes.
Then, you know, I have to do it.
Yeah, then it comes to life. Awesome. Okay. What ideas have you explored recently that have led to the use of a new medium?
Recently, I've been working with like leftover packing materials from packages that I've ordered online or stuff that I've done like curbside pickup for. Like sometimes they'll include packing materials in it if it's like a delicate thing. I think I was inspired by this sculpture I saw in Mexico City We took a trip earlier this year. That was our last trip before shelter in place. And I saw a sculpture made of styrofoam, and it was painted, and it was like really interesting. And I was like, wow, I can't believe this has lasted so long. And it's in a museum. That's really amazing. So just thinking about like taking this material that's not meant, I guess, I don't know. I just feel sort of weird to throw this material away, especially right now that, people are consuming so much from home. And there's a lot of leftover materials, and the material is very sturdy but lightweight. So for me, it's just a way to explore that idea of like consuming and also like taking this material that's not conventionally used to make a piece in fine art, because it's seen as disposable or as like it doesn't maybe have the longevity, but like seeing it actually, an example of it survive and still be a really interesting piece, I think inspired me to sort of play around with those types of materials. And, I just felt weird throwing all that stuff out. So I was like, I might as well try it. Or cutouts or sculptures made of styrofoam. And they're just kind of like really playful pieces for me, I guess, just like experimenting and trying to have fun.
Yeah, really cool. I thought the part where you said that like it's typically disposable material, and like the permanence or the impermanence of it. The permanence of it, if you put it in a museum or something, and like seeing a material that is disposable being seen as art, or you transforming it into art, I think that's super interesting. Did you feel like your approach to the medium was different? I mean, looking at the results, I feel like this could have been, clay or anything really. Do you feel like the medium changed your approach at all, or did you kind of just use it like you would a typical conventional art medium?
I feel like looking at it, the form and the colors are very like in line with my body of work.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it allowed me to be a little bit more minimal, I guess, because it's just like a shape and a form as opposed to like composing an image. So I imagine if I use one of these objects in a painting, it would be surrounded by other objects and, would make a complete image, whereas this was just sort of almost like a snippet or like, a piece of, I don't know. I guess it seems more minimal to me in a way.
Yeah, it does. That's really interesting. Can you walk us through your creative process for a piece you made for a recent show, for the Oshi Project show?
Yes, it's called The Big T-Shirt. Both
Awesome.
pieces of The Big T-Shirt. And it started initially as a sketch, or not a sketch, but a drawing on paper. And that's the one where the figure is, well, a T-shirt takes up a majority of the frame. So I think I was thinking a lot about comfort and sort of this oversized, wearing oversized things can feel like they're protecting you, but they're also offering you a lot of freedom to like move around. And I feel like I think about clothing a lot in my personal life and in my practice, not so much like in a fashion perspective, but more of like, it's a way to think about presentation and representation of like a body and like, what are you comfortable in, So I feel like that piece was all about comfort and protection. And then I feel like in the following piece, the final piece, it feels more to me like the figure becomes a canvas of like her own experiences. So they're both related, but it's sort of like an evolution of an idea that I had 2 years ago and that I've been continuing to explore. And also, I think for the show, I was thinking a lot about the inheritance of culture and information as a second generation American? And how do I organize all this information? Because it's not like linear and it's not like narrative, it's more like a remix of all my experiences and and how do I process those experiences through my perspective. So I feel like this is sort of a culmination of that thought. And then on slide 4, this one's called Blue Jogger. And it started with the sketch of a sneaker on a leg, a digital sketch. I just had like that image in mind and I worked from there. And I feel like this piece is kind of like a body and leisurely motion. So again, we go back to comfort, which is something that I think about a lot. And also I feel like the balance, or like the space that she's occupying, to me, it feels balanced. And I feel like I think a lot about the way that we occupy space in life and in my work. Like, how do we comfortably occupy space that wasn't necessarily like made for us or made with us in mind? And that's something that I think about a lot. So I feel like whenever I'm making an image, I want the subject to comfortably occupy the space and peacefully occupy the space in a way that feels good to me and that makes sense to me visually.
What role does the dog play in this painting?
I just love painting dogs. Like, so fun to draw, and you see them so much in like art history in that context. You know, you see really like silly looking dogs in all these grand like classical paintings, and I think maybe it's like a reference to that. I think that's how I started painting dogs, like just noticing all these like fun little dogs in these paintings that were very serious. So I think a lot of my work definitely references periods in art history that are then like reconstructed or remixed based off of contemporary culture or like how I experience those works.
Cool. And then for the big t-shirt piece, what can you explain what is on the t-shirt?
Yeah, there's this clip. Well, there's this whole cartoon where Bugs Bunny is playing Moonlight Sonata. And I feel like in a way that's like a huge remix of, you know, the classical and contemporary, but more in like an accessible, like a really accessible, I don't know. I mean, cartoons are so like so many people see them. So I feel like for me, I really liked that combination of classical and contemporary, and you know, it's humor, but it's like such a beautiful song. I love that song. Like, it always makes me super emotional. So it just had all the like small pieces aligned with like stuff that I'm really interested in. And it's just like such an interesting image to me, especially because I feel like these cartoons weren't made for me, you know, necessarily, but like the way that we experience them, I don't know. I guess that's all I can think of right now.
No. It's super. It makes sense, and it's super interesting. It's interesting to me that like the way that you explain the dog in your paintings, or seeing dogs, is like the big t-shirt piece. It's like there's multiple layers of meaning for you in that, and you looking to the past, and like both of these pieces are like layered in many ways and remixed in many ways with like contemporary things and things that reference tradition and the past, and then also representing things that, yeah, like you said, they weren't necessarily meant for that purpose or something, but then like the way that you interpret them, or the way that your viewers interpret them become very unique to them.
Yeah, I think it's really amazing when someone can connect with the image that I'm making, because it's such like a specific, the imagery is so specific. So I feel like that makes me feel super connected. That people are having maybe not the same experience, but that we have some sort of connection in the way that we perceive things or the way that we've experienced various things, you know, in our lives.
Yeah. Yeah. It fascinates me too. Okay. What has guided your work's evolution over the past 5 to 6 years?
I think it's been really important for me to follow my instinct, and to work on things that I'm really excited about. I think it's been important for me to like invest in materials, or supplies or projects that I'm really excited about. And that can be scary, I think. But it's been really important, and I feel like that's something that I always recommend, is if there's a project that you know, if you're that pumped about it, you know, it's worth it to invest, even if you don't know what the outcome is going to be, or, you know, I don't know. I think that's been super important.
And what aspect of like investing in the materials and stuff is scary to you?
I feel like it's a monetary thing for me, at least initially. Before my practice was at a place where it's at now, like not knowing if I'm gonna make my money back or if this is gonna work out. I feel like coming from a place where I really had to think about how do I spend the money that I have. I feel like that's scary, especially in a younger version of myself. Like even just buying paints, it can feel like a huge thing. Like, should I be doing this? You know, because it's just a personal project. It's just something that I'm interested in. It's not necessarily a career yet or a job. But I think it's important to invest in those things if it's something that you really want to do, and even if it sounds scary. I mean, I'm not saying like, I feel like I really encourage taking informed risks. That's been really important to me in my practice, is to take informed risks.
And then what is it? Is it the experience of multiple informed risks that you've taken despite the fear and investment that have now brought you to a place where you can do that with more confidence, or did something else occur where it feels less, you know, scary?
Yeah, I think it's definitely a combination of all these moments where I've seen, where I have experienced that, where I'm like, should I do this? I feel like now I'm at a point where I can just invest in a project that I'm really excited about, without that amount of pressure as I felt before. And it's really hard for me, I feel like, to pick out like defining moments in my career or in my practice. I feel like people sometimes will ask me like, what was the point where you knew this or that? And I feel like that's so hard to say. Like, it's all like just a combination of these very small moments. I feel like when I first started, I was definitely like, if something happened, something exciting, I was like, okay, things are gonna change. Like, this is, you know, like there's gonna be results. But, you know, you achieve this goal and you just have to keep going. Like, it's not gonna be a defining moment. I think defining moments are super like, it puts too much pressure on people and artists to like, to feel like there's gonna be this huge thing that you're gonna be able to identify, or this places in your personal history that are going to be like, this was the moment. Like, maybe that does happen for some people, but in my experience, like, it's really just a culmination of a bunch of small, even slow moments, you know? But that's just my
I think Yeah, totally. No, but I would agree. I would say like it's the same for me. Like there are definitely little highlights, but nothing like overshadows, and nothing's like that's what like launched my career, or like, like you just keep putting in the work, and there's like little wins along the way, and there's places where you're like, okay, yeah, I pushed through that fear.
Like even making the book, that could have been that you were like, oh, maybe I shouldn't do this because I don't know, what's going to happen, or is it going to be worth it? But you said it was even better than what you imagined. So it's like you invested in yourself and in your practice. And
yeah, totally. I was like, at first I was like, okay, first run I'm going to do like 100 books, but like, am I even going to be able to sell 100 books? And my husband was like, are you joking? Like you probably have like 100 friends that will buy the book, let alone like, I don't know. He was like, you need to think more highly of yourself. Well, I don't know. That's my first time. I don't sell books. I like make photos, So yeah, it's definitely like a continuous learning process. Okay, so I think that's a great way to go into this last question that I have for you on the topic of like little things adding up is I wanted to know if you have any daily or weekly habits or practices that you feel have influenced your growth or your work.
I like to have slow mornings with breakfast. And I feel like during that time, I sort of try to figure out what I want to accomplish that day, and like mentally prepare and figure out like what I have to prioritize. What do I want to do first? That's been really helpful for me. Also, I feel like just making sketches and researching ideas is really important for me, to sort of keep my process going. And that's stuff you can do while you're like watching a show or listening to a podcast, so you can have your work and your like regular life. I feel like, I guess that's one thing, like being able, or not feeling like I have to separate my work from my personal life so much, like allowing myself to be inspired whenever, and allowing myself to work on something while I'm doing something else that, it would be considered outside of my practice, I guess, like watching a show. That's been important to me. What else? I feel like for me, traveling was a really big turning point in my career when I was like finally able to travel. Like I found so much inspiration in travel, and like in traveling, I found so much inspiration in traveling. And it really helped me reset, like after making a body of work, to be able to take a trip, whether it be a big one or a small one. So that's something that I haven't been able to do now after finishing the work for my current show. So it's been a little bit like a different routine for me to get started on making new work, because I feel like I haven't been able to fully reset in the way that I normally do. But yeah, those are the things.
Yeah, those are, and it's interesting. And I like the point you made about travel, because even like you mentioned seeing the styrofoam sculpture, and then you bring that into your own practice. That's like, I guess, yeah. And then like you said, combining your work life and your personal life. And, I feel like for you draw inspiration from, the road trip you went on with your husband, or like so many things that you see in life, and then connecting those with your personal experience and then creating out of that. So it's super interesting. Cool. Well, thank you so much for all of your thoughtful answers to my questions. I'm getting to know you better, and seeing your recent work and learning more about your process. Why don't you take this time to let the people know where they can find you and your work?
You can see like my paintings and my personal fine art practice at lilianmartinez.com, and then you can see my my shop is bfgf-shop.com, and then my Instagram is at bfgf.
Cool. And then you can find my portfolio at carmen-chan.com, and on Instagram at Carmen Chan. And then you can buy my book also on my portfolio site under books. So thank you. Thanks, Lillian.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you very much, Carmen and Lillian. I hope you guys enjoyed that conversation. I just want to take a few moments to remind you guys to donate at uc-2020.com. We are supporting charities providing COVID-19 relief efforts and supporting the Black Lives Matter movement. They include Inner City Arts, Black Lives Matter, Artist Relief, the Loveland Foundation, Doctors Without Borders, MBK Alliance, World Central Kitchen, House of Ruth, and Black Visions Collective. And also, I want to remind you guys that both Jasper and myself have provided care packages that you can download on the site. Jasper's password is powwow, one word, POWWOW. And the password for my care package is Mayden, MAEKN, all lowercase. You can also check IG for more content. And if you have any specific questions for our speakers, you can either DM us at Unexpected Connections on Instagram or uc-2020.com. So our next speaker is Jasper Huang, a distinguished artist, curator, and the founder of the world famous art and mural festival, Powwow. If you're unfamiliar with his work, this is something that when I first met Jasper, I was immediately attracted to his work by virtue of just like the playfulness. I think a lot of what he created just seemed to fly off the cuff, and it was really innate, just a personal curiosity. And his work has taken him all around the world. He's been, he's displayed his work in places such as Japan, California, France, London, Mexico, New York, Hong Kong, Chicago, and Australia. And he's been recognized by Communication Arts, Society of Illustrators, American Illustration, Taschen's Illustration Now, Hypebeast, Boom, Arrested Motion, and many more. On the client side, he actually has a pretty impressive roster of clients, including Uniqlo, Versace, Microsoft, Neiman Marcus, Toyota, Marvel, and more. And not to be outdone, dating back to his time when he used to live in Hong Kong and we used to run the streets of Hong Kong together, he founded Above Second, a gallery that in his eyes was sort of what was missing in the Hong Kong landscape. And that was sort of, I think, in many ways a catalyst towards Powwow, which, if you're unfamiliar, is a nonprofit organization that features many contemporary artists that focus on community enrichment and the creation of art outreach. So this is something that has taken them to 17 cities across the world, originally starting in, I guess, Hong Kong/Honolulu, his two homes. And I was very fortunate to see the early stages of that and see it blossom into what it is now. And I think it's nothing short of remarkable. And last but not least, this guy does honestly everything. He also is the co-founder of the creative community center called Lana Lane Studios. So I'm super excited to have Jasper discuss the role of the artist in these times of uncertainty and what role they should endeavor to play. Let's pick up with Jasper. How's it going, Jasper?
How's it going?
Good, good. I know that before we had to do a little bit of shuffling around because you had spent the afternoon at a protest. How are you feeling?
It was good. I mean, the protest was peaceful. A lot of people showed up, and we walked from the park to like City Hall, and everyone was very supportive, and it all turned out well. I went on the protest with my wife, and so we would have loved to bring our kids with us, but we're still in a pandemic, so we're trying to still be safe. Yeah. So we wore like extra layers of masks, so it was extra hot today for us.
Yeah.
But otherwise, the protest was positive.
Nice. I know that for you and I, we've known each other a while. We're just talking off camera. It's probably been almost 13 years now that we've known each other, and I think for me personally, there is a sort of underlying interest. I guess maybe in some ways it's a little bit selfish, but it's also like trying to reach out and provide an outlet for people and understand like there's been so much that's happened in the last 3 months or so. How are you coping with things mentally? Like where's your head at right now as both an artist and a business owner?
It was tough, this year with 2020 started with a lot of opportunities. A lot of jobs came in, and I was working through, different projects. And we always it's always great for us to sort of launch the year with our festival in Hawaii. And it was our 10th year. So we hit a decade in Hawaii. And we flew in all of our friends, all these artists in town. We had close to 100 artists involved. We created about 90 murals over a period of a week. We flew in all the directors from all over the world. We had a really great couple of weeks with everyone. And then it was almost straight into quarantine. Mm-hmm. And right away, there was a lot of ups and downs, because then I started either having jobs get pushed back, canceled. Financially, things were I'm not sure how much I can make this year. My wife owns a beauty bar called Boldface, and they were out of work, and she wasn't sure if she could pay the rent. Landlords right away going to we'll provide deferment, which is just moving the hole further down the line. Mm. And it looked like it might the business might end. There was a lot of mixed emotions. Yeah. And so we were worried. And then different things came through, like the CARE Act, PPP loans, EIDL, et cetera. And then my wife applied to all of them to try to see if it can, hold us over this period. And so it's been tough, it's been tough. And at the same time, we have 2 kids. We have a 7-year-old and a 2-year-old. Fun fact, Eugene is actually the godfather of my older daughter, Ella. And so, they were out of school. And so people are like, oh, you have tons of free time, but you can do tons of projects. You can start working on personal projects. I'm like, not if you have kids. Pretty much when you have kids, it's homeschooling, trying to keep them entertained. And you just have them all day long. My free time came from when they were in school, when they were gone. Yeah. It's when I was able to work. And now with them at home all the time, then it became tougher to do that. Yeah. So I was also just figuring everything out, and we're still sort of in that mode, because they still are not back to school. Summer school is just all distance learning. Else to start preschool, and she's supposed to start now, and she can't start school yet. Maybe next month, possibly, hopefully, but we'll see. Even then, we're like, is it safe to put your kids in school? Yeah. So, it's just been trying to be a balancing act and trying to keep certain projects alive. Yeah. Trying to get the projects that were going. I've had a project canceled last week. Yeah. So,
So actually, to go sort of back to everything you mentioned in terms of work that was coming in, projects that were coming in. I mean, obviously, when you first started your career, it was under the vein of being an artist, right? And then I think now we look at art as very much a byproduct of marketing. Has everything that's happened changed your perspective on the role of art? Does it go beyond marketing now and have to assume a new place within culture and society?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think for a lot of artists, self-marketing is important, because you're trying to push who you are as an artist and try to get work and try to survive purely as an artist. For a lot of people, that's tough. That's where that sort of, starving artist stereotype comes, can we make a living doing art? Can we make a living solely doing art? And the only way to sort of get your work out there is through marketing yourself. When I first graduated from art college, we didn't have as many tools to self-market as we do now, right? Social media wasn't really a thing yet. They told us that the only way to market yourself was to send flyers of your work, postcards of your work, to different art directors, different magazines, different people, different brands that you were interested in working for, and hopefully they'll hire you for a job. Yeah. Nowadays, you have a lot more resources. But I think even now, these days, with everything that's going on with the Black Lives Matter movement, the work that we're doing also takes in a significance, what kind of work are we doing to add to the conversation? Mm-hmm. Or are we just trying to create a distraction? Yeah. And so there is a point where you look at work does my work matter in sort of the current state of the world? and what can I do to sort of, educate, be better, even if it's like within our own communities, within our own smaller communities, within where we live, right? Yeah. So even like usage of our platforms that we have, and how best to sort of use it as a tool. So, for now, like, at least with like our own, like even like my own social media platforms, like I don't feel as interested promoting my own work as much as I'm interested in providing information, but also providing a spotlight to Black artists. Like, and that's what we're doing now with our Instagram account, is to just only feature Black artists. Yeah. What's amazing is that I've been exposed to so many artists that I wasn't even aware of, and then I've become fans of so many new artists that I wasn't sort of had my eyes open to until now. And I regret that. And I'm sad that hasn't happened earlier, but at the same time, it's sort of triggered me to learn and to educate myself more. And that's what's been great about it. Where like, I'm less thinking about marketing myself. I'm more thinking about how I can use the audience that we've created to sort of market others, to put other people ahead of ourselves.
Yeah. And do you think art and creativity differ in moments like this, where things are very challenging? It's mostly a negative sentiment versus moments of prosperity when, everyone's happy, things are a lot easier from sort of a lifestyle perspective.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think you think about it more, like sometimes like you're just putting stuff out just to put stuff out. It's sort of like almost like TikTok, right? You're just doing a bunch of fun videos. I mean, there's nothing against sort of like creating humor and making people feel better, but sometimes you don't really think about it as much when you put that content out there. It's sort of like just fun, and now it's like more like, well, we have to sort of rethink that a little bit. I mean, I hope that we do go back to some of that, where we can still sort of like look at funny memes and not have much care for what's going around. I mean, I guess that's sort of naive in a lot of ways, but there was kind of like sometimes that, but then like now we can never go back to that really, because like we have to always sort of like understand that things are happening around the world that we have to be aware of, and how then to sort of, if we're leaders of our industry, like how then do we use and do we create work that sort of like is more meaningful, or how to promote artists and create things that sort of help out communities, So I think we can still have fun, but we also have to be more aware and sort of work with our eyes more open to our surroundings and to what's going on.
With all the various social movements happening, like Black Lives Matter, I mean, just in regards to whether it's COVID-19 relief or Black Lives Matter, did you ever feel sort of lost in terms of how you could help? Or was there always sort of like clarity and like, this is what I can do to help?
I mean, no, like I definitely felt lost. Even during COVID, during Black Lives Matter, when I was watching the videos, like, cause then let's be honest here, like in Hawaii, like we're really isolated, right? We're one of the most isolated places on earth. Like there's nothing near us. And oftentimes I feel like because of our isolation, we're oftentimes too insulated, and sometimes previous issues that have happened in the past, like I felt less of a call to action than I do now, which I regret, but I now more than ever, like, like we're just trying to like make a difference. So, but then like when it started happening, I wasn't sure what to do. And I didn't want to, just kind of like move through my daily life as if nothing was going on, because something was definitely happening. And so, like one thing that I really strive to do was just to ask for help, because I feel like it's not something that we are experiencing alone. Like with COVID and Black Lives Matter, it's something that's happening on a global scale, right? With COVID, like, like everyone was affected. Everyone in the world was affected. And so it was more like reaching out to friends, I reached out to you guys, right? Like, we just asking like, like, I want to do this. I'm not sure about this. Like, and I'm asking friends for help or advice on like pretty much everything, just like life, on sort of work. Yeah. And so I thought it was key to sort of embrace the communities that were there, whether it be here locally or globally, and just sort of like say, hey, I need some help with this. Like, I'm not sure how to grasp all this. I'm not sure I don't understand this,
Yeah.
and just kind of come in with an open mind to be educated, you know, and to just
I
you
think
ask
that's
for help,
definitely
really.
like a valid perspective, because I think given the uncertainty and challenges and the fact that there's no real handbook to this, I think a lot of us were trying to navigate how to best support and also not just add more noise. I think you mentioned that earlier. And there's something that Kristen Kish mentioned earlier in her segment. It was just that this might be an opportunity where people just take more time to look out for one another, to connect with one another, right? Even if it's someone you don't know, right? She used an example of helping someone pick a pomegranate at a grocery store because you're craving that, and maybe that's hopefully something that sticks. And like, just to give you a little background context, when Jasper and I were discussing what our segment was going to be, it actually was significantly different than this, because Jasper just didn't feel comfortable proceeding with the original approach, because to be straight up, it just felt a little bit tone deaf, because it didn't highlight all the things that were going on that had materialized in the 7 weeks or the 7 days prior to his segment, right? And I mean, we went back and forth to establish something that we thought made sense. And I think that looking at art, I think that for me, what's most interesting is that art and illustrators, creatives, like, your job primarily is as a byproduct of marketing right now. Like, artwork is utilized by a client to sell something, but now it's like, does it return back to its roots of having the ability to inspire people to utilize it as a way to communicate a message? And that's something that's really interesting to me. And seeing everything around you, and I think the sentiments are primarily negative. Do you have a sense of invigoration or inspiration to create, or do you still feel like you're trying to work your way through in terms of, if I'm to create art, what does it look like? How can I create something that has impact today?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, like, I've been feeling kind of like blocked, to be honest, like, it's been tough to, I guess, even draw or be creative, because then a lot of my work and my paintings tend to center around nostalgia and around pop art and around, so just sort of like Saturday morning cartoons, like when we grew up with those cartoons as kids. And I always had fun drawing that, or I would like draw, like little figures and just doing stupid things. And that's always stuff that, like, I've always kind of seen my work as more comedy than anything else. Like, if it sort of generated a smile from someone, then that kind of like saw my work as a success. And now, like, I don't know, and I don't know. I guess a lot of artists might feel the same way, right? Where like, like, I don't know if my work is relevant, and I don't know if the work that I do like matters as much to the global consciousness right now.
Like, does that bother you, or is it more like, hey, this is closing of one chapter? Because it's not that you're just an artist; you're a curator, artist, a festival organizer. There's a lot of other things that you can do to support. Does it feel like that maybe one chapter or one part of your identity might just need to be pushed to the side?
Yeah, I don't know, like I feel like art is very personal, and that it kind of draws from like your experiences, and maybe my experiences might have been too privileged, where like I can't, like, maybe there's not enough behind it, perhaps. I don't know, like, but then sometimes, and maybe that's why I draw cartoon characters, because then I feel like a lot of my childhood was just like watching cartoons and reading comic books, because I was just like a nerd for like my childhood, And so, I mean, like, one thing that's great is that, yeah, with the festivals, like, those have like they're like community-driven projects, like with, in the past, we've done projects in underserved neighborhoods. We've done projects in public housing. We've done projects in schools. We've done projects for schools for homeless children. And then we've seen the impact that art has on communities, and how it can better communities, and how it can sort of support and grow and elevate artists in different communities and connect them together. Like, Powwow has like a distinct mission that is for people, but my own personal work, like a lot less so.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I think
like I feel like, yeah, like as a curator and art director, as an organizer, I feel like I'm doing the right work, and you know, people in Intran and Dakota and everyone, Julia, have all supported this movement and seen the power of it. And we've seen it firsthand with people. But then it doesn't really apply. But then I don't see it as much with the growth of myself as an artist. And maybe that's because I spent too much time, or I mean, I spent more of my time organizing and creating projects for other artists. And I put a lot less significance on pushing myself as an artist individually. Yeah. And I think maybe COVID was the time to sort of figure that out, but then I didn't really take advantage of that as much as I should have. Because I have to
do you think that the role of powwow and the mission changes, or do you think it doubles down, like it was on the right path? And maybe before we get to that question, you can give a bit of context as to what is the mission behind powwow. I mean, you touched upon it a bit in terms of it being for underserved communities, the promotion of art.
Yeah, no, definitely. So the organization is essentially a public art festival, a mural festival. It centers around community beautification. And we like to work on projects in different cities that have maybe don't have, well, they do have, I mean, like, you know, just like, it's just a way to sort of like beautify. So then, like, for example, Hawaii, right? Like it was in the neighborhood of Kaka'ako, and no one really cared to be there. And so we created art, and it kind of helped to like uplift that neighborhood and help to support the small businesses and the communities that are there. You know, we did a project in Nepal where it was for a school for homeless children, right? And so the schools are very uninspiring. They, you know, it didn't sort of like engage the kids as much, but they were able to bring in a lot of kids from the community because they would offer free meals a day, two meals a day. And those kids would come in, and then when they captured their attention, then they were to teach them. So we went there, painted every surface, interior, exterior, ceilings, all the classrooms. We got shoes donated. We helped to fix the restrooms. We got like cleaning supplies, personal hygiene supplies donated, etc. And so, you know, it's sort of like utilizing the power of art to sort of beautify. And that's one of the major missions. Another mission is to help to amplify and elevate artists within those communities. So with every festival, like at least half the roster has to be local. And then we bring in artists from all over the world to go there to hopefully, you know, to like build bridges between everyone, to sort of connect everyone together, to help to sort of support each other as a global artistic community, right? And also there's education. So we have like a school of music, a school of art, a school of photography. We've created creative community centers where there's affordable rent for artist studios to sort of like, they can like share resources and collaborate. You know, like it's a bunch of things, you know. You know, we've been doing it in Long Beach for like 5 years. We've been doing it in Hawaii for 10 years. Like we work out of 17 cities. We do around 10 to 11 festivals a year, and it's all centered around the power of art. And now we also do concerts and exhibitions, museum music exhibitions. So
yeah,
you know.
In regards to that, do you see like a greater need for this, or do you think there might have to be some sort of slight shifting of what direction you go? I mean, not to say that it's not an admirable cause, but have your eyes open to something else that needs to be integrated into this mission?
I mean, I feel like we'll always need art, you know, and public art will always have, and murals will always be hugely important to any sort of fabric of a community. And I think we even saw that more so during the lockdown. You know, art, creativity were things that we were like immediately drawn to, you know, like everyone was maybe pursuing some sort of like creative pursuit of some sort, right? And it became I think we can't forget that we're surrounded by art, you know, like from the clothes we wear to the movies we're watching to TV shows, to, you know, like video games. Like it all has like roots in art and creativity. And for us, like a big part of doing public art is that a lot of times different institutions, whether they be galleries or museums, sometimes like people sometimes don't feel accepted within those institutions. And so public art gives the art back to the people. I think for us, it's more like continuing to do that work because it is for people, it is for the communities. But maybe we have to look deeper into how we curate.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, we've always been mindful about making sure that we brought in a diverse group, whether it be ethnically or genders or LGBTQ artists. You know, we've always like looked at this and be like, hey, is this a diverse group? Does this represent a wide swath of people and ideas and cultures? You know, but you know what I've learned through what we've been doing recently with our Instagram account is that there's a lot of artists that I don't know about. Because sometimes we get caught in our own bubbles too. And I'll be first to admit that sometimes, like, you know, you're not looking far enough outside of where you are and what you're doing. And I have to spend, I think all of us as curators, whoever does that, I mean, you guys, like, you know, when you guys are trying to figure out talks and everything like that, or who to write about, like, you know, like, we need to sort of like look deeper.
There's definitely
and further out, you know,
behind that needs to kind of come through. And I agree, it's somewhat easy to just default to things we already know. And I do agree. It's just, part of us now is stuck in this, both the reinforcement of feedback in terms of social media algorithms, but also sometimes we get so caught up in metrics as well. It's like, oh, I've never heard of this artist, but he only has 1,200 followers. He probably is not that good. And I think that this is the real challenge for us going forward, is that the leaders, the people that want to actually make a difference, need to create that path, right? Because right now the path it's basically either you're nobody or somebody. There's no way for a quote unquote someone that's coming up to develop themselves to be a somebody or to have, you know, a ton of visibility. And I think that's something that's going to be really important for us going forward. And I understand the challenges that come with like sort of curation and whatnot. I do have one last question. Do you think there will be an art movement that will emerge from these times?
I mean, I hope so. I hope a lot of movements come forward. I hope this movement continues moving, and we continue, you know, bringing light to other issues that are happening around the world. You know, like whether it be, you know, issues, you know, surrounding, you know, like imprisoning children that are you know, like on the border. You know, like there's tons of problems that like, or you know, Hong Kong's fight for democracy. You know, like. I think a big part of it is like, and what I've learned too, is that sometimes we're not educating ourselves and also not educating other people enough. And sometimes people have like this immediate sort of like reaction based on whatever someone told them. And they haven't like looked deeper into like, is this what's happening really? Because I remember reading something where I was like, where are all the people in Hong Kong supporting Black Lives Matter when they had police brutality just like last year? And I'm like, but what people in Hong Kong are fighting for is vastly different. I mean, like they're fighting for like democracy, you know? They don't even have some of the rights that we're born with here in America. Like they want democracy. They want the ability to even vote, you know? And so they're fighting for, they're not fighting for against police brutality. They're fighting for like sort of like basic rights, you know, that we as Americans have, right? Yeah, and so you know, it's like it's different, you know, like, and sometimes people like aren't looking at that. They're not like saying, okay, yeah, you know, they're doing this because of this, you know. And I think that's sometimes where racism comes up, right? It's like we're not taking the time to understand the history and to understand sort of why it is the way it is now and what we can do to sort of change it, you know. And that's where that sort of systemic racism comes up, and how we have to sort of look beyond like our own sort of experiences that we've had to sort of like trigger whatever viewpoint that we currently have, and then sort of look beyond that. And I think we have to keep doing that. And I think those kind of movements are good, where we are constantly sort of trying to figure that out and learn from it and be better by doing it. So I hope like there's more. I hope there's more galleries that support a wider group of artists. I hope because to be honest, like the art industry, especially the fine art industry, sometimes can feel very exclusive. And I hope that everyone across the board becomes more inclusive. And that's what I hope. And then I guess we'll be paying attention to that, And then when we see that it's wrong and it's not right, and I hope everyone is able to sort of stand up against things that they feel are wrong, and not be worried about the backlash or losing followers, etc.
Yeah. Awesome. Thanks for that. We're going to transition into the Q&A section where we have a few questions teed up for you. So just give us a sec here. All right, Jasper. First question from Maylee of Los Angeles. Jasper, I think that the community centers you have created are such amazing and wonderful concepts. How would someone get started in creating their own community center in their own cities at this time? Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I feel like it might be a good time to sort of do that. I feel like people have been more open to that. Like for us, like when we created our community center, it was about finding a property owner or a landowner that believed in our mission, and then negotiating a rent and a lease that we could afford, that would make sense. But I think at the same time, like you just kind of have to like jump into it. The other day I was talking to someone and I said, a lot of times we have no clue what we were doing, especially in the beginning with the festival and starting all these things. It was more like set a deadline, set a finish date, and then like work towards it. And whatever you do, whatever happens, like just shoot for that and see what, and also don't be afraid to ask for help, like I mentioned earlier, but like really, like, to be honest, like you want to start a community center, I advise you to call a realtor today, tomorrow, ask them to sort of see different properties that are in your neighborhood or in neighboring neighborhoods, and then see how much it costs, and then figure out like how long that's been on the market and see how much you can negotiate it down, and then see if you can actually afford it, and see, looking at the square footage, like what would it take to, turn into different studios, and who would actually, and who within your community needs studios, and how much people are willing to pay, and how you guys can all come together to sort of pay that rent. First work with guys that you trust, and also then like just sit there and just go there and build it. That's what we did. Like a part of our studios, like people were building their flooring with found pallets. We found things on Craigslist. It became kind of like a creative favela, but it was more that one of the first things I did actually was, once I got the space, is I emailed every artist I knew on the island, and I said, hey, we're going to have a meeting. This is the location, and I want to share your news I want to present to you, and who would be interested in being a part of it. They all came into this gutted warehouse. It looked like crap. It was terrible. It smelled. And I said, who wants to be a part of this community? This is what we're going to do. This is how we're going to build it. And almost everyone that I brought to that meeting said yes. Then we figured out where they wanted to sort of build and what they wanted to do there. And to be honest, like within a week, everyone was building, and that's all it really took, really. Like, it was just really like, gather your friends, gather your community. Because everyone's like, what? I can only maybe pay like $200 a month for rent to help cover the cost of the monthly rent. I was like, that's fine. Okay, cool. So let's say you have the space that's maybe smaller, that kind of makes it for 200, and this person can pay more to maybe have it like a little bit bigger, and then from there, everyone just kind of figured it out. Everyone worked together, and like it just kind of came together. I can just with our own just hands. Yeah, I can definitely echo that sentiment. Sometimes it's just starting. It's probably the hardest part, but just starting and knowing that for the most part, a lot of things that creatives do don't have an existing playbook. It's just you go out and do it, and then you iterate as you go. And obviously, the amount of resources you have varies from project to project, and just knowing that, hey, I'm just going to try the best to make light of this situation, and that's all you can really ask for. But I think that that question from Maylee actually is something that could further be developed on. It's almost like, what are the things? It's almost like a guide or handbook that people can exercise if you want to do your own community center. Like, obviously you've done it before, Jasper, and I think there's a lot of learnings there that you can apply. There's another question.
Yeah, I mean,
here.
I think.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I mean, just to add to that, like I think we all have like value beyond financial, beyond money, and sometimes we have to learn how to like use that value to sort of like. Because then I was able to negotiate cheaper rent because I said that we could provide community outreach, we could provide workshops, we could provide things that the landlord was actually looking for his own community, and so he was able to give us cheaper rent because we're able to sort of like provide public art within the community, provide different things. And so it's really trying to find someone that also agrees that that's valuable and that bringing you in will sort of boost the community and willing to sort of work with you and give you more affordable rents based on that. So what does sort of look beyond sort of like, hey, I have this much money in my bank account, I can't afford this. But like you have that much money in your bank account, but you also have all of this of who you are as a person. And you have a community of your peers, and that is vastly sometimes more valuable. And then how do you sort of, utilize that is important too.
That's a good response. There's a second question from Wilson out of Long Beach who asks, what has Powwow Worldwide taught you after all these years? How will you apply those learnings as you look to the future, especially with today's current climate?
For me, like I think what I've learned the most is that really like our organization is about people, and not just the artists that are painting and the team and the media that comes through and all of our friends that are founded that are a part of it. I mean, they're all very important, but also the people within those communities. The moments that have touched me the most, that I remember the most, are oftentimes just these small moments where I meet someone within a community and they thank me. And sometimes they're crying, they're crying because we cared enough to put an effort into beautifying their neighborhood. There was one story, and I wasn't there in person, unluckily, but then we did a project in Worcester, Massachusetts. It was at public housing there. And this mother came up to us, and she had two daughters. The first daughter, for her entire life, was always afraid to tell people where she grew up or where she lived because they would instantly judge her based on that. Because they knew that that was the project. They knew that that was public housing. They would see her as poor and possibly lesser than them because she lived there and she was from there. And then she told us that her younger daughter went and told someone where she lived, and that person responded by saying, oh, that's where all the murals are. Like, that's where people are painting. And that shift in perception, like, meant everything to her. He said that she became proud of where she lived and where she was from. And that happened through just a simple act of putting paint on walls, And those kind of moments and those kind of reactions, those visceral reactions to art and its effect and impact on communities, is something that I wasn't like that has become the most important aspects of the organization. And I think about that a lot. And I think about different stories just like that have happened throughout the years doing this. And that kind of like is really what drives not only me, but the whole team to sort of keep pushing forward, that we are doing it for our communities or for our hometowns, but for the places that we love. Yeah. And a lot of artists have come up to me and told me that, it's because of us that, it helped to sort of like boost their career or gave them an opportunity, because before they were about their work, and because we gave them an opportunity to paint in the public sphere, they felt much more confident and they want to continue moving forward and pursue art, and that means the world to me too. So I've learned that I find a lot of like, it just like means so much to me that we're able to sort of help people.
Yeah.
And I think that more than anything like means the world to me. And I think if we can continue doing that, then I think we're on the right path moving forward.
No, totally. I think there's a level of selflessness that people are starting to understand. Not to say people weren't doing it, but I think that you see the value of things that come down to just compassion, right? The things you can add to your community, not necessarily through tangible monetary means. I mean, those are important as well, but I think just the whole gamut of things that can be offered. And, I think that you have to, I can kind of see I can definitely hear the emotion coming through when you tell those stories. And it's something I think that, this is more of an aside for Jasper and I, but I've learned a lot from Jasper over the years, and he's essentially the same person I met when I met him, at some Bape concert like 13 years ago. Like, it was just a level of selflessness, and it was always about community first. And I've learned that a lot in terms of what you put into a community. The output of one person hopefully can expand beyond just that singular input. And I think that's something that's really important. And it's just like, you see it with Powell, right? You see it with Macon. You see what happens when people that are dedicated to a cause actually put the work in. There is one last question I think is really important, Jasper. This is from Gina out of Pasadena. You mentioned you've been feeling lost during these times. For young artists or creatives who are feeling this way, can you provide some additional insight on how they can navigate these times?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I think it's to learn to take a break, learn to sort of step away and not feel guilty about it. I think we feel like we always have to be constantly engaged with everything that's going on. And a lot of times that can feel very heavy, and it can feel sometimes suffocating at times. And that maybe it's sometimes good to sort of step away, recoup, rethink, and just sort of allow those ideas marinate. And I think that can be helpful, for me, I might decide to watch a funny movie or read a book or and just try to get away from it and then come back to it later with sort of feeling refreshed. But also don't feel the pressure of always having to create, we have to sometimes because then there's so many sometimes it's always feeding into hey, you know what, it's coronavirus, it's a lockdown, when we come out of this, you better have learn the new skill sets, you better be speaking a new language, you better have six-pack abs, and then bro, let's just relax a little bit, maybe this is the time we can take a break and sort of assess, rethink, refresh, and come back to it, So I think I feel like you shouldn't feel so much pressure, because I feel a lot of it is really us putting the pressure on ourselves when other people really aren't looking to you for that as much, and sometimes it's not just more hey, you know what, it's okay to stop and breathe and come back to it later. And I think when you do that, is, and also like I said earlier, don't be afraid to share that with your friends and family. Don't be afraid to tell them that you're feeling this way and you could use help and advice, or just a hug or something, or a virtual hug, or whatever we do now, like a elbow tap or she bump or something, shin bump, something, right? So, and I think that's important.
Yeah. Jasper, as always, it's a pleasure to connect. We don't do this enough. I want to thank you for your time, your wisdom, your insights. I think it means a lot to the community, especially someone who has successfully built communities all around the world, as well as one sort of holistic umbrella community. I think these are really important in these sort of times of uncertainty.
No, thank you. Thank you so much for having me. You guys are doing good work. Thanks for doing this and bringing people together and sharing stories. It's always important to share stories. I feel like it's key.
Awesome. Well, thanks a lot. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Yeah, you too.
As you can tell, he's super passionate about what he does. And like I said, I've learned a lot from him over the years in terms of, I guess, how to make sense of your purpose, the things that you do, why you do them, how to create structure around them. And, a lot of things that I learned very early on still kind of hold true today. I just want to use this as a reminder that you can donate to the various initiatives that we're funding. Over at uc-2020.com, we're supporting charities providing COVID-19 relief efforts and supporting the Black Lives Matter movement. They include Inner City Arts, Black Lives Matter, Artist Relief, the Loveland Foundation, Doctors Without Borders, NBK Alliance, World Central Kitchen, House of Ruth, and Black Visions Collective. And you can also check for more content on IG. And if you have any questions, it's not too late. You can ask on our website, uc-2020.com, or on the Unexpected Connections Instagram. So next up, we have Decatur Dan, known as, or I guess Decatur Dan, who goes by the real name Dan Hall. He brings his hometown spirit of community, culture, and finesse into everything he creates, while constantly pushing to see what he's capable of next. He began his career in streetwear before becoming the choice music video director for Atlanta icons 2 Chainz, Future, Jeezy, and more. In 2010, Dan found a where it's greater to further expand his visual storytelling into premium commercial campaigns for Nike, Beats by Dre, and Amazon Music. His agile approach behind the camera is a hybrid of technical expertise and street smarts, resulting in a clean, bold delivery that evokes his commitment to what's bigger, better, and greater. He'll be joined by Alex Mayland. He's a creative director, designer, photographer, and co-founder of Mayden, and he's based currently in Hong Kong and LA. He has a long-standing career crafting brand stories for the likes of Gatorade, Asics, Arc'teryx, Jordan Brand, 11 Madison Park, Adidas Originals, and more. And prior to co-founding Mayden with myself, he served as the creative director for Hypebeast, a street and lifestyle publication based in Hong Kong, as well as globally. Born in Seoul, South Korea, he was raised in Atlanta, Georgia. This is his bio, not mine. Alex is a Southern boy. Alex is a Southern boy in more ways than one. He earned his bachelor's degree in political science from Georgia State University and credits his undergraduate program with bolstering his artistic side for the structure and rigidity that is required to build great brands. So we're excited to have these two chop it up about growing up in Atlanta and building a creative career, and how the local streetwear shop were both fundamental to their beginnings. Let's take it over to Alex and Dan. All right, you already get it? And then your thing is right here. Move over for you.
All right. Hey, Dan, how you doing?
What's up, bro? I didn't know you had that poli-sci major at Georgia State. That's fire.
Technical difficulty. There we go. Hey, Dan, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear you. How you doing, man?
I'm good. Just I didn't realize you had that poli-sci major at Georgia State.
Well, now you know. Now you know.
I know the real. You know what I'm saying? Like the real.
Now you know that I'm really not a creative. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, I studied marketing, so you know it's all bullshit. I'm never.
Yeah, right.
So I gotta keep it clean.
Well, before we dive in, I'll just give a quick intro before I kind of kick it over to you, Dan. I'm super excited to talk today. I know you and I have been chopping it up on the side, and you have a lot to say, just sort of through your story, and otherwise, you know, just with current events going on. So. Just for everybody who just kind of tuned in, my name is Alex. Like Eugene said, I'm a co-founder of Mayden. And I just want to give a bit of context for Dan and I's relationship, because I think it's important to sort of frame up what we're going to talk about today. Dan and I have been friends for give or take about 8 or 9 years, I think, Dan. We both grew up in Georgia, so we're both Southern boys. I grew up in Gwinnett County, which is essentially the suburbs, if you know anything about the metro Atlanta area. Korean adopted by Norwegian American parents. And then on the flip side, Dan grew up in Decatur, which is more the city, obviously. And Dan was a few years older than me, but we also went to the same university, which is Georgia State. And so I think the easiest way to sum it up, Dan, I think you'd agree, is that streetwear almost brought us together, which kind of sounds corny, but you worked for a shop called Standard in Atlanta, and then I took a job a little while after you at a neighboring shop called Wish. And if there was ever sort of like a Coke or Pepsi rival in like the streetwear world in the South, I think it was Wish and Standard at the time. And there was no like Instagrams to stunt on or anything like that at the time. But we sure as hell were making a good point of trying to prove who was like more relevant and who was doing the cooler stuff in the city through our like blogspot.com accounts. So the rest of the major cities, you know, they had their undefeateds, their A-Lives, their bodegas, all that stuff, but there was just 2 in Atlanta. So anyways, I look up to you, Dan, as a peer, but also as a mentor. And I think, you know, what I've learned in my creative journey is that we all sort of ride waves that have been created from the momentum of those that came before us, from their ingenuity and from their creativity. And, you know, Dan, I think you really created that wave for me early on that I was able to sort of ride in the city and then beyond after that. So looking back, you know, we've both carved out sort of successful, quote unquote, creative careers emerging from unexpected places. And those opportunities in streetwear and for you, music, obviously, that, you know, they were there predominantly for people who were willing to seek them out and take them. You know, they were there for us and we just sort of had to hustle and grab them. And, you know, I think that's the beauty of the city of Atlanta to sort of seg us into where we're going to start today, is that while Georgia as a state, I think as a whole has a lot of demons to deal with, you know, I think we'd all agree on that. The city of Atlanta is sort of where I became, you know, a young adult and where I became, you know, confident in my own identity, because it was a city that celebrated creativity, just period. You know, it wasn't looking at my background. It wasn't looking at my skin tone or my face or anything like that. It was just, what were you creating? You know, and is there something that the community, the city of Atlanta can celebrate? And so for Dan and I, that's a unique part about our upbringing that kind of brings us together. And then now years later, we've stayed friends. So that's my spiel. Dan, I want to kick it over to you. We're going to talk a lot about your story today. I'm gonna question you on a few things, but other than that, I'll turn it over to you, man.
Yeah, man, I appreciate you. I appreciate you saying that, and that intro is beautiful. You know, Alex is my homie. Talk about unexpected connections. It doesn't really get more unexpected than that. And actually, you know, Alex invited me out to Asia a couple years ago. We went to Seoul, you know what I'm saying? We went to Hong Kong, took me out there. So that was a big a moment I'll never forget, you know what I'm saying? So our relationship has grown deeply. You know, as I think about my story and, you know, obviously where it starts, and I know we have limited time. I know we're on the last segment. You know, they saved the best for last. Baby. Yeah, you already know. So I hope y'all got y'all popcorn. But it's story time with Decatur Dan and Alex Mayden. But yeah, I think you know, it definitely starts at streetwear and Standard and Wish. But even before that, for me, you know, it starts in Decatur. It starts in South DeKalb. It starts in East Atlanta, East Side, Stone Mountain, stand up. And, you know, I feel like I definitely have, and I'm sure you guys have been touching on this throughout the day, but I definitely have like a moral obligation and responsibility just to like kind of touch on what's been going on in the world right now. You know, Georgia has its demons, America has its demons. And, you know, this what's been going on in terms of as it pertains to George Floyd and police brutality and the Black community is, you know, something that's very sensitive to me. It's very close to my heart. I grew up in South DeKalb. It's predominantly Black. And, you know, Black people have always just embraced me and my family. And so the protests, everything that's going on right now it means a lot to see. You know, it's not pretty, but it's definitely, you know, I think I'm optimistic about the change that can come. You know, it's no surprise that this is an election year, and I think that, you know, we have a chance to get out here and rock the vote, so to speak. And so I just want to acknowledge what's kind of going on in the world, and I'm so excited to be a part of this. And you guys, I know we've been talking about this for a while. You guys, you know, started as a COVID-19 relief, and then you know pivoted to include and support the Black Lives Matter movement, which is so important. And so I'm just happy to be a part of that. But yeah, I wouldn't be where I'm at today if it wasn't for you know, the Black community. And as I think about my my journey and my life, you know, it's been the key characters, the key cornerstones or milestones have been opportunities that have been given to me from Black or brown people. You know, starting with Farshad at Standard, who was an Iranian dude, and hired me as a retail associate. I worked there while going to Georgia State. And Standard was cool. Like Standard was, I didn't really, you know what I wanted to do with my life at that time. I was just, you know, graduated high school. I was playing basketball before that. That was my dream, was to be in the NBA, even though that was not gonna happen. But you know, like that was what I was shooting for. That was what I grew up doing. That's what kept me out of trouble.
Right.
And so,
well, I think, Dan, for people who don't know you, you know, before, let's even say before music videos, because there's a, you know, obviously there's period, you still do, but you did a lot of music videos for a lot of hip hop artists. Maybe start me in that Standard era for you, the retail era for you, because I think that's super integral to how you started this creative journey. Give us a bit of context for Standard pre-music video, Dan, let's call it.
For sure. So I'm at Standard. It was a retail job that I had I was working and going to school. You know, I had the Hope Scholarship, I didn't take out any student loans. So I was just working to kind of make a living. I was still living at home with my parents, trying to figure out, you know, what I wanted to do. And you know, Standard was the only thing I really had. It was great, you know what I mean? And it was like, it was a safe haven. I was into streetwear, I was into the fashion, I was into everything it stood for, and it was so inclusive, and it was so it was just dope. It was so niche, and it was like exclusive, and you know, everything. It was kind of like the yeah, it was just a good environment to be in, and we had, you know, everybody. Obviously, we sold the exclusive clothes and the gear. So we had everybody that shot from us, from you know, the Usher Raymonds and the Elton Johns of the world, but more importantly, kind of like the Coach K's, the Don Cannons, the Jason Jeters, the kind of the people that these are music industry people who are behind the scenes, who are the movers and shakers and kind of the gatekeepers and the decision makers. And so those people were shopping there, and they kind of knew me. That was my clientele, you know what I mean? So they kind of came to me, and they respected my opinion. They're like, yo, what's cool? What's this? What's that? Like, and so I got to know them, you know what I'm saying, through that whole process. And during that time, I had also started like the Standard blog. I was taking pictures. I was making posts. It was, you know, I was talking about, it was really about the community. I think the community of streetwear and the community of the, you know, the store environment was what I loved the most about Standard. That was really the biggest thing. And so.
And Cannon specifically, the producer was super important in terms of the people that were kind of like flowing through the shop. You know, like you said, you built that kind of creative trust with people because you were basically styling them. You were telling them what was dope, what was whack. Talk to me a bit about that Cannon relationship, because I know that's important for you.
Yeah, for sure. And so Cannon was one of the first people. DJ Don Cannon, producer Don Cannon, steps back. He had that famous drop. You know, producers have all their drops. And so Cannon was a frequent shopper from the store. Come in, buy up all the BBC Billionaire Boys Club tees, and he was like, he kind of took notice of what I was doing with the store and the blog and everything. And he was like, you know, could you do what you're doing for the store, but could you do it for me? And I was like, I guess, yeah, sure. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't know what I was getting myself into. I didn't know, you know, what he was even asking of me, but I jumped on board. You know what I mean? I was like, yeah. So, so that kicked off, you know, the next kind of phase where I was juggling school, I was work, and going to the studio at night, and just kind of like working with him, putting together, you know, rolling out mixtapes that he was a part of, hosting, you know, producing imagery and artwork for his singles and things like that, distributing those to the blogs. I just kind of like just jumped. So like
you were in the studio with Cannon, just creating content.
Yes, exactly. Creating content and distributing that content too. And so that's kind of like, if you go back and search on Two Dope Boys or Nah Right or Rap Radar, you know, you'll see like, even before I was doing music videos or anything like that, you'll see my credit of Source, Decatur Dan, or whatever. So I was just really kind of like, I was distributing stuff for him. And so, and one of the things that came up during that time was like, Cannon was trying to figure everything out. And he was like, yeah, man, I need you to roll this out and make this mixtape artwork from this designer and do this. He's like, and I got to do this video work, but like, it's just going to take me some time to edit the videos. I got the footage. And I was like, well, you know, I know how to edit. And he was like, for real? You know how to edit? Like, he got up out of his seat. And I was like, yeah, like my dad is a, you know, camera operator and he's a video editor. Like I grew up, you know, around this stuff, you know, like I know how to do it. And he was like, oh, bet, you know? So he all of a sudden just kind of like put that responsibility on me. And now at this point, you know, there was another unexpected connection, so to speak, where it was like, I could take this backstory of, you know, my dad, who had, you know, that's really my foundation around video production. He kind of like taught me, or my dad was a video editor and camera operator. So he kind of showed me the ropes, but I never really saw my career in it because I didn't know that I wanted to necessarily follow in my dad's footsteps. I love my dad, but I just kind of wanted to find my own way. And this was, but the way found me. And so, now
how did you go? Oh, so I didn't mean to cut you up, but so you were like basically taking like product shots, like at, you know, like on like white pieces of paper at the shop on the sales floor, like during business hours. And then you find yourself in the studio with, you know, still to this day, but definitely at the time, like one of the best, like if you wanted to like do something in Atlanta, like you kind of had to work with like Canon, you know, if you really wanted to have a platform. How did that go from shooting product shots to like all of a sudden being like market and shoot content in the hip hop world? And then talk to me about how that led then into sort of ultimately doing music videos.
Right. Well, it was a slow grind. I mean, that thing happened over probably a course of a year or a year and a half, 2 years. And, you know, I was comfortable around the camera. Like I was comfortable, you know, given my background. And so, but there basically was just a point where we were doing all these little projects for these artists, whether it be, they were big artists, but at the same time, they weren't huge artists. I mean, you're talking about the Cool Kids, you're talking about Currency, Young Dro, but I kind of like had my eyes set on some bigger, some bigger talent. And Cannon was working with Jeezy at the time, and Cannon was like, and I was like, man, if you can get us in the studio with Jeezy and I can get in there with the camera, like we're gonna be cooking with hot grease.
What year is this? What album is Young Jeezy on at this point?
Jeezy's on. He's about to release Trap or Die. Oh no, I'm sorry. Yeah, Trap or Die 2, the mixtape, and TM103, which he had delayed. But you know, Jeezy was kind of at the height of his career. He was on tour with Jay-Z. He had a huge song on Blueprint 3. So Jeezy was having a run. He was kind of like separating himself from like, you know, the quintessential kind of Atlanta rappers, and he was like transcending to the next level. And so that's why I also knew it was so important. And lo and behold, a couple months later, Jeezy asked Cannon to host one of his mixtapes, you know, Trap or Die 2, which was going to be a big thing. Jeezy was made off of the mixtape, you know, game. Like he came out, like he put a mixtape out, it blew up, and then that's what sparked his album career and his professional career. So when Jeezy dropped a mixtape, it wasn't just like a mixtape. It was a big deal. And so he wanted Cannon to host it. Therefore, that means I was going to handle a lot of the promotional material, which was exciting, but also like, well, what do you do? So the first, I never forget, you know, like it was like a Thursday night. It's like I get a call from Cannon at like 11 p.m. And he's like, yo, come up to the studio. Jeezy's about to be up here in an hour. Like, we gotta make a promo video. We gotta drop it and
give
put
you
it
a
on
huge
World Star. No heads up, man. It's like, and you know, I was at that point, I mean, like we at what, 10:30 LA time. This is about my bedtime right now, but back then I was definitely staying up later, but I still didn't want to be in a situation where I was unprepared. And so I almost didn't even do it, but I was just like, it was around the corner. I was like, man, let me just go up here. And like, you know, honestly too, even just to be in, you know, Jeezy was one of my favorite artists at the time. So, you know, just to be in like that studio session was to me, it was cool. So I go up there, no idea what we're gonna do, but I didn't really have to know what we were gonna be doing because Jeezy hopped out the car, comes in, daps everybody up, and he's like, I know exactly what we're gonna do. He's like, I'm gonna hop out the car, my chauffeur gonna light my blunt, I'm gonna come in the studio, I'm gonna spit the bars, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, all right, cool. Like I just had the camera and I'm just
There's
like,
the treatment.
That's a treatment. You know what I'm saying? Like treatment is instant. And then I went there and shot it. And I just like instincts, you know, like pulling from my instincts and just like feeling it out.
Which is also like low key, you, in a way you were kind of trained for that because streetwear and retail at the time, like you just had to fucking get your camera and make it work. So you were kind of ready for that moment, right?
For sure, for sure. And I had been doing a couple of the promo videos for a while now. So I was just like, I don't know what it's going to be, but you know, it's like, and this is a big point because you know, later on in my career, I wanted to differentiate myself from like, just like being a documentary kind of like approach to everything where it's like, okay, you just show up and you just make something happen and you just figure it out in post and then you just make it. It's like, no, I wanted to go in and I wanted to have intentional ideas that I executed masterfully. So, you know, but back to the story, I shoot the video that night. It was just, you know, it was like it was a surreal moment. I go home, even though I was tired, I probably cut that whole video that night. And it was definitely, I was just excited, you know what I mean? Like I stayed up late and then the next day or the following day, I ended up going to work and me and the owner of the store, we actually had a bit of an argument over some stuff and you know, there were some things that were said and it's all good now, but I felt like at the time it was my time to go and I had to kind of like quit, you know, my old life. And that was hard because, you know, Standard and Farshad, you know, they still have a very special place in my heart. I would not be where I am today if it was not for them, or for him and his store and the community that I got from his store and working there. And I hope they're doing okay right now. I know COVID and everything is affecting everybody crazy, but yeah, I just kind of felt like that was something that I had to do. So I quit that night. I remember being very emotional. And I remember talking to my homie, my best friend, kind of coming over. And we sat in the parking lot of my apartment complex on Marietta Street. And we just talked about everything. He was like, well, what are you going to do now? You know, this is a Friday night. It's like I quit on a Friday night. And I was like, man, I think I'm gonna take this video stuff seriously. And he was like, nah, you can't do that. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, you can't make a living like that, you know, but this was back in the time where, you know, we were taught, even though that's not what I saw, you know, my dad was a freelance cameraman and in video production. And, you know, I've even seen my uncle, like, he's an entrepreneur. Even though it's not what I saw around me, that's just kind of what we were taught was like, go to school, get a degree and find a job. You know, and so
is this at the point where so now you're like basically leaving Atlanta? Like, I don't want to skip over too much, but I want to make sure we have some time because there's some really good questions that are getting submitted.
For sure. And we can stop. We can also stop. We don't have to go through the full story, but I definitely want to stay, you know.
Well, the one thing I want to make sure you hit on real quick is like, you know, there's the background, right? So there's this transition from I'm shooting shoes in a store to I'm doing music videos for like the best hip hop artists in Atlanta then and even now, you know, like you transition from doing this behind the scenes stuff in the studio with a Jeezy to you're doing full on music video treatments and directing videos for, you know, Future and all these other guys. but then there's this crazy like pivot where you literally move out of Atlanta, and long story short, you find yourself in the app world essentially, and it's kind of the start of where you're at today, which is doing app design for the Nikes of the world, living in the Bay for a bit, moving to LA, starting a commercial studio.
For sure.
I kind of want to get you just to briefly hit on like, how do you do that? How do you go from I'm a hip hop music video in Atlanta to I'm on the West Coast doing commercial work?
It's all about a conscious decision to you know, focus on my craft and be the best at, you know, like I was a lost kid, you know, growing up. I didn't know what I wanted to do, but when I had an opportunity put in front of me that, you know, registered with me internally, and I recognized that, I honored that, and I was like, okay, cool. I'm gonna dedicate my life to you know, to being the best that I can be at this, and that's what I did. You know, after Jeezy with the music videos, I was like, I'm gonna dive in, not just what it means to be, you know, a filmmaker, you know, but a creative first, and like having ideas. How do I generate ideas on demand? How do I, you know, do all this stuff? And so I set goals, I accomplished them, and over, you know, probably 3 years of time, 3-4 years of time, I was top of my class, you know, as it pertained to music video directors in Atlanta, but known national recognition, you know, and like the people who I looked up to were giving me recognition, you know, from.
But by all standards, like by all standards, well, pun intended, you didn't really have any of the qualifications to really be doing what you were doing, right?
No, for sure. And that happened, and that's happened time and time again in my life. And you know.
But what do you think it is that gave you that? Like, how did you get to where you are today with basically no on paper qualifications to do what you are doing now?
Flowing through life and
vibing
and honestly, I mean, working very hard, having opportunities presented to me and taking them seriously. And even if I didn't know something, just because I haven't done something before, doesn't mean that I can't do it better than the person who's doing it now. You know what I'm saying? Who you're hiring. And there was a lot of opportunities that maybe I didn't deserve. You know what I mean? Like whether that was with Canon, whether that was with Jeezy, whether that was with the sneaker app. You know what I mean? So basically, this how I transitioned from music video to LA and the and product photography on a major level to work with Nike and stuff was my homie Vic Singh, who I know from working at Nike Town Atlanta, Phipps Plaza. You know, like he basically he saw what I was doing. He was paying attention, and he knew my kind of hustler mentality, my that spirit, and that's exactly what he was looking for when he started. He was a co-founder of the sneaker app, and he kind of reached out to me and was like, "Hey, I need a nimble team to go out to San Francisco, because obviously San Francisco is a tech capital." And he was like, "Go out there, and I need you to be the digital producer for this app." You know, we had an amazing, you know, digital designer. We had a developer, and we built a prototype for the sneaker app that he was then able to take and sell through to the whole Nike executives and leadership. And that 1 month kind of was how it was briefed, which I almost didn't even do. Again, there's always been these times where it's like, I'm always at this debate, but I go out there and it really definitely opens up my mind. You know what I mean? Like it was I needed a break from Atlanta. I needed a break from the music video thing. It was good money, and it was a good change of pace. And so I go out to San Fran and kind of do that thing, and then eventually just say, you know what, I'm gonna try my shot in Los Angeles. And so after San Fran, instead of going back to Atlanta, I decide that I'm gonna try my hand in LA. There was also too, like that's what led to, it's like because I had my hand in the digital production of the sneaker app, I got kind of first dibs on like the opportunity to kind of sandbox some of the photography that was going to be in the app. And so that's kind of how I got my whole start. And it's like, all right, cool. Ship shoes down to Dan. He can do test shoots, this, and that. And that was my realm because I had done that at Standard. So like, that's kind of like how everything all adds up, or these unexpected connections. And even though
so it was almost like full circle at that point, where like it all came back around, where you're pairing these things together and then kind of putting them into this new recipe for
sure. And it was definitely like, it was challenging because I had done photography before but I had never done it at the Nike level. Like Nike, that's the thing I love about Nike, is they kind of demand the best out of you, you know? And so, so I had to kind of start over. And at first it was like, I didn't even think too much about it, but I did have to kind of start over. And so,
for sure. And actually this is the perfect seg, because there's a couple of good questions that I'm looking at here for you that I think are a great transition from this whole journey for you. So what I want to do is let's go ahead and move to the Q&A section. They're going to roll a plate real quick, and then I'll ask you a couple of things.
Go for it.
And we're back.
We got the plate. I love the plate. You know, it's a great plate.
So this is a question that I really wanted to hit on today. This is coming from let me see here. This is coming from Gavin in Atlanta. What lessons did you learn from your roots in rap music video production that you still carry through with you today? So what lessons did you learn from your roots in rap music video production that you still carry through to today?
Trust your instincts. I've done big shoots. I've done the biggest of the big and the smallest of the small, and everything all boils down to just trusting my instincts and being scrappy. You know, I've done more with the camera in me and just myself than I've done with, like, when I've got, you know, 3-ton grip trucks outside and 60 people crews and, you know, this and that. And it's like, that can be hard to navigate, and that can be hard to stay true to yourself, but because you got all these people coming at you. But, you know, at the end of the day, you have to quiet those voices and listen to yourself, because people are coming to you because you have a point of view, and you have to execute that point of view. And so whether it's from the music video world now, it's like, no, trust yourself and listen to yourself and quiet those voices, because that is ultimately like what people are coming to you for. Like, anybody can take a pretty picture or make a video with some lights and some video effects and some this and some that. It's like, what's your point of view, and how can you get that across effectively through visual communication?
For sure. I love that. Okay, switching gears, actually, this is another, I think, super relevant question right now. It says, hey, from Erica in Washington, D.C. It says, hey, Dan, as a white man working in hip hop, how are you showing up for the Black community during times like these? That's from Erica in Washington.
Erica in Washington. I appreciate that question. And I love that she's in Washington right now. Because that's definitely, you know, the epicenter of all this stuff. I mean, it's not the epicenter, but it's definitely a key city. The biggest thing I'm doing is not being silent. So in the past, I haven't always been outspoken or vocal as it pertains to political or social events, just because, it's just not, I tend to kind of like stay out of that stuff, or be, I'm an undershare in general, like on social. I'm kind of private, like, I'm not like super vocal, but now I recognize my responsibility as a white man in a system in America where, I definitely have to use my voice and my platform and speak up, because this is not, it's not a Black people problem that's going on right now. This is a white people problem. And so I'm just speaking up. I'm starting with my circle, I'm starting with my family. I'm speaking out against, you know, racism. I don't think it's not enough to be not racist anymore. Like, we have to be anti-racist, and we have to educate people who, you know, obviously me, I have an advantage in the sense where I grew up in a predominantly Black community. So I'm familiar with everything that's going on. But everyone doesn't have that opportunity or that experience. So it's like, all right, cool. If you don't know, let me help you know. And still coming from a place of love, even though it's definitely outraging at times, you know, but yeah, so the biggest thing really is not being silent, but there's many things: voting, supporting Black businesses, you know, checking in really with just like I have a lot of Black friends, so I can't check in with all of them, but the ones that have been put on my heart to check in with, just like, and, you know, not even to like talk about anything, but just like to be a genuine good person. And so it feels like I'm saying a lot, but at times I feel like I'm still not doing enough. But I have bigger plans for, you know, what I can do long-term and bigger picture to really maybe to make some change or to have, you know, to create some change.
Yeah, I think that's great. For the next question, real quick, I think you and I, like in terms of even just, you know, very practical things like age range, we're at that sort of edge right now where, like, how old are you? Are you 34?
33.
You're 33. My bad.
Yeah.
I'm 32.
Jesus year.
Yeah.
Jesus year. Coming up, in what, July 10th.
Yeah.
34. But I'm getting there.
So you and I are both kind of at that age where, you know, there's a very distinct sort of next generation, let's call it, up and coming in a creative field right now. So to this this next question here, I think this is interesting. This is from Nicole. It says, how do you connect something that's nostalgic to you and your generation and translate it to a younger generation who might not understand what nostalgia even is? And if I would even maybe expound on that, I would almost even say like what are you sort of doing from your sort of era of like hustling, grinding, learning your creativity, exploring your curiosity, and then how are you parlaying that into, you know, an avenue or a channel perhaps that a younger generation can thrive
For sure.
off of?
Is this Nicole Font? I hope it's Nicole. I hope it's that food Cray.
It's not Nicole Fung.
Oh, shouts out to that food Cray though. The movement. But no, that's a great question. I think, you know, Bong Joon-ho said it at the Oscars when he won Best Picture. Shouts out to Parasite and everything. Is most personal is most creative, you know. And so I'm a very nostalgic by nature, very nostalgic human being. I cherish, you know, everything that I've experienced in life. And so I think it just kind of comes out pretty naturally in the sense where, you know, you don't really have, like, your creativity is based on your experience in life. And that's kind of what I learned when I started to study the object or the aspect of being creative. What does it mean to be creative? What it means to be creative is have more experiences. The more experiences you have, the more things you can pull from. So that's why you find a lot of creative people who travel a lot or who engage a lot or who study a lot or who, you know, it's more than just like going on Pinterest or Tumblr and pulling a bunch of like, or like filling your brain with a bunch of like visual things that you can like reference later or reference in a deck, or it's like, that is maybe the least creative thing you do. It's just, that's copycatting. You know, the biggest thing you can do is go out and have real experiences, and from whatever they may be, it doesn't even have to be art related. You know what I mean? Like, just go out and have as many experiences as possible and fill your brain with as many things as possible. And then basically what you're doing is you're filling up your tank, you're filling up your bank. So when that phone call comes and somebody wants you to do that photo shoot, or they want you to do that video treatment or whatever, like, you can be like, oh, I have this idea from this time where I did this, you know? So I feel like that is the biggest key to creativity that they don't teach in school necessarily. They teach you how to be filmmakers. They teach you how to be photographers. They teach you how to be designers, but they don't teach you how to be creative. And to be creative is just to pull from your personal life experiences. Most personal is most creative. And actually, I don't even know if Bong Joon-ho, I think Scorsese might have actually coined that phrase. But yeah, so that's that.
Last quick one here from Jasmine. What have been some of the most challenging subjects that you've covered, or challenging subjects that you've shot, or a variation of that question?
For sure, challenging. I mean, it's all challenging. You know what I mean? Like this, like production, and it's hard. Like it's like this shit is not easy. Like it's Anthony Mandler. This, you know, he used to describe it as, you know, music videos where it's war. You know, like it's like you're going to war. You have a vision that you are trying to accomplish, and that is set against fixed resources, meaning time, money, and, you know, budget. And so you are trying to, you know, you're trying to accomplish a vision within physical time constraints or physical constraints in general. That is never easy. So every project that I go into is challenging, as it pertains to if she's talking about, you know, all my stuff is commercial, and I'm a commercial photographer, commercial director. So it's always pretty, you know, I'm not doing like I'm not out personally right now documenting like some of the crazy stuff that's going on. And I have done some documentary type work that has been challenging to accomplish, whether that be, you know, music videos in some of the hoods of America. But even those weren't challenging because I was welcome there. Like the people embraced me there, you know. So it was all love. Like I was in the, like maybe the most dangerous environments, whether that's Ridgecrest Apartments in Mississippi or, you know, Edgewood or Mactown. But like I was there and I was with the people. So it's all challenging because it's challenging because I'm trying to tell a story. And anytime you're trying to tell a story, that takes a lot of consideration, a lot of thought, and a lot of effort.
That's great. Right. Well, Dan, we're out of time. I know we could go all day on this, but I appreciate you carving out your evening in LA.
I'm going to bed now.
Yeah. We appreciate you, man. Thank you for logging in and sharing. And I will talk to you soon.
Yes, you will. Thank you guys for having me.
All right, Dan. Take care, man.
Have a good one.
See ya.
Sign me off this motherfucker.
How's it going, guys? Hope you guys enjoyed that evening or morning if you're in Asia, like we are. That full slate of programming. I think that when we had set out to do this, I don't even know how many weeks ago, it was always challenging to kind of determine where the world would land. And you know, there's a lot of things that have happened recently, and at the end of the day, I think that there's things that we can control and not control. And for us, we always knew that we could hopefully control the stories and commit ourselves to this event in hopes of providing some sort of inspiration, hope, and find ways for people to kind of understand where their place is currently. Because I think that's the biggest challenge, us included. It's always trying to figure out how we can navigate these challenging times. And we have to thank our whole team, both in Long Beach as well as Hong Kong. Everyone's been, I mean, you can't really, I don't even know where to start and stop because everyone was super involved in the whole process of putting this together. And you can imagine what it's like working with 15-hour time differences. So I really have to commend my team, Intertrend, every single person that had something to do with this.
We also really want to thank all of our 14 speakers again today. Thank you so much for them for showing up behind the scenes looks trickier than I think it might appear. So I want to give another round of thanks to Kristen, Kish, David Cho, Trevor, Moawad, Evan Kleiman, John C.J., Sarah Andelman, James Whitner, Jasper Huang, Lillian Martinez, Carmen Chan, Craig Mon, Karen Rosenkranz, Dan Hall, and Jason Mayden. Just this event obviously could not have been what it was without all of these people showing up, being honest, sharing their insights with us. We also just want to remind you one more time that we are taking donations at uc-2020.com. Thank you so much to everyone who has already been giving. We see your donations and we really appreciate that. Right now we are nearing 7,000 total, so just a huge thank you to everyone who has donated so far. We are supporting charities providing COVID-19 relief efforts and supporting the Black Lives Matter movement. They are Inner City Arts, Black Lives Matter, Artists Relief, the Loveland Foundation, Doctors Without Borders, MBK Alliance, World Central Kitchen, House of Ruth, and Black Visions Collective. Many of you have been asking whether these segments are going to be made available later, and they will. We will re-air them. We will continue to take your donations and then distribute accordingly. Also, the passwords for the different digital care packages are available right now on YouTube, and we will make sure we get that to all of you viewers as well that are on our email list and checking the website.
That's everything. No, I appreciate everyone that took the time to tune in. This was honestly not the easiest thing to put on. I was remarking that between 2018 and 2020, where 2018 was in real life, it was actually probably a little bit more streamlined and easier because there's such a track record for doing physical events. But when you bring it into the digital world, there's a lot more that you need to account for. I mean, if you watched over the course of the whole thing, like technical difficulties becomes, I think, almost a bigger challenge because of connections, you know, webcams, all that other stuff.
At the time, we're so grateful that people have really been checking in from all over the world, and we recognize that having been able to do UC 2020 as a virtual fundraiser has really brought just people from places and backgrounds that we couldn't have expected. So thank you once again to all of you for watching, and we hope to see you online again soon.
Have a good one, guys.